FM and HD1 Cleveland Heights. An Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
This 2020 Sports brought to you by Bookman & Son Fine Jewelers. No pressure engagement ring shopping at Bookman & Son, where jewelry shopping's made easy and comfortable. Find out more at bookmanandson.com. Today, the deadline for James Harden to pick up his player option with the Cavaliers. However, reports this morning say the Harden is declining the $42.3 million option. Harden and the Cavs believe to be working on a new multi-year contract for his return to Cleveland next season. Guardians looked dead in the water for most of Sunday, but in the bottom of the eighth, they let loose 5 runs and come back to beat Seattle's 6-5 skipper Stephen Bowden, who's keeping the faith, but things aren't going oh so great.
It comes from the players. You hear them in the dugout. We're never out of it. We never quit. We're not sitting back sulking and counting ourselves out. We played 27 outs in this game for a reason.
Guardians continue the home set tonight. They begin a 3-game series against the Texas Rangers. Parker Messick going to get the start tonight. He is 7-4, a 2.67 ERA. Rangers come to town, having won 4 in a row, 6 of 8. Texas right now leads the AL West by a half game. After back-to-back wins and some help, the Guardians back tied for first in the American League Central. The Guardians tie with the White Sox, who lost on Sunday to Kansas City. Both clubs winning percentage of .524. Tonight, the White Sox are going to be in Baltimore to begin a 3-game series against the Orioles. After the series at Camden Yards, the White Sox will be coming to Progressive Field. Reports this morning say the LA Clippers and Toronto Raptors in serious talks about a trade that could send Kawhi Leonard back to the North. Word is that the Raptors, the only team Leonard would consider a long-term deal with if he has to leave Los Angeles. Leonard helped the Raptors win their lone NBA title back in 2018. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel with the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps, Cleveland's sports radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Oh, free agency! NBA free agency tomorrow, 6 o'clock Eastern. Are you ready for a little NBA free agency? And then you have to ask yourself, is there a chance LeBron James could end up back in Cleveland? Oh, well, I'll talk about that.
Oh, my God. Are you kidding me? That's where we're going?
No, we're not leading there. But I'm just saying there are fans out there that would like to see LeBron come back. I don't know. I don't see it. You don't see it. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Do you see it?
I'd be really surprised.
I don't see it. I heard Darryl Ryder say 55% chance. That's a little bit more than yes. Last time I took
real
statistics.
Surprised.
It's a good thing I rolled all those dice in that statistics class to kind of figure out what we were doing. Dan Mennigan is here today. Meredith
Dan.
Kane is here. Hi, Dan. How are you? Everybody good?
Yeah,
Everybody's happy?
Let's play the feud.
You're like detoxing the booth over there. You got
we got work to do here. This isn't, some rinky-dink operation.
Little change. I just want to tell you that I'm happy to be here today after having a car come flying at our car this morning at like 65 miles an hour because some service worker was off on the side of the road. If you're on Bainbridge Road and and that service worker's still there, he just has little white lights on, and we almost got nailed this morning by a truck that probably didn't see him coming up, and then all of a sudden, I just was able to get around it. Kind of felt like a running back going through the whole.
How'd that go?
It could have been a lot worse. So I tell you, this is one of these days where I'm happy to be alive to be sitting here this morning because
glad to hear that.
This truck, all of a sudden, I saw it. It was just like coming right at us. And I looked at Tropical Storm, and he's like, "Dad," and I was like, I got it. Boom. And I sped up, and I kind of went around it. And, man, it was scary. So I'm always just real hesitant about, like, do we have to stop in the middle of the road to get stuff done? I don't know if it was a package they were dropping off or if they were cutting down trees or something. But you would think they would have, if you got to stop in the middle of a hill where somebody can't see you, that they would put cones up at least to let somebody know.
That doesn't happen.
No, is it me or is it just quickly? Do sometimes we just think these guys can just stop anywhere they want?
Well, we don't think that, but they do.
It drives me crazy.
Yeah.
Like it's dangerous. Anyway, what's not dangerous though is James Harden opting out of the out of
yes,
his contract.
yes, it
And
is.
so, Jeff, you got to help me. You guys got to help me with this because it still seems weird to me. Guy opts out of his contract, yet it helps the team. What is that all about?
Supposedly, that's the deal. By opting out and then coming back under a long-term contract, longer term, for less money, it gets you under the second apron and eases your financial burden. That's the word. My question is, and I don't know the answer to it, what if he doesn't sign here?
I don't have a problem with it.
Wouldn't that help you even more?
Dan, Manigan, you were the one saying that is it better for him to just is it better for the team to get them under the cap? I don't this whole cap thing makes no sense to me. I don't get it.
So if he opted in, I could get the exact numbers. Give me one quick second. I could get you the exact numbers.
Yeah, it's not even that I need the numbers.
Right.
It just seems confusing to me
The concept.
as a fan.
It's pretty simple. It's honestly pretty simple. They're
Okay.
making it more complex than it needs to be.
Okay.
So, if James Harden picked up his player option, it would be $42.3 million, which would put the Cavaliers over the second apron and make them unable to do anything. If he declines that player option and signs a multi-year deal, they can drop that number down. So then that way, James Harden would make the number that's being thrown about is $30 million. It would save you $12 million and get you under the second apron. Make sense?
Here's what doesn't make sense to me. What if they just, and I'm not, he may like James Harden, so I'm not trying to offend anybody. What if they just said, okay, you're a free agent, see you later. We don't negotiate anything with you. Peace out.
Well, if they
Would
had
that not help the cap even more?
if they had a wink, wink, nudge, nudge at the time of the trade, it probably wouldn't do very well for you when it came to dealing with players in the future.
I understand that part. Yeah, that I get. Okay.
I will go Spock here.
Okay.
I'm going to
Go ahead.
completely get rid of any biases that would come to that.
Okay.
So what that would mean if you decided to move on from James Harden is that you would have traded Darius Garland for probably
Cap
one of the top 40 players in the NBA. Right. I think we were doing that 30, 40,
That's
somewhere
fair.
in between
That's
there.
fair. That's fair.
cap
Yeah.
relief.
And so you
But
would then
maybe
look
maybe
at,
it's just clearing the deck because you realize that wasn't going to work.
well, you would realize that you let one of the top 30 or 40 players go, and you wouldn't really have the ability to go get somebody else who would be as good as James Harden, which would hence be the catch-22 you find yourself in.
In thought, yes.
But if they just decided to part way, let's just say that the Cavs gave him this great offer, but somebody else came in and gave him an even better offer.
Yeah, which
I don't think it's going to happen, but okay.
well, you never know though. See, that's the one thing about declining your offer. Everybody thought when Trae Young did that in Washington, is he out? Is he a free agent? No, it was just the precursor to another deal in Washington. We're all assuming that that's what's going to happen here.
Yeah, I mean, and it'd be like would it be like getting boozered or no? In a little way?
Wow.
I mean, that should be the term.
That's what that
shouldn't it?
is now, huh?
Oh, when you, yeah, that's being boozered. The Cavs got boozered when Carlos left because they tried to do the right thing for him and then he took off.
Yeah, that didn't go well.
It's hard for me to look at him and not see that like I was watching the draft last week with his kid. No, I don't have any hard feelings towards his kid, but it's hard for me not to look at Carlos Boozer and go, man, they tried to do him right, and he totally dissed them. I get it. It's a business.
He had help in that plan.
He did?
Yeah. His agent and his wife.
Ah, happy wife, happy life?
Yeah.
Miserable fans?
Big
in
money.
Cleveland?
Big money.
I mean, they were going to take care of him here, though. It wasn't like, it was a
Not
second
like they
round
took
pick.
care of him in Utah.
Oh, I get it, but that should be an NBA adjective, right? Boozered.
It's yours. Go.
Okay, I'll live with it. Again, so where does this put the Cavaliers now? That if they do re-sign Harden, are we good with that? And it does seem like that's where we're going with this. Like he's going to get it. They're going to stretch it out, and we're going to come back with what we had. We're going to roll this back, right? We're rolling back what we did last year. Is what it feels like.
Well, it is the way it feels.
Are they done? Are they done? I feel like they are. But the issue isn't are they done? It's more like in the past they're willing to do whatever it takes. And with free agency starting tomorrow, you have to ask yourself, who are your own free agents, and then what free agents would you like to try to bring in? And And how much cap space will they have if they re-sign Harden? What does this make them eligible to do or ineligible to do? Because you could still be second apron, but first apron has some restrictions on it, doesn't it? Does the first apron have any restrictions on it?
Not like the second.
All right, so let's do some. We try not to do math on this show. I understand that. So we're gonna do some real loosey goosey math here. So hang with me.
All right, I'm with you.
So let's say James Harden signs for $30 million, right?
Okay, $30 million for James Harden.
million.
Congratulations.
Right. Congratulations
for
to him.
multiple years, probably 2 years.
Probably a 2-year deal. My guess would be with a player option of some type that,
For next year?
Again,
or no
I'm going
trade or
Spock.
whatever.
I will be nice. So you are right now. The Cleveland Cavaliers are $21 million, and this is according to Bobby Marks on ESPN. They're $21 million under the luxury tax. So that $30 million that James Harden would sign for would put them on the first apron slightly over, which means they could still package picks together. They could still package players together to make moves, but they are having to pay the luxury tax as well. They would sit $12 million, give or take, under the second apron. So that's the idea of this move, is now they could do whatever they want until they re-sign James Harden. Then they'll be a first apron team. Does that make sense?
Until they sign him. Okay.
So in other words, when free agency begins at 6 o'clock tomorrow.
Correct. So
The
right now,
Cavs shouldn't be rushing out to sign James Harden because it gives them the ability to do things since James isn't here.
exactly.
Yep.
And especially if you have a wink, wink, nudge, nudge, hint, hint deal.
Yeah. How can you make the team better? James opts out. You do your business. James comes back.
Yep.
Is there a max contract situation there that if they thought somebody was worthy of bringing in on a max contract?
I don't think
on a sign and
think
trade?
they can afford that.
You would not be able to afford that.
Yeah.
Yes.
So does that not take LeBron? I don't know. Is LeBron getting a max contract anywhere? Sounds to me like he's got
No, he's
three
not.
teams that might be interested.
And no disrespect to LeBron, he's past max contract status. That's not going to happen. There are things that can happen. I wonder, and I do think things could get really interesting. There's some really interesting free agent centers. If you want to make a trade, you could trade a center, Jared Allen, and maybe go sign one of these guys. And Dan, don't yell.
Who's better than Jared Allen? You're gonna
Well,
bring...
you can determine that for yourself.
Okay.
DeAndre Ayton, former number 1 overall pick, who's always put up numbers, not necessarily been phenomenal, but can do that job.
Hard time driving in snow.
Walker Kessler from the Utah Jazz. Walker Kessler's a really interesting guy.
He's got to know how to drive in the snow. Right?
And Utah picked up Jaren Jackson Jr. There's an interesting guy. Just stay tuned. I wonder how active the Cavs are going to be, because I think there is an opportunity for them to be active if they choose to be. I personally don't want to see him get rid of Jared Allen. So the everything I just said, Kristaps Porzingis, also a free agent center. Jalen Duren from the Pistons. Isaiah Hartenstein re-signed with Oklahoma City.
I need help with one other thing here, too. Okay, so let's say the Harden thing goes down. Now they've
Okay.
got some relief, right?
Yes.
They're $21 million under, right? If the Harden, because he's out.
So he already opted out. They are $21 million under the luxury tax. Correct.
So what does that mean? Because we always talk about like mid-level or veteran. So do they would have a mid-level, like if they want to bring in somebody for $6 million, they could do that there.
So
too.
according to Bobby Marks, they would have the $6.1 million tax mid-level exception, the veteran minimum of a second rounder. So they would have 6.1 in the mid-level exception. 6.1 million, that is. Again, that's all according to Bobby Marks, ESPN, which if you want to know more about that stuff, that guy's as good as they come, and he explains it to you in a very, very easy to understand way, because I promise you I'm not this smart.
And so when they re-sign Harden then and they want to bring somebody else in, are they back to the second apron?
So they would probably be under because they're 29.
Because the value of his contract is not going to be what it was.
What that man said.
On a yearly basis.
On a yearly basis.
Right. But, I mean, he's still going to – if I'm James Harden,
he's still going to end up
less.
with more guaranteed money, but he'll have to work 2 years to get it.
Gotcha. Okay.
And your free agents for the Cavaliers at this point, Keon Ellis, James Harden, Thomas Bryant, Larry Nance Jr., Dean Wade, and Sarr.
All right, I want to talk about
Who
those.
might you want back?
Yeah, that's exactly what I want to talk about when we come back. Which one of the, or how many of the current Cavalier free agents do you want to bring back, and can they help this team get closer to a championship? We'll talk about that when we come back. 216-474-0092. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Paid.
from The Fan from earlier today, get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Scott Petrak coming up at 11 o'clock. Anthony Castrovince at high noon. We'll talk some baseball. Guardians with a nice weekend. I was there Friday night. Man, I got to tell you, Jeff, the game wasn't very good on Friday night, but the fireworks are amazing.
That's great.
Like, I don't think anybody does fireworks better than the Guardians. I'm sorry. I mean, we got our communities that go out there 4th of July. It's their big weekend. But they did this whole 60s thing.
Yep.
It was awesome. You would have loved it. You would have loved the fireworks on Friday night at the ballpark.
Yeah.
It was outstanding.
All right.
So they didn't have a whole lot of fireworks during the game, but they did the next 2 days, so that was good. We'll get to them in a little bit. We'll talk to Anthony Castrovince at high noon. Scott Petrak, talk a little bit about the Browns. And again, the quarterback story will not end, and we'll dump and dive back into that. That's coming up at 11 o'clock. So I want to continue on, though, with you as we talk about the Cavaliers. James Harden opted out of his contract. Now, the gist here is he opts out. It gives the Cavaliers some flexibility to make some moves here with free agency starting tomorrow at 6 officially. And they'll be able to, kind of work the room, is what you would say, for free agency to try to find a couple free agents if that's what they want to do. But they also, Jeff, have a bunch of free agents on their own roster.
Yeah.
And so you have to ask yourself,
bet they do
you want them? And Dan went through the list. I'll give it to you again. Keon Ellis, Harden we just talked about, which it appears that Harden will come back and re-sign with the Cavaliers unless something crazy happens. So you're looking at your free agents now are Ellis, Harden, Thomas Bryant, Larry Nance Jr., Dean Wade, and Olivier Sarr. So
Olivier.
Yes. Does that do anything for do we need to bring Olivier back?
Well, he's 6'10".
Okay.
Can't coach height.
No, that's true. Taller! Come on, man. Be taller. I've never
Lakers, Spurs, 76ers, Suns. What do those teams have in common? All rumored to be after Dean Wade.
Yeah.
The guy that folks love to call our show and complain about. Dean Wade gives you nothing.
The Cavs
He can't shoot. Yes, he can.
Well, the Cavs do have his bird rights. They
Nothing
also have
on offense.
Harden's bird rights, and they have Ellis's bird rights too.
Okay, so
according to ESPN.
So how many of these guys do you want to bring back? That's the thing. I honestly think if they can bring Dean Wade back, they should bring Dean Wade back. And the main reason they should, he's 6'10", and they don't have anybody else like him. They don't have anybody else who's 6'10" who can go out and defend a wing player.
You played with him
and he's a better offensive player than he gets credit for being, because he kind of just puts his offensive game on the back burner to do what the team asks him to do on the defensive end.
I mean, if you made it to the Eastern Conference Finals and the guy was your 6'7" guy, 6'7" guy,
he was your starter,
or 5'6".
Yeah,
actually, I should say 5'6".
Sometimes he would come off the bench and Max Strus would start.
So you would think that you might want to bring him back in, unless that's the position you're looking to replenish.
Andy,
but he's not going to hurt you.
You're going to have to replace
him
if You're going to have to replace him if you don't bring him back. Now, is he going to be worth what he wants to be paid? Our buddy Chris Fedor has a terrific story out all about Dean Wade and hoping to get a deal around $15 million a year. It's good work to be 6'10".
So you
have
do.
good feet.
Yell at your kids to be taller. It'll work.
Grow.
Ken is in Brooklyn. Speaking of growing. Hi, Mr. Mayor.
Ken?
Good morning. Hope you had a good weekend, guys.
Yeah,
Thank you, and you too.
Right package.
First of all, can we put a bow on this LeBron thing already?
I
We've been
don't
talking about
know.
this for a year. He's going to sign with a West Coast team, so that's over with. Please, I've had enough. All right.
I don't know.
Second of
Big
all,
rumors on Friday. Where, the guy that broke the story last time kind of was
No.
saying he's coming back. Third time. It's going to happen.
Stop. Please stop. But second of all, there's 3 guys at least that won't be here. All right? That's Keon Ellis because he's the same size as the guards that we've got. There's Shop and Struder. Hopefully they can get a bag of balls for him. And as much as I love him, Junior, go watch your brother play. Okay? Thanks for the memories. Dad's great and everything, but he basically took the place of Tristan Thompson as a towel waver. Okay? Now,
unfortunately, that's true, Ken.
yeah. Okay, I just speak the truth, guys. That's it.
By the way,
okay? And so here's a couple guys that,
if Larry wants to be, he would be a great broadcaster.
and he would probably maybe a decent coach too. Anyway, there's 2 guys that are interesting. If they don't sign TB, which I think they should, okay. Why he didn't play much in the playoffs, I don't understand that. He's another 6'10" guy or better.
Mm-hmm.
I understand
That's
that,
Thomas Bryant.
Yeah.
Yeah, that,
For those of you who are not cool enough to know the mayor's language, yes, go
yeah.
ahead. Yes.
Valanciunas could be available, guys, and another guy.
Is he
on that
like
team,
106 years old?
Yeah, but he can still play, and he can still
play.
grab rebounds. Okay,
And he can knock you on your you-know-what.
yeah, and dunk the ball. All right, and so without having a lot of bigs, Coach Lou got to have the bigs. Another guy on that team could be available too, and that's Christian Brown. 6'6" or so, can shoot the ball a little bit, defends decently. He might.
I just I honestly think if you can bring back Dean Wade, you need to do it because of his uniqueness to everything else that they have on this team. I think that's a big deal. I'll bet they don't bring him back. And I say that not because he wouldn't want to come back, but I think somebody else is going to give him a better deal. He might be a better fit somewhere else.
Isn't his position, though, the missing link on this team, too?
Yes and no.
Okay.
Yes, because you want a 6'10" guy. I would love to see.
If you're rolling this back,
get a guy who's 6'7" to 6'10" who can play small forward for you. Only issue is I'd like him to have more offensive game than Dean Wade has. Then again, if you have Harden and Mitchell with the basketball all the time, what difference does it make?
Exactly. Dominic's in Cleveland. Hi, Dominic.
Well, Dominic.
Ahead, Harden and Mitchell having the ball all the time. That's the problem. No, we don't have any type of offensive and defensive. I can't think of the word right now, but if we're just going to run it back just like that and let Harden and Mitchell have the ball, that's on Kenny Atkinson. Where is your offensive strategy? What's your defensive strategy? And then
wasn't that the reason they brought him in here too? Right? Because he was supposed to have the strategy to do this. I'm
he
with you.
hasn't shown it. He's been out-coached for 2 seasons in the playoffs. Carlisle did. Everybody we faced has done it. They go 10 deep. Now, Jeff, you said last week, the Knicks only had 6 guys that averaged 13 minutes. They still went 10 deep. Those guys with those small minutes, small seconds add up. Brunson always had energy after every game to bring the team back because he was rested. Look at Donovan bent over. If you're only going 8 deep, I don't care about this. All you do is roster strength.
Which was the big knock on Thibodeau, right? That Thibodeau was running those guys into the ground.
Exactly. And that's the same thing that Kenny Stefanski Atkinson is doing. He's running them into the ground. Donovan is bent over. He's worn out because you're only playing 8 guys. You have what, 6 timeouts per half, both coaches. Plus you got 2 or 3 TV timeouts that the ref control each quarter. You know when those timeouts are coming. Sub a guy in 30 seconds before to give Donovan, to give Harden, give these other guys a break. That 30 seconds now makes it 4.5 minutes they got rested, or 5 minutes.
Dominic, there's one little fly in the ointment, to use a bad cliche about this.
What? What is that?
Maybe Kenny didn't think his bench was good enough to help him win games.
We saw them all season long when he did.
Well,
the
that's
rotation.
all season. All season doesn't include playoffs.
But, right, so that's the problem.
Right.
Kenny doesn't think it, but they've demonstrated it. All other coaches trust their teams to do it. New York was trusting their team to do it, and they were down 10 and 15 every single game and came back.
Mike played the heck out of his starters, Dominic. Although I will tell you, I love the idea of being able to bring like a guy like Jordan Clarkson off the bench who wasn't used very much.
Played. All those guys played.
Gotcha.
You didn't.
Dominic, thank you. Appreciate it. He's right. I mean, we were out of gas. Out of gas. Like, they didn't even coast within 5 miles of the gas station in the Eastern Conference Finals. And that, to
They
me...
needed some electricity.
are they going EV with like me or no? Did they plug in?
Somebody else's plug.
That's so aggravating at the end of the season. Aggravating. And I want to not kill the team because I think that, you made the move late with Harden. You didn't really get a lot of games with the starting 5 that you wanted to use. You didn't use the bench, but I guess, analytically, we
Andy,
are the champions.
You used your bench as much as New York used their bench. I mean, look at the numbers and you can see it with minutes played. I mean, it's there. Okay?
I just felt like we got no help. None.
Well, you didn't get productivity. There's a difference between playing guys and getting productivity.
We can be better. That's all I can say. I just think we can be better.
The Cavs had 9 guys who averaged 13 minutes a game or more in the playoffs. Okay?
The Knicks had what?
9 guys.
But how many games did they have? That's a big difference.
The Knicks had 9 guys who averaged 11 minutes or more. Clarkson played 11 minutes. So they basically used about the same amount of guys.
But they had fresher legs because they didn't have to go 7.
Well,
and they weren't playing every other day, so
that's
they were
part
rewarded.
of it. And you know what else? Maybe they're better.
Yeah, I'm not questioning that.
Sorry, can we talk about the reality? Maybe they're better.
They were better.
Yes.
There's no question the Knicks were better than the Cavaliers.
There you
when
go.
it came to the Eastern Conference Finals. But let's go back to this free agency question, though. Of the free agents that the Cavaliers currently have on their own roster, who needs to stay? Who needs to go? And again, we're talking about Harden probably is like the slam dunk here, which to me is a little bizarre. But Ellis, Bryant, Nance, Wade, Sarr.
Here's the thing. Nobody's going to like this comment.
Then why don't you hold this comment here for another second and tell me after the break? Give me a second to sit down, relax, and get ready to be shocked by Jeff Phelps.
Fine.
All right, Jeff Phelps shocks us with his. Is this a free agent statement then?
It's a very minor free agent statement. It shouldn't. Nobody's going to like it, but.
All right, well, good. I'm looking forward to that.
Good.
216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. We're going to talk a little bit about the Browns coming up at 11 with Scott Petrak. Anthony Castrovince coming up at high noon. Hi, everybody. It's Andy Baskin for FanDuel on the biggest stage in the world. FanDuel is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with.
Camden Yards. White Sox coming to Cleveland to take on the Guardians. Listen to the Fan Rewind, weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Scott Petrak coming up less than 20 minutes away. We'll talk some Browns with him from the Chronicle Telegram and, of course, BrownZone.com. We are talking about the NBA right now. If you want to hop in, 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092. We talked a little bit about the Cavaliers freeze, and we're talking a little bit more. Keon Ellis, Harden, Bryant, Nance, Wade, Sarr are your current free agents for the Cavaliers right now. And Harden this morning was the news, if you missed it. He's opted out, and then the gist of it is that he's going to sign a multi-year deal with the Cavaliers, and this frees them up for space as we hit free agency tomorrow at 6. Also, it smells like Draymond Green doing exactly the same thing. Is that what it smells like? He's doing what Harden said.
I would say there's a slightly bigger chance of Draymond ending up on a different team than there is James Harden.
Where's he end up?
A lot of talk of Phoenix.
I see that. You see that?
Yeah, they're owned by a Michigan Stater.
Yeah, what is going on there? Are they changing the name from the Suns to the Spartans or no?
They should be.
Feels that way. All right, give us your big epiphany that you had before we were going to break.
It's not a big epiphany. I just said it's something that people aren't going to care for.
Okay, so you're going to hate Jeff Phelps here at 216-474-0092.
You know who I'd bring back?
Who would you bring back?
I'd make sure I bring back Olivier Sarr. Why?
Why, Jeff?
He's young and he's tall. That's why. He'll be cheap.
I don't think anyone's mad.
His brother is Alex, by the way, for the Washington Wizards.
Yeah, I don't think.
He's a young guy who was with Oklahoma City, and then he was with Toronto, and the Cavs picked him up, and they're hoping to develop him. And great. That's how teams get good. You develop young guys who are cheap. And Olivier Sarr would be cheap. He's young. He's tall. He's 6'10". Bring him back. It won't cost you anything. And if he's your 10th or 11th man and he becomes something, great. Dean Wade was in that same boat, for years. And they developed Dean Wade. And now, look, Dean's going to get paid.
Well, it's either you bring back Alex Sarr or you're going to find veterans that want to keep playing. What? I'm sorry. What I just?
His brother is Alex.
Sorry.
If he could get his brother here, that'd be swell.
Sorry. If you're not, but you're bringing him back, but you're also talking about, what else can you look at if you're the Cavaliers to try to make this team better? If you're trying to.
You get young guys and you develop from within.
Or old guys that don't want a lot of money. Right? Or coming back on the mid-level.
Let me throw another name at you.
Okay, go ahead.
This is the type of guy that you might think, okay, maybe you get lucky. A guy that I've always liked, who's never healthy, got let go by Orlando, Jonathan Isaac. And Isaac is like a 6'10" forward, and the Magic did not pick him up. And he has been injured like crazy, and he's an interesting – I've always thought when he's healthy, he's really good, and he's not healthy very often. Bring him in. Put him at the end of the bench. And not Isaac in particular, but there will be – although he'd be fine by me. There are guys who are going to get cut loose by other teams who might have some upside if they can fill in the blank. Either stay healthy, be in a better system, be surrounded by different types of players. And Jonathan Isaac is a guy I wouldn't hesitate to bring in.
It's interesting to look at his numbers throughout the years, especially when he was first going there. I mean, he was
the 6th overall pick in a draft.
Yeah.
I mean, he was really highly thought of. That doesn't mean anything if you get to the league and you don't play very well.
No, I mean, and his minutes per game have.
Well, he's been dinged up his entire career.
I mean, he averaged 10 minutes a game last year, but he played in 52 games.
He missed multiple seasons. I mean, he's had major injuries, but maybe you give him or a guy like that a shot. You know who I think is an extremely intriguing, I've used the word intriguing a lot today because I think that's what a lot of these guys are. What are you going to do with Keon Ellis?
What are you going to do with Keon? You brought him in.
Well, why wouldn't you try to keep him? You know, I mean, three and D wing. That's what you're supposed to bring in, right? A 3 and D wing.
Okay, but why didn't he play him during the playoffs?
Bingo.
I don't understand that.
I don't either.
So they brought him in, didn't play him.
And they brought in Schroeder.
They didn't trust him?
With him. You know, it was Ellis and Schroeder for DeAndre Hunter, which is exactly the type of guy you want to bring in right now. I get it. DeAndre wasn't playing real well here. But is that on the coaching staff? Is that on DeAndre Hunter? I for the life of me, I'll still never understand that trade. Or what happened to DeAndre, because admittedly, he wasn't playing very well here.
No, the other part of the playoffs I just don't understand is they got mad at Tyson, right? Tyson got
when he
feisty.
Flipped out a little bit.
Yeah. But then they were able to calm him down. They bring him back. I mean, he's a young player. Like
I think he could be a vital part of this team next year.
But they put him in the doghouse, and it was like, okay, I understood for a little bit.
That's because you can't have some young guy doing stupid stuff in the playoffs, Andy.
Yeah, I get it, but
hey, go out and make more, commit more fouls. Go.
I get it.
Push guys around.
You don't think anyone got to him immediately and just said you can't do this?
I don't know. Apparently not, because they didn't play him very much.
Well, I don't think they gave him.
They brought him back, but
they didn't really give him another chance, though. He got a little bit in the next series.
He did. He came back,
but we didn't see like a ton of it.
This year, I think you will. I think he's going to be. I think he's going to play a lot myself. You want Max Strus back?
I do want Max Strus back.
Yeah. Well, now see how are you going to get this team better if you want all these guys back?
Well, he is extension eligible.
So what?
Well, then extend him after you're done with this.
Or trade him and get something that helps you more.
We didn't have a lot of players like Strus, though, during the playoffs. Like, that guy gave you everything. It was like Anderson Varejao.
I like Max.
If you want to go back and, it's the level of intensity. It's the I want the ball more than you do. I mean, yeah, did he make some mistakes along the way? He sure did. But by the same token, yeah, like, he left everything on the floor while he was playing.
Which
I don't know
is commendable. But, Andy, he's in that glut of guys who are 6'5", 6'4", 6'3" that this team has now, and they have too many of them.
You still need some guys like that.
Well, yeah, but you don't need a whole team full.
What are you doing with Porter?
You just signed him to an extension.
Oh, they just did that, didn't they?
Yes.
Sorry, that was last week. Sorry.
So, you can't have too many guards. Let's go draft another one. Here's Malik Thomas. I mean, he's 6'3", Thomas is. Strus is 6'5". Keon Ellis is 6'4". How many of these guys do you need coming off your bench? You know what you need coming off your bench? You need some size and some versatility.
It's more middle infielders, maybe more pitching. One draft. We'll just pick one position. Rhino is in Vegas. Hello, Ryan.
Gentlemen, hey. I'm actually up the Lake Erie Shores, Sheffield Lake today. I digress, man. Want to chime in on the good times, obviously, what you guys are communicating about the Harden redoing his contract. Again, obviously, this pinpoints moving forward with possible scenarios of some big names in the forefront within this week, man. And I think just like every other Clevelander, obviously their ears are just waiting for any news. And again, real quick, I don't know if Mennigan
what kind of big names are you looking for, though?
Come on, dude. The biggest name that there is to come back to Cleveland, obviously.
You're saying for LeBron, that they're doing this to bring LeBron back?
I'm not saying he's the irrefutable ends-all to winning a championship, joining a nucleus of this four-headed monster we already have. But again, I do know one thing. We did make it to the Eastern Conference Finals, and I do know one thing. We had a 20-plus point lead on the Knicks, obviously, in Game 1. I understand the debacle, but I'm merely saying we are not like everyone blow this thing up and start from the scratch, which was a lot of people's minds. I am so grateful for cooler heads prevailing, the front office, et cetera, so they can just reorganize this thing. And again, if you want to take a look, ladies and gentlemen, about a team that did that last year, it's called the New York Knicks. They did lose in the Eastern Conference Finals to Indiana, and they did win the whole darn thing this year. And I'm not saying that the Cavs will irrefutably win it all next year if they get one more piece. I do know one thing, though. Their chances will be better. We'll be more livelier, have a drive to us, hypothetical if that man returns. And again, I just feel more optimism setting in now that these new contracts are being set in stone, and just something is going on that we know. I think in the next 5 or 6 days, whatever it is, like what is it, July 7th or 8th, that he keeps making he's leaving Cleveland or he's coming back to Cleveland. So I'm thinking, what is it, 8 or 9 days from now, we might be hearing some really great news. I'd be baffled and floored if he decided to go play with his friends in Golden State and his 11th hour of his career. Or Miami sounds good, so that's another scenario.
There's some buzz about Miami again.
And Jeff, real quick, I think Miami is a real deal dark horse in this. That Gravin, the Greek freak, playing in Miami where he's familiar with, he loves Miami. But I just feel that I just can't see him. It's LeBron. We all know him. He just isn't that guy that would just burn that bridge of going off in the sunset if he could come back to Cleveland and still possibly win it all. But, hey, great conversation.
Right.
Please, hey, lastly, can you guys give us a heads up on that contract of Harden? How much diminished is he going to get that we can utilize towards a future player, please? Thanks.
We were just talking $21 million. Is that what we?
No.
The Harden contract gives you another $21 million under the cap.
Okay.
Right.
The word is he'll sign for something around
what his
2
new
years
deal
and
will
60
be.
something.
Not
60 per year, but 30-some million per year.
I think
if Harden gets out there, Andy, what if some team happens to call James and say, "Hey, you know what? We'll give you your $40 million," and he could get $80 million for 2 years rather than 60.
I think he goes. He's a mercenary.
I think so too.
Yeah, I don't think.
I mean, that's been the path of his whole career.
Is there a team that's willing to do that?
Who knows? There are 30 of them.
There's just some things with the LeBron situation that, first of all, you don't think Pat Riley felt burned when he left Miami?
Yeah, well, how'd Dan Gilbert feel?
He figured out a way that he made a mistake that probably should have figured out something different the first time LeBron was here. I don't know.
You think Pat Riley could do the same?
I still think part of LeBron
put LeBron
leaving,
next to Giannis and Bam Adebayo? That would work.
I don't know, man.
That would work.
It would work. I still think you got ego in the way. I think you got Dan Gilbert ego.
The whole league is ego.
Yeah, I get it. Do you see him going back to Miami?
I don't know. I think
I kind of feel like
I think there are 4 teams.
I also think the Lakers,
Miami, the Lakers, the Warriors, and the Cavs. My buddy Jeff in Cleveland just sent me a text, and he said this is what LeBron would do if he could. And it was a picture of 4 guys wearing Golden State Warriors uniforms. Steph Curry, LeBron James, Anthony Davis, and Draymond Green. I agree with him. That would be perfect.
That's if LeBron could do that. That's what LeBron
Former
probably
teammate
wants.
Anthony Davis with the Lakers.
Yeah, but I also think that
his clutch sports buddy Draymond Green and his fellow Akronite Steph Curry.
Stop.
Don't forget Jimmy Butler's still on that team.
Oh, there we go. It gets even better. Look at that.
We'll get back to the NBA. Scott Petrak's going to talk Browns with us when we return. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
This
Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
We're the only station in Cleveland where you can talk defending division champion Guardians at 6 a.m. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima on Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Basket Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Time to bring in a heavy hitter from the Chronicle Telegram and, of course, BrownZone.com. He is Scott Petrick, and right now he is on the Weishart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Hello, Scott. How are you?
Scott.
Hi, fellas.
No golf this week. It's too hot.
No,
okay, you can't hydrate enough.
Yes, hydrate.
Stay off the course.
Loose clothing. This is what all the
stay off the course. It's too hot for you, Scott.
That's not true.
Jeff, I'm going to play some golf this week.
That's my boy. Way to go, buddy.
Where is the Petrick Tour today?
We're off today. We had a busy week last week.
Oh, you have to have Mondays off.
Tomorrow. Yeah, hoping to get back out there tomorrow.
So the caddies can go out and
That'll
play,
be beautiful.
right? Isn't that why?
There you go. Caddy Days at Petrick Club.
All right. I'm going to get the T-shirt when it comes out. Petrick Tour, right? PGA.
Sure.
Petrick Golf Association. Come on. Get with the program.
Oh, my goodness.
Scott, a little bit of talk over the weekend, and I'm actually looking at a headline right here talking about Shedeur Sanders possibly being traded. Is that reality, or is that it's the last couple days of June?
It does not strike me as reality. I just can't really figure out a scenario where that makes sense for the Browns or even for Sanders. If Todd Monken didn't like Sanders, like if they had figured that it was Deshaun Watson's job, then we would have that announcement by now. I think it's a real competition. I think it's close. And so why would you look to trade a guy that I think should be your starter? Because there is a chance, whatever that chance might be, that he can be your quarterback of the future. So I don't think it makes sense for the Browns. I don't think Sanders is going to go anywhere and have a better chance to start than he does right here. And even if Watson wins the job and they think Watson's going to win the job, he hasn't stayed healthy since he's been here. So I would think that Shedeur Sanders would get a chance to play this year and probably play a bunch. And if you're trying to win games, I don't think you can go into it thinking, okay, well, we got our first guy who's been beat up and hasn't played well, and then we're going to get rid of the second guy, and then, it's Dylan Gabriel or Taylor Green. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me from either side.
The hot rumor that's out there right now is a three-way trade with the Patriots and the Cardinals, and Jacoby Brissett would come back home and hang out with Deshaun Watson again like he did during the suspended season. I agree with you. It doesn't make much sense because you would think Shedeur is the guy with the upside in almost any trade scenario because of what you said, Scott. If they didn't think he had a chance to be the starter, they would have already named Deshaun. So I don't understand the thinking on this, but I wonder if something could present itself, say Anthony Richardson, that they thought we'd rather have this guy than this guy.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, and that made sense to me in March. The fact that they haven't proceeded down that road makes me think that there is an interest there from the Browns side. And, another part of this is, are you trading Shedeur Sanders when there's not much market for him? I wouldn't think. Like, what are you getting back for Sanders? I know you mentioned Brissett, but just like in a vacuum, what are you getting back? And is that worth giving him up if you do like him? And I have no indication that the Browns don't like him. I think Andrew Berry really likes Shedeur Sanders. Todd Monken has said good things about him. So it feels like this is year two. He played okay at the end of last year. There were signs there. There were glimpses of potential. Why would you bail on him now? Unless he had a terrible offseason. And everything that the organization says was that he did not have a terrible offseason, that he was in the building a bunch, and that he got better. And I watched him get better as the offseason program progressed, where I think it's a real close competition with Deshaun Watson. And I like Jacoby Brissett a lot, and he might be better right now than Watson or Sanders. But
the Browns had chances to get him since he left. He wants to be the starter. I don't think he would come here and be ordained the starter. It would feel like more like a backup to Watson, which Jacoby didn't really like in 2022 when he did it. I sat down with him before that season, and he talked about why he took this job was because he knew he'd get to start while Watson was going to be suspended, because that's who he thinks he is. And, he kind of held out in this offseason because he wants to be known as a starter. So, maybe something happens, and I've been wrong before, but these scenarios and this idea just doesn't make sense to me.
So I agree with like 99.9% of everything you're saying. You know what throws me off? The fact that they brought Kenny Pickett in last year and then traded Joe Flacco. It makes me think anything's possible. And sometimes if we're talking about Shedeur looking good or playing good, maybe you're trying to raise the value for teams that at one point thought he was a fifth-round pick, if not later.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you know what? I think you make a good point, Andy, is that Andrew Berry's shown the willingness to trade his second quarterback, his number 2 quarterback, multiple times, right? Late in training camp, and plenty of people thought Kenny Pickett was going to be the starter last year, and then he gets traded. So you do have a solid point there, and that was flashing through my head when I was saying these things. I feel like Sanders is different, right? Even than Josh Dobbs when they traded him, right? Like there was no track record, there's no buzz. Like Sanders just feels different to me. There feels like, and I know some people disagree with me, and some people think he's going to be the answer, but I do think there's a chance that he can be the answer, whatever percentage that is. And to me, this year, given their quarterback room, given their lack of activity in the quarterback market in the offseason, right? We talked about, Malik Willis and Anthony Richardson all offseason, and Mac Jones, winds up just drafting Taylor Green in the 6th round. Given all that, this feels like the perfect time to give Sanders a season to prove exactly who he is.
Was that movement last year with those quarterbacks? Was that the beginning of the end of the Kevin Stefanski, Andrew Berry relationship?
It's interesting. I don't know. It's a good question, Jeff.
It made no sense. It made no sense at the time.
Right. No, I hear you, and I think there were different factors. I think Kevin was a guy that really liked Dylan Gabriel, and not that Andrew Berry was just going to pick him, if he didn't like him, and only Stefanski did. But I think Kevin Stefanski was a big factor in Dylan Gabriel being here. I think there might have been some issues with Joe Flacco, right? Like Kevin liked Joe Flacco, and I'm not sure that he wanted to trade him. I don't even know if he wanted to bench him. I think that's an interesting discussion point. But I think and I don't even think the relationship soured, but I think the reason Kevin Stefanski is fired is the offense just didn't get any better last year. And they weren't able to figure it out, and they were bottom of the league, 31st and 32nd the last 2 years in scoring. Passing attack wasn't doing anything. And Kevin Stefanski got the blame for that, whether that was all his fault, whether the talent he was given wasn't good enough. And I think you can make an argument there. And we talked about it at the time. I was surprised that it wasn't a package deal, that both guys weren't either kept or fired. But the decision made by the Haslams, and Barry obviously being part of it because he fired Kevin Stefanski, was that they blamed Stefanski for not doing more. And obviously quarterback's a big part of that. Maybe they thought he should have done a better job with the guys he was given. But I do think it's fair to say that how the quarterback room has been constructed over the last, 2 or 3 years, probably created tension between those two guys.
Somebody asked me a question. I was at a grad party on Saturday. They said, how many games are the Browns going to win this year? And I'm like, until I feel like they have a quarterback, it's hard for me to say more than 5 or 6. I mean, I know people sit around, this is can the defense win games? Yeah, I think the defense can help them win games. I just don't feel like if they can't tell me who the quarterback is now, and they don't feel like it's very hard for me to want to be optimistic about what we're seeing offensively. And the other thing is you're trying to put together this offensive line that hasn't played together. I hope they're great. Yeah. I hope these guys can play well. Scott, when people say to you, how many wins can they get? And I'm not asking you to play the win-loss game, but help me understand that you feel like, or if anyone can feel like, confident that they can win more than 8 games with so many question marks on offense.
Yeah, I'm with you, Andy. I mean, I got the same question at a grad party on Friday night, and it comes down to, I say, well, if they get average quarterback play, they could win 8 or 9 games, is what I say, because I do think the roster has a potential to win those kind of games. And I think they answered some questions this offseason and addressed the biggest areas of weakness, which were the offensive line. And I think it will be better just because it's younger, and I expect it to stay healthy, or healthier than the group the last 2 years did. So I think we will see an improvement in the offensive line. I can't say if it'll be significant, how significant that will be, but I think the offensive line will be better. I feel the same way about the receivers. Now, these rookies have to continue to progress and have to have a quick impact, right, for this receiving core to make a huge jump, which it needs to make. But I think Isaiah Bond's going to be better than he was as a rookie. I think Jerry Jeudy's going to have whatever type of bounce back. I don't know if he's going to be 2024 Jerry Jeudy, but I think he's going to be better than he was last year. So I think there is optimism on that side of the ball. But you need your quarterback to play well and not turn it over and to get the ball to these guys, right, and to take advantage of the improvements around him. And that's a huge question mark, regardless of who plays, and we don't even know who's going to play. So I agree with you. I do think the defense is probably going to take a step back. Now, does it go from, whatever it was, 3rd or 4th last year to 8th, which is fine? Or does it drop to 14th, and then you're going to need the offense and special teams to pick up some slack? And, I think that's a question. But if you just look holistically, I think the roster is solid with one giant question mark at quarterback.
You two guys just left me with one real definite thought. You both need to hang out at better grad parties. It's like, hey, how about Katie? Can't believe she made it, huh? How about that? Who's going to start at quarterback for the Browns? How many wins are you going to get?
Congratulations. I can't believe they made it through high school. Oh, yeah, what's going on with the Browns?
This is a good party, but I got to tell you, there's a lot of Browns discussion.
Oh, I feel for you.
Yeah,
we get the same thing.
How many times are you going to eat that piece of pizza or see that pasta?
Here it is again.
5 times on Saturday.
Again.
5 times on Saturday. Oh, man.
Todd Monken will be a success this year if what happens, Scott. Is it all based on wins?
No, I don't think it is all based on wins. Obviously, that's the easiest thing to determine it. I think it goes back to the offense, Jeff. I really do. I talked about Kevin Stefanski, and the reason he got probably the primary reason he got fired was the offense. They hired Todd Monken to improve this offense, and that's his charge, and he's going to have to do it with whoever he's playing at quarterback. But I think that's the number one thing this organization, this team needs is from Monken is a big step on that side of the ball. I mean, that's why they hired him and not Jim Schwartz, right? Because they wanted and felt they needed the improvement on that side of the ball. So I think if the offense takes a huge jump and they still win 5 games, and maybe those things aren't even compatible, but let's say that's how it happens. I think there'd be some sense in the building of, okay, we're on the right track. Todd Monken has improved this offense. We figured out the receivers. We figured out the offensive line. If this team is 25th or worse in scoring offense and the passing game isn't any better than it has been the last 2 years, there's going to be serious questions about the hiring of Todd Monken.
Let me ask you this then, just based on that question. How much different, and I know there's no pads. I get it. I understand it. But what's the vibe like in Berea now compared to Kevin Stefanski vibe?
Yeah, it's interesting. It's obviously it's hard to quantify, but you do see longer practices, and part of that's roster makeup. Right, Todd Monken's walking into a team with a bunch of young dudes. We saw, the huge draft class a year ago, huge draft class this year. I think it's easier to practice the young guys harder and longer. It's easier to do that when you're a new head coach because you're trying to establish everything, your systems and your culture and those kind of things where, Stefanski for one offseason, he had a quarterback that couldn't throw the ball that much. And then got a bunch of guys that can't practice because they're 30 and trying to get them to week 1. So it's just different circumstances. But I would think that's one of the big things that jumps out at me difference-wise. And there's a new energy because you have a new coach and you have all these young guys. And when I think about Todd Monken and his personality and the fact that he's really blunt and straightforward with these guys, I think this is the right roster for that approach because, a 22, 23-year-old guy can't afford to tune him out, right? They're trying to make it in this league, and they have to do whatever the coach says. Where, even if he's overly critical, where I think if you had an established roster with a bunch of veterans on it, I think you have to be more careful with your approach. And I just don't think that's an issue with the way this roster is constructed.
All right, Scott, we're looking forward to seeing you on the True PGA Tour this week all across Northeast Ohio. Where are you playing tomorrow?
I haven't decided yet. I got to look up some tee times. Yeah.
All right, well, we just got to make sure we can get the ropes up so the gallery, when they're watching, just to make sure that, please.
Hydrate, hit it straight.
He does not like when you yell, you demand, just so you know that.
No, I'm telling him to stay out of the right rough because the ball winds up there a good amount.
Goodbye, Scott.
Thanks,
you.
buddy.
See you guys.
Appreciate you. All right, make sure you're reading them every day, too, in the Chronicle Telegram along with online at brownzone.com. 2-1, and of course, he was on the Weishart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Okay, all that there. And then, as we were talking and the Shedeur Sanders story, like, I'm looking online and I'm like, trade proposals for Shedeur Sanders. I'm going to throw one of them out at you. I want you to know, I want to hear what you think of it. And should Sanders be on the trade block right now? You tell me. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Hey.
Baltimore tonight. They'll be opening up a 3-game series with the Orioles, and then after that, they're headed up to Cleveland for a 4-game weekend series with the Guardians over at Progressive Field. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
It does not strike me as reality. I just can't really figure out a scenario where that makes sense for the Browns or even for Sanders. If Todd Monken didn't like Sanders, like if they had figured that it was Deshaun Watson's job, then we would have that announcement by now. I think it's a real competition. I think it's close. And so why would you look to trade a guy that I think should be your starter? Because there is a chance, whatever that chance might be, that he can be your quarterback of the future.
Should the Browns be kicking the tires on trading Shedeur Sanders? That was Scott Petrak from the Chronicle Telegram, who just joined us. He is Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Coming up at high noon, we'll talk to Anthony Kastrovitz about some baseball, how the Guardians are getting it done with some young guys. So we'll talk to him coming up in about a half hour on this. But the Shedeur Sanders conversation to me is fascinating because there are, to me, the best case scenario for the Browns to move forward the fastest is for Sanders to be the man and to be able to be the man for a long time and to sign him to a long-term deal and have him go out and lead this team to the playoffs or whatever, right?
You're assuming he's going to be good.
If he is good,
okay,
that's the whole thing. And so if he's good or elite, then, man, we're in great shape. Okay?
You're pushing it now.
Well, I'm just saying, that's truthfully, Jeff, would that not be the best case scenario for the organization?
It would be the scenario I'm rooting for.
Yeah, but
yeah, I think it's the best case scenario.
There's a reality to it that, we
hope he's phenomenal.
He's got to get better than he did last year, right?
Yep. But he's here and working toward that, and
that's right.
It's not fair to assume any rookie comes into the league and lights it up, especially a rookie who many teams passed over many times.
And I do know that, Shedeur Sanders fans are passionate, extremely passionate about the guy they want to see play starting quarterback. So much so that they sometimes overlook where he was drafted, or they will find someone else to blame on an interception or bad offensive line, or they will find the reason that the problem may not have been in him in certain plays.
Or oblivious to the fact that for whatever reason he didn't play real well last year.
Well, or especially in the beginning of the season where you hear stories about him not being very, very engaged in team activities because he was looking at being the number 4 quarterback, right? Or
whatever the reason, whatever the reason, there was a lot of room left for growth.
Yeah, so
and hopefully he can do that.
I mean, just kind of, it's out there. Like, there are scenarios where he could be traded, and like Scott just said, you're like, well, if there's a possibility that he could be the guy, then why would you even think about it? And for me, it's not about him. It's about the organization and what the organization wants to do, and exactly what happened with Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco last year. Is he different than them? Yes. But they were a lot of us thought Kenny Pickett was going to be the man last year, right? Going into the season. And then I don't even, he got dinged up a little bit. Boom, he was gone.
Yeah, he was out.
And Joe Flacco was your starter in the beginning. And maybe this was the beginning of the end for Kevin Stefanski when they were like, well, let's just get Flacco. We'll take him off the starter spot, right? And then they started Gabriel. And you're like, oh, this is weird. What's going on? And then, boom, they trade Flacco. And you're like, okay, these 2 veterans they had in are now gone. And you've got, young guys playing quarterback for your team trying to figure it out. So let me go forward. So Yahoo Sports, and is this a rewrite of somebody else's? But, according to, so I'm looking through Yahoo. The headline on Yahoo is Patriots involved in blockbuster trade pitch that involves Browns quarterback Shedeur Sanders, okay? And as you read a little bit deeper into it, it talks about how Christopher Knox of the Bleacher Report put out a new 3-way deal idea in it. And the Patriots would be part of the blockbuster deal of the offseason, but it would also be the Patriots, the Cardinals, and the Browns. And I hate getting into this hypothetical stuff, but, in this story, because when I first started reading it, I was like, wow, this is super interesting. In their trade scenario, the Patriots would get Michael Wilson from the Cardinals. And then
had a great year at wide receiver.
Yeah, and then the Patriots would send Kayshon Boutte to the Cardinals and a 2027 third-round pick to the Browns that would ultimately swap Boutte out for Wilson. But then wrapping up the trade, the Browns and Cardinals would swap quarterbacks. And this is where we were talking to Scott about Jacoby Brissett, where they're saying that Brissett, unhappy with his contract, would be sent to Cleveland. And then Sanders would go to Arizona, and the Browns would also send a fourth-round pick to Arizona, and that would let Brissett and Sanders both kind of hit the reset buttons on their career.
I think there's only one reason to trade Shedeur Sanders.
And what is it?
I'm convinced that they're looking at 2027 for a quarterback. Okay? So this year you have Shedeur and Deshaun. And the other two guys as well, but Shedeur and Deshaun. The only way I would trade Shedeur, knowing that I'm looking toward 2027, at least I think they are, is that, and the only way they're not is if you happen to get lucky this year and somebody really plays well at quarterback, maybe Shedeur. If they were offered a quarterback who they liked more than Shedeur, basically even up for Shedeur, who they thought might become that franchise quarterback, then I would make the move. For instance, I like Jalen Milroe. He's sitting as a backup in Seattle. And number 3 guy, really. Would you trade Shedeur for Jalen Milroe? All right, which quarterback do they like better? That's what you need to decide. And remember, Milroe came off the board right before Dylan Gabriel did in the 3rd round in that draft. Do you think, and supposedly Andrew Berry has liked Anthony Richardson for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Do they think Anthony Richardson still has the upside? Do the Colts think that Shedeur Sanders would be better Daniel Jones insurance than Anthony Richardson? All right, I'd make that trade and give Anthony Richardson a year. Is he the guy? Well, it doesn't matter because we're going to take somebody in 2027 anyway. But if he comes in and he's really good, well, then maybe there's your guy. That's the only way I trade Shedeur. Otherwise, I'm going to let him see if he can be the guy.
I'm trading Shedeur if I thought I was bringing in a quarterback I knew probably maybe had some more seasoning than he does.
What about more upside? It's upside more than seasoning to me.
Well, it depends. It goes back to the original question. Are you looking for a quarterback in 27?
I think they are. That's one of the things they picked up all those draft assets from the Rams for in the Miles trade.
But the other question, too, is how healthy do you expect Watson to be this year?
I expect him to be healthy enough that when his contract expires at the end of the year, they wish him luck. I made Dan laugh.
We both laughed at that.
I'm glad your bar is Pulse.
Chuck's in Westlake. Hey, Chuck.
Hello, Chuck.
Yo. Hey, what's up, guys?
What's going on?
From what I know from you guys, I'm highly surprised you're not that optimistic, considering that we got a QB, we got a coach now that's actually a QB coach that's going to develop and hasn't went anywhere and been unsuccessful. The playbook is very good. He just came from a divisional opponent that we now have the edge in beating because he knows the weaknesses of that quarterback, Lamar Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, been whooping up on the whole division for how many years? So we just got better. I mean, these 2 draft classes is the very reason why Barry kept his job, because someone did say they don't know why he stayed. Well, good thing he did, because look what happened this year in the draft. One of the best drafts in Cleveland Browns history.
How can you say that? We haven't seen anybody play.
Yeah, we're hoping.
And look, I don't mind the optimism. Like, I'm okay with it because I'd like to be in that spot that you're thinking of, Chuck. My bigger problem is it doesn't matter what anybody's last name is on this offense right now. You've got 9 new starters out of 11. Like, odds are that's not great. That's
good.
Oh man, I don't know. That to me that's scary.
We don't have a rookie line. We got seasoned veterans that didn't give up any sacks.
Yeah, you know what? 9 out of 11 screams to me expansion team.
You also have guys at other teams gave up on.
Why are we not saying that we're ready to go win versus saying, see, we just lose to you. We're used to losing here, man. I mean, we got
we had an offense that couldn't get to 15 points last year,
and that coach is gone, and now we got a coach that had the offense that led the league in a bunch of categories last year.
Yeah, but Kevin didn't score one touchdown, and
could
Todd's
Todd bring Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson with him?
Yeah,
Chuck.
Stefanski was the problem. Mediocre playbook that was very predictable. You guys are going to see, man, and I'm going to revisit this, guys.
I hope you're right, Chuck.
Yeah, I hope you're right.
All right.
All right, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Mike Martz would differ with you.
Dan is in Cleveland. Hey, Dan.
Daniel.
Good morning.
Hey.
Okay, I got my view. This is a mess that the Browns are in, obviously, with this quarterback situation you've been discussing.
Yeah.
But I've been listening over the last several weeks. You two guys in particular, but also, guests and their opinions. Everybody's got opinions, right?
That's why we're here.
Okay. I don't, for the life of me, I'm a football guy. I don't, for the life of me, see what, and don't take this the wrong way, negative against you guys, what you see in Sanders, his record in college and his poor decision-making in the games he played this past season. There's a reason why all 32 teams didn't pick him in the first, second, third, or fourth round.
Dan, if you've been listening, you haven't listened very well.
I do listen.
Have you heard me say that Shedeur is the man? No. You've heard me say best case scenario would be he becomes really good. That's the best case scenario, and I hope he does because he's here. I don't think he's the quarterback of the future. I think they're drafting one in 2027.
Okay, I'll agree with you. Okay, that's fine. But what I'm saying is, here we are with this situation, and the Browns management and the GM and the owner drafted Dillard. Now, it may have been Stefanski that wanted him, but in the end, the owner and the GM, Andrew Berry, agreed with drafting Dillard, okay?
Dylan.
Then all of a sudden, in the fifth round, we end up drafting Shedeur, who I heard Barry say wasn't on their charts. So I believe this is, and forgive me for saying this, but I believe it's his father, the NFL, is part of what's going on here, and we have to let it take its course.
All right, Dan, thank you. It's the owner, too. I mean, the owner probably had to sign off on, too. Although I don't think
why did the NFL pick the Browns? Hey, Jimmy, you guys got to take him. Go now.
Hey,
let's go.
You remember when he took one for the team when he took Manziel? The team needs you to
we
take
need
another
you to do
one.
it again.
Take another one.
Come on.
It doesn't matter that he's in Vegas like 4 hours before a game. Who cares?
Roger's at the podium. Get Jimmy on the phone.
Oh, man. Hey, guys, need someone to take one for the team.
It's looking bad.
Jimmy, what's up, man? Need you to come through again.
Dan, I understand. I'll also tell you that neither Andy nor I have ever said that we think Shedeur is the guy. I hope he is.
We would love for him to be the guy.
I hope he is. Yes, Andy, he's here, by God. He looks like he has some ability. Cash it in. Come on, Shedeur. Kick some butt, please.
Are you buying into the fact that the Browns could trade him? I think that's kind of the question. Do you think the Browns could trade Sanders? And the other question is, what do you think he'd be worth on the open market? 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Anthony Castrovins joins us at noon.
welcome the Rangers to town for a 3-game series. Guardians coming off a comeback win over Seattle on Sunday, while the Rangers have won their last 4 games. Parker Messick gets the start tonight. First pitch is at 7:10. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And, of course, now we're on YouTube. That includes the morning guys, Ken and Anthony, 6 to 10. Andy and me, 10 to 2. Afternoon guys, Nick, Jonathan, 2 to 7. It's live each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe to that channel for free. And you can watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan live and on demand, and you can do it right now.
Anthony Castrovince is going to join us in less than 20 minutes. We're talking some Guardians baseball with him. Good weekend for the Guardians. A little slow to start on Friday night, but came back the next 2 nights, and now they find themselves tied for first place in the American League Central, just kind of battling it out with the White Sox. Right now, we're talking about a story that's on Yahoo Sports, but it's also on Bleacher Report as well. Just kind of kicking around the idea of a 3-way trade with the Patriots and the Cardinals. And when it's kind of all said and done, the biggest thing that would affect you would be Jacoby Brissett coming back to the Browns, and then Shedeur Sanders heading out to Arizona in the deal.
It's speculative.
It is. And it also says the Browns would send
throwing stuff around.
The Browns would also send a 4th-round pick to Arizona. It's pretty detailed, though, for speculative, though. I mean, there's a lot of stuff.
Well, you got time on your hands in June, Andy.
Well, that is true, Jeff. I would you want Brissett back? Let me start there. I didn't really.
To do what?
To be the placeholder.
No.
Oh, okay. How about the long snapper?
I would rather have Shedeur Sanders than Jacoby. And I think Jacoby's a better quarterback. But I think we know what Jacoby's ceiling is. Let's see what Shedeur can do. He's on the roster. Let's see what he can do.
Here's another weird way to look at it, and maybe weird isn't the right word, but I mean, if you're a Sanders fan, do you want him out? Do you want him out of Cleveland? Do you think he might have a better?
This might be his best chance to start. Andy.
I think so too, but I also wonder. Well, maybe there's other teams out there that would give him a different kind of opportunity. Like I think Todd Monken is definitely
a good backup.
Yeah, well,
I mean, seriously, if he wants to be a starting quarterback, he's in a great spot. Who's better than he is on this team right now? I'll wait.
I mean, Deshaun Watson should be better than
should
he is.
be. Who's better than he is right now?
Well, it feels like coming out of minicamp that Watson was the guy, that Watson's probably going to be your starting quarterback when the season starts.
That may be the case.
So if he thinks he's going to be sitting here as the number 2 going into – but which, by the way, knowing the Browns, like sitting number 2 is just wait. All you got to do is wait a couple minutes and you probably will be the starting quarterback, no matter how many quarterbacks they've gone through since 1999. So why wouldn't you just kind of hang tight for a second if you were – Sanders rather than trying to push for a deal? Like if they go into camp and they go into the season and he's number 2, if you're his agent, are you pushing for him to get out of here? Knowing the trade deadline's coming up after that? Or, yeah, I mean, I got a couple weeks.
There's one thing about trading, Andy. I think everybody who thinks that they could trade him and get somebody think that other teams want him.
Well, you don't know where any other team would be because of injuries and things like that.
Well, at that point, that changes the narrative. But every team in the – again, I hope the guy is phenomenal, and I hope he's here when he's phenomenal, and I hope he's the starting quarterback for a decade because that means they solved the problem in a great way because he's already here and he's already cheap. But look around the NFL. How many teams need a quarterback more than the Browns? Go ahead, look around.
I'm looking.
We'll get back to you.
Hang on, I might be back in a couple hours.
Jets might. Geno Smith. Maybe the Jets. Steelers might.
Let me take a phone call.
After next year.
There was another quarterback we were talking about for a while, and then I'll come back to that in a second. Dom is in Medina. Hi, Dom.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Good. Yeah, just wanted to jump in on this. I saw that trade, out there on X or whichever social media it was about, trading Sanders and getting Brissett. I've seen a lot of people react to that, and, obviously everyone's like, no way, no chance. That's definitely not going to happen. Of course, it's purely speculation, as you guys mentioned. And I mean, just thinking about it, bringing Brissett in and getting rid of Sanders, I think that's such a mistake. I mean, at that point, you're really, I can't say you're punting on the season, but I mean, then you're really banking on, hopefully next year's draft class giving us a quarterback, wherever that may be, and, kind of duking it out between Brissett and Watson. And I just think that would be a big waste of this offense and, hopefully what's to come with Monken. I know we are hoping we can take a next step forward with Monken and his new offense, but I just think if we're to trade, Sanders, I think, of course, Jeff, you mentioned it, why not see what we've got? Why not try him out, see what he can do in this offense, see if it's any better than what we saw under Stefanski, and just, allow for him to really show us, is this going to be a season where we're planning towards, drafting another quarterback, or could we have the future quarterback already on our roster? So thanks, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I want to let this thing play out until it doesn't. That's kind of where I'm at. And if it does, we all win. If it doesn't, okay, well, then they gave it every chance it possibly could have. And, big picture, if you look at it, I know this drives Shedeur Sanders fans crazy, but he was a fifth-round pick, and they were able to get the most out of a fifth-round pick that they thought. If it doesn't work, that's if it doesn't work. That's not what I'm saying. If it works, great, we all win. But I don't know where this thing's going, and I also don't know what they're thinking. And, when Jeff says, hey, are they looking towards the next draft, I tend to agree with him 99% of the time because that's kind of like where I feel like they're at. Speaking of quarterbacks, I don't know, did you catch the news on this one? Over the weekend, Brendan Sorsby, who were all like, well, where's he going to play now, right? NFL said, you got to wait a year. NCAA.
But he would be eligible for the 2027 draft.
Yeah, NCAA said, we'll pass, and they decided to drop their lawsuit so he could try to get there. Now you've got another league that's telling him, I don't think so. So Brendan Sorsby's odds of going to the CFL ended on Friday when they said he would not be allowed to join any of the teams for the upcoming season. The CFL made a statement saying, upholding the integrity of the league and ensuring fair play competition are paramount to the CFL. The allegations involving Brendan Sorsby are serious and concerning. At this time, the CFL will not register a contract for him, and no team will be permitted to add him to its negotiation list.
You know what I'd say if I were Sorsby's agents? Good. He doesn't need to go up there, maybe not perform well, being thrown into a situation. He doesn't need it. Spend the year getting your situation straightened out, and then working with a quarterback coach and be ready for the 2027 draft. And that's not a bad option, Andy.
Here's what I find hard to believe.
What if he goes to Canada and blows out his knee? Then he's done.
Well, again, insurance. You're buying insurance for him.
No, but insurance is great. But what if you want to play football?
Well, I think he's got to play. I do. I don't know where he's going to play now, but I find it interesting.
Played plenty of college.
Well, here's what I find interesting, right? Like, people think that because he didn't play in the games for Indiana that he was betting on, that it's okay. Well, he wasn't playing anyway. I mean, like, I don't think it's okay, but no, I mean, I got that. We got that. I think it was on social media coming back as, I don't understand why you guys are making a big deal about this. It's not like he played in those games. He has inside information. Like, that doesn't, if you're in the locker room and you're around the guys who are playing, and maybe there's a guy who banged up his knee in practice on Friday before a Saturday game, and you know something that no one else knows, and now you're using that information to gamble.
Right.
That's a problem.
Like Kayshon Boutte.
It's a problem.
Oh, wait a minute. The NFL didn't do anything.
I love the fact that you like to play devil's advocate on.
I'm just throwing out a fact.
But you know I'm right.
I wouldn't say that.
If you've got inside information.
No, actually, you're right.
Okay.
But Boutte had the same information, and the NFL didn't suspend him.
Yeah, why?
How
did that crawl under the radar?
Got me?
Maybe because they knew they were having bigger problems in New England?
Same with the kid on the Saints practice squad. Tried to cash in on that $15 bet.
I don't want to hear these guys are too young. I don't want to hear that either. Who's only 19? So what? So what? You know when you You signed up for the. Oh, was I supposed to read the fine print? Maybe they should make the font bigger. No. Maybe you should know what the rules are going into this thing. Like, I can't believe it. Like, people that want to defend him because he didn't play in the game. Like, what? It's gambling. And yes, I get it. I understand the part about, the leagues and colleges and everybody having a partner with the sports betting stuff. I get it. I understand that. And to me, like, it seemed hypocritical. No one ever complained about the lottery being involved with Major League Baseball for years, ever, right?
You did.
For some reason, people don't think the lottery's gambling.
It's not.
Oh, it's not?
No, it's my $2 contribution every other day to the roads.
Because it's Jeff Phelps does it. It's
to
not
the educational
gambling.
systems in the state of Ohio.
Exactly. Mark is in Mayfield Heights. Go ahead, Mark. I know you want to talk about the Browns. Go ahead.
Good morning. I just don't understand why we're not talking about the defense. We're going to be missing Myles Garrett, and we've got a defensive coordinator, which I don't understand. He didn't even he wasn't even coaching on the defensive side last year. He was on the offensive side. We're going to have a terrible defense. It's not going to be pretty.
Terrible? I mean, is Verse the same as Myles Garrett? No, he's not. But is he a quality defensive end that's going to make an impact in the game? Yes. Also, I'm talking about the offense, where I'm concerned about the fact that you've got 9 new guys out of 11. On the other side, it's the other way around, right? You've got 9 guys returning out of 11, and then one of the guys was a sought-after guy to replace the best player on the defense. So, you can't tell me you don't feel better about the defense than the offense?
You're going to see what a big difference Jim Schwartz makes.
Okay. I mean, look, I wanted Schwartz to be the head coach. I'm not going to argue with you on that.
By the way, Rutenberg was a defensive coach last year with the Falcons.
No, he was.
Facts stand in the way of an argument.
Have a good day. You can't argue with Jeff. Do you understand that? If Jeff
I thought, of course, he was. I knew he was something on the defense, and I just double-checked, and he was the Falcons' defensive pass game coordinator. Okay.
So he had nothing to do with the defense?
Hey, look, by the way, you traded the best defensive player on the planet, arguably.
Yes.
Mark, I think you have a valid point. I want to see what Rutenberg can do, and I want to see what they can do without Myles. I know they won 5 games with him and Jim Schwartz.
I'm going to be honest. I'm looking forward to watching Jared Verse play. I expect him to be the same? No. But I think he's going to be exciting. I think he's going to be...
well, we hope. Hey, Andy, they didn't just trade Myles for draft picks. They traded him for draft picks and a guy who can play defensive end.
Anthony Castrovince coming up next. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Progressive Field. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
When it's your time in the car, focus on what matters to you. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
Rookies making it happen for the Guardians. How are they doing this? Let's talk about it. Anthony Castrovents, MLB.com, is on the Weishart right. We make it right. Call Kyle right. Hotline, he's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. He is not a rookie, though. He is Anthony Castrovents. Hello, my friend. How are you?
Anthony?
I'm well. I still feel like a rookie most days. You know, it's all about how you feel.
We knew you when you were a rookie.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
You were impactful.
Oh, so are these guys. We've got a handful of these guys who are impactful.
How about that, huh?
How surprised are we that they're able to? Is it that these 9 rookies are making 9 different guys have
made their major league debut this year,
and that they've been able to do this with rookies, or is part of it the American League might be a little bit down this year, or maybe the Central in particular? I don't. You tell me.
Well, you're onto something there, but also there is kind of an overarching theme to this season and recent seasons in MLB where it's just increasingly oriented around young talent. That young talent is coming up more prepared to make an impact. I mean, these guys have seen high velocity from very young ages, you know, the prospect circuits and all that stuff. So it's just a different game. It really is. I was at the draft combine last week, and, you know, going to that event every year is amazing because those guys are in the big leagues like 2 years later. That's kind of the way of the world right now. I'm talking about more the college guys, obviously, than the high school guys, but still, it's becoming that symbiotic relationship between the college game and the MLB game it's changed a lot. You know, it comes quickly. The guys come quickly. They come prepared. And again, like, you have to have young talent in your system because you're not going to go out and just buy a winner in free agency. I know people talk about the Dodgers, but they have a great young system as well. You know, that's just the way the game is played now. It's more energetic with the pitch clock. And it's just more oriented around young guys.
Anthony, is that part of that because of the way they revamped and restructured minor league baseball? Is that why it's happening a little bit faster?
Well, I think that was a response to what was happening at the major league level, you know. And you're seeing a proposal from MLB. I don't know if it'll go anywhere, but in the CBA talks, you're seeing a proposal to make it only college players eligible for the draft. You know, you have to have 2 years instead of 3 years of college, but still to get rid of the 18-year-olds and have them go to the college ranks. Again, how realistic is that? Maybe not very, I don't know. But it does speak to the way the game is continuing to evolve. And I think that the restructuring the minor leagues, it was twofold. It was one, just better quality of life for the minor leaguers, better facility. You know, the facilities have to reach a certain standard, less travel. You know, we've glorified the 12, 13-hour bus rides, but those are few and far between now. And yeah, I mean, a lot of the guys, it's just a fact that most of the guys in the minor leagues are there to, you know, play against the prospects, the real prospects. And how many real prospects are there? You know, not as many as you'd like. So, that would probably, if that were to go through, or you don't even have high school kids coming out of the draft, I mean, yeah, you'd probably have an even deeper reduction in the minor leagues. Again, how realistic is that? I don't know, but it just speaks to where things have gotten in the industry.
Earlier in the, before the season started, when the Guardians did not bring in veteran free agent players, and the comment was made, we want to keep a clear runway for our young guys. I don't think this is what they've had in mind with so many, yeah. But still, Anthony, it's kind of worked. Who's impressed you the most out of the young guys? Has it been DeLauder? Has it been Bazzana? Khalil Watson, real small sample size, but he looks great.
Yeah. You know, I got to go with Bazzana just because, I mean, that's the weight of the world on your shoulders. There's a 1-1. And, you know, as I said, I mean, this is kind of the timetable now where you're drafted and you're in the big leagues within 2 years for a high-profile college guy like that. And, you know, he's really hit the ground running. I know the defense has been a little shaky, no doubt about that. But generally speaking, his approach We're seeing it work at the big league level. It's no small thing to, he's batting in the top third of the order, immediately. He's batting leadoff, second. It's a lot. And he doesn't make it look like a lot. So that's a credit to him. Do you want to be this oriented around guys like Khalil Watson? And, do you want, these Cooper Ingle, you want them thrown heavy into the mix right away? It's suboptimal. It's related to the injuries they've had, but, it's going to be great for these guys in the long run, the development they're getting at the big league level. You'd still prefer a team that has a healthier balance of young guys. And then, Rhys Hoskins has an important role still on this team. I know the offense comes and goes with him. Nice, big moment yesterday for him, but he still serves a vital role, I think, in that clubhouse just because of how young they are. And whether they go out and get more of that at the trade deadline remains to be seen. That's hard to come by the trade deadline, but they, at the end of the day, this is going to be a very youth-oriented team, even when they get Jose back. And Angel Martinez is a young guy, but he's an important piece for them. He's 24 years old. So it's just it's young by design, and with youth comes vagaries in performance. But as we keep coming back to, it's there for the taking in the American League this year.
Yeah, I was going to say, doesn't that give you the confidence to think that the Guardians are going to be in this thing all the way through summer?
I think so. It's kind of hard to fall out of it. Now, things will change, and, the trade deadline will be a big deal. There probably won't be much inventory as a result of the American League, but the teams that nail the trade deadline are going to be that much better off when everything's so compacted, But you're always just 2 good weeks or 2 bad weeks from feeling very different about yourself in this environment. This team could use a really sustained, 2 or 3 week run of really good baseball, because that would go a long way towards, feeling better about nailing down the division, which is so important in this playoff structure. But it's nobody's elite in the American League this year, and it's going to be a fascinating second half as a result.
Anthony Castrovince joining us from MLB.com. It seems as if Stephen Vogt clearly has some guys that he likes, and they get opportunities, and plenty of them. Gabe Arias is back. Now, that's maybe out of necessity more than anything, but he had plenty of opportunities before. Yeah. David Fry's bat hasn't been what it's been, a year and a half ago since. How long does Stephen stick with these guys? And I'm wondering, when the other guys come back, there are going to be some moves to make, because some of the young guys look like they're winning jobs, Anthony.
They do, yeah. It's changing. The formula that they went into the season with is changing in front of our eyes if this is going to continue. Bazana, I think, is locked in at this point.
Yep.
Rocchio is your shortstop at this point.
Martinez is locked in somewhere, right? Martinez is locked in?
Exactly. Yeah, those are the big changes from the start of the season. The start of the season, it was still Arias and Rocchio kind of button heads. But Rocchio, I think, has firmed up, since Arias went down, Rocchio has firmed up the shortstop spot. Bazana has come up and firmed up the second base spot. So those are big changes, right up the middle of your infield. Those are big spots to solidify. Angel Martinez has to be in this lineup when he's healthy. So, you run out of spots in a hurry. And that's why, I don't know, we talked, I think last time I talked to you guys, we talked about the trade deadline, and I got some pushback online for saying that, but I still believe it. I think it's more realistic for them to get impact on the pitching front than on the position player front. And by saying that, I'm not suggesting that they can't get better offensively. Obviously, they can get better offensively, but I just know the nature of the trade deadline. You get a guy, if it's a rental, you get a guy for 2 months, and it's just fewer and further between for true impact talent to come through that door at the trade deadline on the position player side. That's why the prices tend to be not as high, unless it's an obvious, huge bat, who's having a great season. But it's hard. I think of Eugenio Suarez a year ago as the big bat, and it was one of the big bats in the market, and he stunk for the Mariners. You have him for 2 months. He stunk for the Mariners in the last 2 months of the regular season. Whereas if you can get a starter who can start a playoff game for you, or a high leverage reliever, that is such a difference maker in October. That really changes your calculus. this team is not going to be a juggernaut offensively. If it whether it makes the playoffs or not, like it's not going to be a team that wows you offensively. But it can be a team that can win close games. They played They played 40-something 1- or 2-run games, and that could benefit them down the stretch. It could benefit them in October. But yeah, I just think the impact, if it comes at the trade deadline, I still think it's a higher percentage chance of coming on the pitching side. I mean, right now, if we were going in the playoffs tomorrow with this team, who would be your number one starter? Who do you guys think?
Right now?
Is it Gavin?
Parker Messick,
Yeah.
Gavin Williams?
Yeah, I mean, one of those two. I'd probably lean towards Messick. And you're talking about a guy who threw 135, 140 innings last year.
Right.
So what does that look like in the second half? And Gavin has ace potential. We've seen it, but he's also been a little erratic. It comes and goes. Again, can you go out and get a starter that can start for you in the playoffs? That's hard. That's easier said than done. But if you can do it, that would impact this team a great deal. I mean, this has been a rare team that can get by with 5 starters. Is that going to continue in the second half? I can't guarantee it. You know the nature of pitching injuries. So, so I still think that might actually make the most sense. It might sound counterintuitive because, they are so short offensively, but you're seeing things develop. You're seeing them give opportunities to young guys, and I think they might be inclined to, to ride those young guys and get Angel back and to get Jose back and mostly stick it out offensively. I mean, there might be a rare exception. I always get my Contreras brother confused in my head, but Wilson Contreras, that would be a great bat. If you can go out and add that, sure. But, there's going to be a lot of competition for the few bats available. And this is a team that is really good about identifying pitching and working with pitching, so that might be the more realistic game.
Yeah, it almost makes me feel like I hate to think back on the Cavs, how the Cavs felt like they were built for the regular season. Is the rotation built for the regular season, right? And they're still young arms, and that's a little concerning as you get closer to the playoffs. And then what you're asking them to do in the playoffs is another story.
Right, exactly. I mean, Gavin Williams he's been stretched out. He's had his ups and downs. He's still having his ups and downs. He might be more equipped to be that number one guy going into the playoffs by the time we get there. Right now, statistically or just performance-wise, you'd have to go with Parker Messick, but I think that's a very real thing, to think about where he's going to be come August, September, going through a first full major league season is no small thing. So you have to be realistic about it, and, the trade deadline could be an opportunity to augment that group.
My guy, Rhys Hoskins, is great in the clubhouse. He was great yesterday. He's got to hit better than he's hitting, right, Anthony?
Yeah.
I mean, he hasn't lost
no
it
doubt,
completely,
no doubt.
has he?
I don't know. I mean, I hope not. I mean, he's a good dude. He's important for them. As I said, his presence in the clubhouse, I really do believe in that stuff. I know it doesn't always align statistically, but the Mike Napoli's of the world. I mean, he had a big year for them in 2016. But Jason Giambi, back in 2013, those guys matter. But yeah, I mean, you have to deliver enough to be playable. And I'm not saying he's unplayable. He's playable, but the at bats might not be there in the next few weeks. As they get healthier. So he absolutely has to get it going because I do think if he can get it going, he is an important presence for them going down the stretch for sure.
All right. I don't know. I'm looking forward to this back end. I still feel like the way the American League's shaping up that they're going to be contenders the whole year. And so just hold on to your hat, I think. And then we'll see what happens. I mean, you don't expect anything big at the trade deadline, do you?
You never know. I mean, they took some swings in 2016. You think back to when they got Ubaldo. When was that? 2011? That came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
They were on the fringes of contention in 2011 and made a bit. So they had Josh Donaldson. It didn't really merit much, but that was oh my God, they got Josh Donaldson. He was banged up and whatnot, but they're willing to take some chances when it, when the situation presents itself. I don't know if it's going to present itself. It's going to be a really stingy market. It's going to be a seller's market. The entire American League is in the mix still. So it's so hard to say. Even now, today is June 29th. We stistill have over a month to trade. So much can happen, and especially in the American League right now.
And then you get a story like Espino, and you're like, I'm sitting there watching him on Friday night, 100, 101. I mean, I love his story. I mean, it's just
it's incredible, incredible. Yeah, he would be if he can catch fire for them. yeah, that's a great stretch. But that's another guy where, yeah, he's missed so much time with injury. So, like, what does that look like in the second half? I have no idea.
All right, thank you. We appreciate you. You're the man, as always, Anthony, and you'll be a veteran to us for always. So just so you know that.
Oh, I appreciate that. Veteran presence. Grizzly.
You just made us better. Thank you.
Thanks,
All right,
bud.
Make sure you're reading them
Okay.
every day, MLB.com. Thank you, Anthony. Appreciate you. Later.
See ya.
He is Anthony Castromantz, longtime friend of the show, and he covers Major League Baseball. Does a fantastic job. He is on, or was on, the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Your thoughts on what he had to say? The construction of the team right now and the legs that they could have based on the American League is interesting. It's just that a lot of it's very young. And just your thoughts on where we're heading with this thing. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. That is the number for Baskin and Phelps. Back after this.
3-game series. Guards coming off a comeback win over Seattle yesterday, but the Rangers have won their last 4 games. Parker Messick will get the start. First pitch, 7:10. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
At the end of the day, this is going to be a very youth-oriented team, even when they get Jose back. And Angel Martinez is a young guy, but he's an important piece for them. He's 24 years old. So it's just it's young by design, and with youth comes vagaries in performance. But as we keep coming back to, I mean, it's there for the taking in the American League this year.
Yeah, I was going to say, doesn't that give you the confidence to think that the Guardians are going to be in this thing all the way through summer? All the way through summer. Does it? Jeff?
You were part of a rejoiner.
I know. It felt really good.
Wow, look at that.
I'm just. It's like being in a spot.
That was cool.
Pretty exciting.
I like that.
Feel good about myself.
Yeah, Andy, the American League's not very good. But that's okay, because you can only compete against the teams that you compete against. Right now, they're tied for the 3rd best record in the American League. And we're sitting here thinking, oh, my God, the guys are hurt. The rookies are we're playing rookies like crazy, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, well, they're tied for the 3rd best record. Tied for the division lead. Sitting pretty for a wild card.
I'm looking at what they did over the weekend, even transactionally, right? Like, DeLauder gets activated yesterday, has a big hit. They had sent Petey Halpin back to Columbus to make that happen. They, designated Stuart Fairchild. This is all over the weekend.
Stuart, we hardly knew you.
They brought up Cooper Engel, who, it's funny. These guys all seem
Cooper looks like he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, it does look, especially for a guy that's been a catcher, right?
Yeah.
I'm watching him on Friday, and I'm like, this kid was catching like crazy. And now we're asking him to play outfield, and this is our answer for a bat.
He's played 4 minor league games in the outfield. He's all right.
Oh, he's good to go.
Isn't it? I've always found it kind of funny that, okay, we've worked with this guy at catcher for 3 or 4 years, whatever it is, since he's been up here, and we're really concentrating on catcher. Oh, wait a minute, we need an outfielder. Go play 4 games. Okay, go play major league outfield now after playing 4 games in the outfield in the minor leagues.
You have more time to relax. I think. Don't you think the job is a little bit easier in the outfield than it is a catcher? You got a lot of work to do. I mean,
until a fly ball's coming at you.
But make you wear an earpiece in the outfield now too, just to.
No, but Andy, if you've been catching for 3 or 4 years, you probably feel better behind the plate than you would standing in left field going, do, 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 do. Please don't hit a line drive right at me, because those are tough to read.
I don't know. I'm thinking this is easier than trying to run up against the fence and try to catch a pop-up.
Not if you're not any good out there. Ask Chase DeLauder how that rib feels running into the fence.
Oh, that's true. But at least he's back too, right? So
and got into a collision at the plate.
Let's just keep our fingers crossed that everyone stays healthy. But I think the cool story, there's been a couple really cool stories. Khalil Watson's been fun. We were kind of asking for him, and
he looks like a player, doesn't he?
Yes, he looks like a player. I'm
former first-round pick.
I'm watching him play, and I'm like, oh man, is he gonna get figured out? Is he?
Well, sure. Then he has to adjust.
Yeah, but
Chase DeLauder got figured out. He's still adjusting.
But Watson's delivered since he got here. Everything seems to be what you kind of wanted. And again, these are guys' names that maybe you didn't know in the beginning of the season. Now you're getting to know and like, because they're able to contribute. And Dan, I did want to ask you what we were talking about in the beginning. How bad is the American League? I'm not trying to rip on any of the players we're talking about. I'm just saying, how bad is the American League that these guys are able to step in and have an immediate impact? Watson's at 290, man. 290.
The AL's down
31
right now.
at bats.
I don't think anyone would fight you in saying the AL is down right now. One of the great mysteries of this season so far was just in town this weekend, which is the Seattle Mariners, who a lot of people thought were arguably the most talented team in the AL. And they were, you watched that one.
Still might
a mystery.
Be. Still might be.
There's a lot of season left to play.
You
but
bet there
boy,
is.
to this point, Cal Raleigh looks lost at the dish right now. I mean,
he went south in a hurry, didn't he?
He went south in a hurry, and there's a couple other guys on that roster where it's just they're not playing to the level they should. They're talking about piggybacking starters with the Mariners. I mean, they're one of the great questions. You got the Texas Rangers coming into town. They're 500. They're leading the AL West.
By the way,
congratulations on being at the top of the Delta Pledge class.
The local guys, by the way, have done well for Seattle. Dominic Canzone having a really nice year, and Luke Raley been really solid.
Yesterday,
platooning Raley, though.
You knew early in the game before they had the comeback, right? So Josh Naylor steps up to the plate. They dropped the graphic up on the screen. I think he was 1 for 12 before he hit that rope down the line.
Boom. Yeah.
It was almost like you knew it. Because I'm watching. I'm like, man, he really has struggled this week. Yeah, forget about that. Forget about it.
Yep.
I didn't think they were coming back yesterday either. I was kind of like, I don't know if this is. And then they had the crazy inning where they're throwing the ball all around.
Had to have a 5-run inning to come back and win the game. Good for them.
At one point, I'm like, oh, man, I felt bad for Williams yesterday, but just because, I mean, you got Rocchio threw the one ball. I don't even know if you should have held on to it, the one he threw over Manzardo's head. And I'm like, man, he is not having this is not a good inning.
The Bazzana throw late.
The one that went over his head? No, this was before the comeback.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I know. But late in the game, Bazzana could have wrapped it up, and he threw a short-hopped Rhys Hoskins.
Oh.
Bad throw.
Yeah, that was a funky game yesterday, wasn't it?
It was a win, Andy.
I know. You walk away. They ended up with 12 hits yesterday, but 2 errors, and it was just, I'll take a win any way they can give it to us. I'm down with it. Can they survive this season with this young of an offense that you're asking, and young pitching
tough.
too? It's
going to be tough, but the fact that the American League isn't lights out, the fact that the division isn't lights out, the fact that enough rookies have come up and been solid.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was 9 until you said something this morning. I was like, are you serious?
Yeah, it's been 9 guys. It's a lot of guys.
Maybe it's just the way they draft.
They're not all here right now.
Right.
But there have been 9 guys make their major league debut for this team this year. And yet they're tied for first place. And I agree with Anthony. Bazzana looks like the real deal. And he's going to be your starting second baseman for years to come. You got to play Angel Martinez. He's a second-year guy. You got to play Angel because he's impactful. And until Khalil Watson gives me a reason, Andy, he's in my lineup every day.
I like watching him play, man. He is fun.
And Chase DeLauder is. See, here's your issue. Watson now has earned playing time. Has he not?
Yes.
You got to play him.
Yeah, I mean, it's 31 at bats.
DeLauder's back. So DeLauder's going to DH. That means Manzardo and Hoskins are going to just straight out platoon at first base. And that doesn't do either one of them any good. And when it comes to the splits, guys are hitting just as well against lefties when they're not, when the lefty-righty thing isn't holding a whole lot of water this year. And it drives me nuts. I don't know how they're going to figure out how to get bats for Watson, DeLauder, Hoskins, and Manzardo. I think the odd man out will be, I shouldn't say that.
Who is the odd man out?
Again,
and by the way,
against lefties, obviously, Hoskins is going to play.
Let me ask you this. Can any of these guys play third base?
No. Watson probably could, but they've taken a couple of years now to turn him into an outfielder.
Right.
And he's looked good out there. Leave him alone. Leave him alone, Andy.
Well, if you want his bat in the lineup and there's an opportunity, why wouldn't you figure out until
Hoskins
Ramirez
has played a little outfield, but it's been a while. Didn't Manzardo play a little outfield? I don't think he.
Yeah, Manzardo did play a little outfield, didn't he? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he did. It was an adventure.
I know. That's.
Anthony's in Cleveland Heights. Anthony.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, Anthony.
Hey, I wanted to just a couple of big picture things here from the weekend. Obviously, Khalil, it's a small sample size, but if he continues to hit, it's a good problem to have. The one you just mentioned, Jeff. A couple things here. I like what Anthony said, about the potential of the offense. It's something we should keep in mind Because he said it was never going to be an elite offense. Which means you're going to have games and back-to-back games in series where it's going to be frustrating desultory is the word, I don't know, or aimless, and you're just going to have to deal with it. I always point out to people the 21 Atlanta Braves won 88 games, got lucky and didn't have to face the Dodgers in the NL, who won 106. Mm-hmm. They were ranked somewhere between 10 and 15 in offense and in pitching, or they were about 10th. And they got hot in the playoffs and won the World Series. The other thing is what yesterday's game proved one thing about the frustration when runners are left on base. If you're leaving runners on base, that means guys are getting on base. So as long as you keep getting guys on base, eventually it's going to come through. And
there's only one good thing about the 12 runners they left on base. The Mariners left 14.
Yeah. Well, I agree. I don't disagree with that one. But you're putting people on base, so that's a good thing. And then the last thing is the question about who the Game 1 starter in a playoff series would be. The fact that Williams is maybe struggling of the 5 pitchers we have in the rotation, to me, is a cause for optimism. If he turns it around, this rotation is going to be even more lights out than it is right now.
Good point. Anthony, thank you. Appreciate it.
You know a weird thing? And I don't know if you walk away from this. The whole lefty-righty matchup thing.
Yes, you walk away from it.
Just a quick check. Hoskins is supposed to be better against lefties because he's a right-handed hitter, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's hitting better against right-handers than left-handers. Manzardo is supposed to be better against right-handed. He's hitting better against left-handed pitching than he is right-handed pitching. Chase DeLauder, left-handed hitter, supposed to be better against righties. He's hitting .377 against lefties and .214 against righties. And Daniel Schneeman's a left-handed hitter. He's hitting lefties better than he is righties. So the idea of platooning, okay, why? The guys are already showing they can, in smaller sample sizes usually, but they're hitting the other guy, They're hitting the split that they're not supposed to hit better than they are the one they are supposed to hit better. To me, Stephen Vogt's going to have a difficult time juggling this until they decide this person is no longer on the team. And then that might open up some at-bats for other guys.
It was interesting yesterday, how the lefties in the lineup was like all lefties yesterday.
It's like the most dominant lefty team in Major League history or something. Hoynesy wrote something like that.
Headlines next. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Jeff Phelps, the most generous man in the building today. Nice enough to bring me water. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Oh, there you go.
Nice man. Nice man. Dan Mennigan is here as well. So is Meredith Kane. We're kind of looking at some of the big headlines that are going on. Obviously, the NBA is getting set for free agency at 6 o'clock tomorrow. The top headline of the day is James Harden has opted out of his contract. Looks like he'll re-up with the Cavaliers.
That's the word,
after they get through free agency, once that starts, and they can bring him back in so they can do that. It's just kind of, I don't know, is that manipulating the system, Dan? Would you call that? Is that the way to do it, or is it's just basketball?
I had an old friend who once said, it's not considered cheating. I'm just playing creatively. That's what I believe.
Fair enough. Fair enough. You know what we need to do now? I think we need to do headlines. Let's go. Yes. When there's news, we run from it. Unless we want to get dressed up and play TV prom and pick up an Emmy. Yes! Here we go. It's Dan Mennigan with headlines.
All right, gentlemen, in headlines today, we are going to get the real news out of the way first, and then we're going to get to what matters. All right? So keep that in mind, that more time for what matters later, the faster we get through this. All right? It's like eating vegetables. We ready?
So don't ask any World Cup questions. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, that's coming. That's the fun. Here we go.
Okay.
Houston Rockets guard Fred VanVleet opting in to his $25 million player option for the season, according to Rich Paul. Smart move for Fred VanVleet to opt in for $25 million?
Let's see. $25 million. Yep.
Yeah, let me count. 1, 2. Stop me when I get to $25 million.
Yep. My friends and I used to sit around with a lot of these, and we would just immediately look at the contracts and go, yeah, that's getting picked up. Here's another one for you.
Yep.
Here's a shocker.
If I was Mr. Paul, I would legally change my first name to I'll Make You Rich.
Didn't VanVleet he got hurt too, didn't he?
He got banged up.
So,
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Here's another shocker for you. Andrew Wiggins picking up his $30 million player option for next season. I think that's been picked up probably since the last dribble of the Miami Heat season. He was like, yeah, we're gonna pick that up.
Might not be the player that people thought he'd be coming into the league, but by golly, he knows math.
Yep. Zach LaVine also picking up his option to stay with the Sacramento Kings for his final season.
Okay.
Yeah, that was in like the $40 million range. So
yeah, he's very highly paid. Yeah, why would you not pick that baby up?
Thank you. Cha-ching.
Yeah, think about this, guys. These things that these guys are picking up.
$49 million player option for Zach LaVine.
He's like
not
top
getting that on the open
15
market.
paid in the NBA.
Yeah.
We think about that. Well, he could get more on the open market. Blah, 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 blah. One of these contracts, 1 year, VanVleet just picked up $25 million. Okay, after tax, after he pays his agent, who knows what, let's say even $10 million. Any of us who are normal people are set for life. 1 year. 1 year. Pay your taxes, pay your agent, buy your folks a house, buy your 7 girlfriends a house, whatever you need to do, you're still set for life.
On top of that, I don't think Zach LaVine's getting that one on the open market.
No, Zach wouldn't.
No, that's another one where after the Sacramento Kings pulled him off of the injured list, he was like, hey, thank you for pulling me up. By the way, I'm going to pick that option up. So
I've always kind of liked him, though. I've always liked him. He's had some injury issues over the years.
He is very empty calories.
Well, he puts up numbers and he's had injury issues.
Yeah.
Doesn't necessarily mean he's part of he's a winning championship player team.
I'm playing nice here. I want to get to the World Cup stuff.
Okay. I mean, you could chime in. So this one I'll throw this one at you, Andy, to chime in for. So we've been talking about, it's been in the updates all day, Draymond Green declining his $27.7 million player option to become a free agency. Sources tell Shams Charania of ESPN. Shams adds this in. This move gives the Warriors flexibility to pursue LeBron James in free agency and Anthony Davis via trade to form a big four.
With Draymond coming back.
With Draymond coming back.
Yeah.
And Jimmy Butler sitting there, which would be a 5.
There's a part of me that thinks some of the LeBron stuff is being drummed up a little bit or being played out a little bigger in the media because he's trying to say to LA, let's get something done here that I want done. Rather than, so I like the whole taking pictures in town last week, and I kind of feel like LeBron Clutch is trying to put their finger on LA to get more out of LA. Because if you're LeBron, do you really want to move again? I mean, yeah, it sounds like it'd be fun if those guys.
Are you moving if you move from Los Angeles to Akron?
Well, you already have a house.
You don't have to pack the undies.
Well, that's true.
They're already in the drawer.
You probably could afford new ones if you wanted to.
He's got enough dough. He can quick go shopping, and then that way you don't have to pack anything.
But you don't need to.
Would you be scared of a big four of Steph Curry, Draymond Green, LeBron James, and Anthony Davis?
I'll answer this one, but I have a question to ask first.
Please.
How long do I have to keep that together?
I guess it would be 1 year.
I'm not afraid of it at all.
You took afraid a different direction than I had afraid.
If you told me that this was our team for the next 2 or 3 years, I'd say, oh my God, don't do that. To put those guys together 1 year, load the team up with young guys so that LeBron, AD, Steph can all play 55 games and then roll them out in April. Go for it.
If I'm either the California or the Ohio Department of Aging, I love it because you've got the Golden Buckeye State Warriors.
Boy.
Right? It's an old team.
That's my thing with it. If I am the rest of the league, I'm looking at that team and going, ooh, that's a lot of pulled hamstring.
Without question. That's why
potential.
That's why I'm going to have a deep bench, and I'm going to play those guys 55 games a year.
Man, imagine the NIL money from like Metamucil and all those pens.
Oh, there's no NIL money. That's flat out. Here's your money. Endorsement.
Well, yeah, it's an endorsement. NIL.
Hi, we're the
They're
Golden
just paid.
State.
They don't need name, image, and likeness. They don't need some phony baloney thing.
Paid.
They're just
it's
getting
not phony
money.
Baloney.
They're just getting money. You don't need to
endorsement
name
money
it.
is NIL.
You don't need to name
Golden
it.
State Warriors for AARP.
Hi, everybody. You know, when we're not touring with the Rolling Stones, we're winning basketball championships.
Stones' new album's out, man.
It is. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It sounds like the Stones. They play the blues. It's a good listen. Anyway, Chris Haynes adds in this little piece of it. LeBron James and the Lakers have yet to have a conversation regarding his future, but that's expected to change in light of Golden State's strategic maneuvering.
Exactly what I'm talking about, right? That's exactly what I'm saying.
Sources tell Chris Haynes of Amazon.
I just think he's trying to push the button a little bit with the Lakers so that they'll come up with an offer he likes for him and his family.
Yeah, but if you're LeBron, what sounds like more fun for what could be your final year? Let's just say it's his final year. What's more fun? Going back and playing clear second fiddle to Luka and Austin Reeves? Or me, Steph, AD, and Draymond playing for Kerr? Let's go do that.
All right, gentlemen, fun time.
Baskin and Phelps present Dan's World Cup Roundup.
All right, so yesterday we only had one game in the knockout stage.
Explain to me why.
Because it was a Sunday, and we have to rest some of these guys. They're only playing like once a week, so we got to make sure everybody's rested up. And not to mention, we got a Monday ahead of us.
So they're playing once a week. It's soccer. Come on, man.
It's all, hey.
Go play.
FIFA's got to make their money somehow, guys. That poor nonprofit can't make it on their own. Those poor souls. So anyway, Andy's boys Canada moved on to the round of 16, defeating South Africa in a game that was borderline unwatchable, but nonetheless, they ended up winning. But we have a day ahead of us today. So if you can get near a TV, it is worth it. You got Brazil versus Japan kicking off in about 10 minutes. At 4:30 today, you got Germany versus Paraguay. At 9:30 tonight, you have the Netherlands versus Morocco. It's going to be a lot of fun. Today is going to be one of those days that's find a TV and buckle in because there's going to be a lot of good ball. But gentlemen, I think the real winner of this World Cup is very simple. I think it's ranch dressing. Might be the true winner of this, and this is courtesy of Fox.
What do you think you'll take away from your visit here in the United States, back to Germany?
Ranch.
I love ranch. I tasted here and it's delicious. And I take 2 bottles with home.
It has hit the point in the ranch dressing love, gentlemen, that TSA has sent out a notice saying, please check your ranch dressing. You cannot get it through security. And we don't want you to throw it out.
You can't. Some of that ranch is pretty potent stuff. You don't want that on a plane.
I don't understand. Why is it so... They don't have ranch dressing?
They do not have ranch dressing. It's also being called America sauce. For those of you out there, there are parts of the world referring to it as America sauce.
That's great.
Yes.
There's no ranch dressing.
No, they do not do ranch dressing overseas. And let me tell you, the world is stumbling into ranch dressing. So U.S. men's national team center midfielder Weston McKennie has been a huge fan of ranch dressing for a long time. He's played in Italy for the last 5 years and has spoken how wonderful ranch dressing is, even using it on pizza. And it hit a point where one of his Italian teammates was not exactly head over heels on his thoughts of the ranch dressing.
Chiellini. If you put the sauce on the pizza, what is he doing?
I'm scared about American dressing.
Exactly.
I hate to say
They're
it.
offended to their cores.
I do it.
Do you ranch
put
dressing
ranch on pizza?
It's like at the end, like when you're just at that crust part of it, and you're like, I'm dipping the crust in ranch. I've done that before plenty of times. Then again, I like pineapple on my pizza, so you get it, but
that's all right.
I love pepperoni and pineapple.
Ranch dressing to me is great for dipping vegetables in.
Normally,
like
that's
if you're
where I
just
do
eating like carrots or green peppers or celery,
Yeah.
I think that's great. If it's just ranch on a salad, it's a little too heavy for me.
Oh no, I'm good with it.
I like oil and vinegar and balsamic, and then if you take and just put a little dash of ranch in with it, oh my God, mix the two.
Are you guys ranch or blue cheese?
Ranch all day long.
See, I'm blue cheese all day.
I gotta be honest. I've grown. I didn't like blue cheese originally when I was younger. Then again, I didn't eat a lot of salad back then.
Makes me want to barf.
Now it's like when Jeff says things like that. Now you just destroyed blue cheese for me. You know that, right? He destroyed Reese's.
Can I make you
Reese's
feel
Cup.
better about humanity after Jeff Phelps brought it down? All right, so during a match over the weekend, an Argentina match, someone lost their wallet amongst the Argentinian fans. And so you could take it to Lost and Found and do those kind of things with it. But this group of Argentinian fans found the wallet, opened it up, saw the name inside of it, and decided to address it, well, in their best way that they can. Juan Manuel Montero is the gentleman's name, and so they started chanting his last name.
Montero.
As a help to help him find the wallet. Well, he didn't show up for that one. So they decided to go a step further.
Juan Manuel Montero! Juan Manuel Montero! Juan Manuel Montero! Juan Manuel Montero!
That's right, they're chanting his full name. Because they're holding this wallet in their hands, and they want to make sure that the guy can get his wallet back. Because that's a
Pretty cool.
really bad way to live life.
Yeah.
And so the chant continues.
Must have found him.
So Juan Manuel found him after hearing his chant, found the guys, and they ended up picking him up and
that's cool.
cheering for him and then handing him the wallet.
That's great.
And no one took anything out of it. See?
And for their very kind gesture, they all got a bottle of ranch dressing.
Pretty much everyone gets a bottle of ranch. So see, even the Argentinians are all helping each other out. You lose your wallet, the people are there to help.
That's beautiful.
Isn't it?
It's a great story.
And we will end with this. Mel Brooks turned 100 yesterday.
Woo!
Yeah, the great comedic genius. The best Mel Brooks movie, in your guys' opinion?
History of the world.
Get Smart.
I will always be Blazing Saddles.
Let's go TV show.
Get Smart was outstanding.
What are my options on TV? Get Smart or what else?
I mean, Show of Shows.
Nah, too old for me. I was a Get
He
Smart.
was good on Get Smart.
I love Get Smart.
He obviously created it. Don Adams, star. Barbara Feldon.
Tennessee Tuxedo starred in that?
Hot.
Is that what you're trying to tell me?
No.
That was Tennessee's Tuxedo.
Who?
Don Adams.
Oh, yeah. But
Yeah.
it was Maxwell Smart.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
The shoe phone will always be the coolest thing to me. When I was a kid.
Cone
That
of
and the
Silence.
Cone of Silence.
Yes.
The shoe phone, you like actually.
Cone of Silence.
We kind of have it now.
Yep.
Actually, I wish people would talk.
Hey, take the fan with you wherever you go. Listen to us on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
You know, we'll come back. We'll talk a little. I want to go back to the Cavaliers and NBA stuff that's going on right now because again, the Cavs made a move. If you didn't hear what it was, we'll tell you what it is when we come back here. 216-474-0092. Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin.
today, but the Rangers on a hot streak. They currently won 4 in a row. Parker Messick gets the start tonight. First pitch is at 7:10. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
We are looking for a winner here at 92.3 The Fan. Enter the code word. You ready? Irish. 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 At 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Cleveland Irish Cultural Festival. It's July 17th through the 19th, Cuyahoga County Fairgrounds. Get your tickets now at clevelandirish.org. clevelandirish.org. Again, code word Irish at 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092. Big news for the Cavaliers. We'll get to that in 1 second. I need to update because, we are about following through on stories that we deliver on all the time. So I just want you to know
sure,
that,
Andy. Yeah.
that is what a great organization that we are as far as news is concerned.
Sure, yeah.
Dan, just in case you were wondering, Kraft launched airport-friendly ranch packets now after the World Cup. So that if you're
under 3 ounces,
that's true. That's exactly right. And so they are TSA approved ranch packaged.
Are they called America sauce yet?
Yeah. Why wouldn't they just call them America?
Just call it
sauce?
America sauce.
It is a limited edition travel kit that includes enough ranch packets to replace an entire bottle.
Amazon's going to be delivering crates of ranch all around Europe.
So it's equal to a bottle, yet they're in packets that are TSA approved.
It can't be. Isn't it liquid? You can't have more than 3 ounces of liquid.
Isn't it 3.5? Isn't that what the thing is?
I don't know. I just go by the travel sizes, and then I don't get yelled at.
Gotcha. Okay.
I don't know how much is in the travel size. I know the travel size won't get me yelled at.
3.4 ounces. Sorry, that's the carry-on. I said 3.5. Million apologies from me. Sorry. Any bottle of ranch over 3.4 ounces will be confiscated at security.
We'll get it fixed.
That's right. You have to use whatever salad dressing they give you if you're on a salad, especially if you're flying international. I think you get a salad on an international flight, don't you? Sometimes.
You're looking at me?
I don't know. I mean, you walked across the Peace
I've flown
Bridge.
to Canada, Andy.
I thought you walked across the Peace Bridge because you didn't want to fly it.
I have flown to Canada.
Proud of you.
Thanks, Dino.
Nice. Big story of the day. Obviously, the NBA tomorrow. I don't know how obvious it is. But 6 o'clock
Today's
tomorrow.
all the warm-up, baby.
That's true. Oh, by the way, speaking of warm, make sure you dress with light clothing and hydrate. You hate me. You absolutely hate me right now. I just want to make sure we're on the record for that. So tomorrow, 6 o'clock, we've got the free agency begins for the NBA. James Harden, earlier today, like right before we walked out on the air, opted out with the idea that he's going to sign a multi-year deal with the Cavaliers. Negotiations still going on. But again, just to kind of recap, why would Harden do this? Why? Because it gives the Cavaliers some flexibility. What we say around no?
Why would Harden do this?
To give his team flexibility as well, to become a better team, and for him to make more money.
There you go, Andy. Way to come around.
He's being a team player. It's like handing out assists.
He sure is.
Remember
Andy.
how he first got here, man? He kept dishing the ball all over the place.
It's been the kind of like symbol of his career, team player.
That's right.
Yeah.
The pinnacle of team player. Not a guy at all who's imploded 4 teams. No.
It's the way Dan described it to me. He wanted to help out the team
first.
Team first, Harden. Right? Isn't that that's his nickname, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's
Absolutely.
what it is. Yep.
Again,
especially when he went MIA with the Clippers, that was team first.
All right, so then, Dan, I'll let you explain why this is a good thing for the Cavaliers.
So the good part of it is right now the Cavaliers are $29 million under the luxury tax, especially the second apron. It gives them all of the opportunity to improve this roster. They can also use his bird rights to re-sign him. So the thought going on here with James Harden is that it is a wink, wink, nudge, nudge, hint, hint type of situation of you're going to decline this, we're going to improve the roster, and then we'll re-sign you. The number being thrown about is about $30 million a year for a 2-year deal. We'll see where it goes from there. But it's sounding like it's going to be a 2-year deal, possibly a player option for a 3rd year, because we all know how this goes. And then James Harden will be back on the ball club, and so on and so forth.
So as of today, for the first time in, a year, the Cavaliers are not in the second apron. Congratulations. It's pretty good. Cavaliers not hiding underneath the second apron this time. But you would think they're going to end up going, and when they sign him back, they will be under the second apron again, right? No, you don't think so?
My
be
guess,
close?
I'm working off of a guess. I don't know what kind of accounting that Kobe Altman will be able to do with this, but my guess will be they will be in the second apron because they'll probably try to re-sign a couple guys that they have with bird rights.
But Dan, don't they want to get out of that? I know you get out of it temporarily, and then you can make some moves, but don't you just want to stay out of it, period?
I just don't know how.
So maybe you move on from Max Strus. Maybe you move on from Dennis Schroeder. Maybe you rebuild the bench with young guys on veteran minimums rather than a guy like Strus who's making pretty good change, a guy like Schroeder. Between the two of them, they're like around $30 million. I mean, isn't that the way you want to do this? Rather than pay top dollar for a team that may have reached its ceiling? Yes, I mentioned that.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to have that be the case. I just don't know how. I mean, it's going to be a matter of talking a lot of guys and maybe taking less money than they think that they should have. I mean, we're just in a world coming down right now. Marcus Smart turned down his $5.4 million player option. So if Marcus Smart thinks that there's more than $5.4 million laying out there for him, what does the market look like for these other guys?
Well, if you trade them, it doesn't matter what the market looks like.
Well, but even then, how are you going to improve your roster, though, unless you're going to make those trades and get...
That's the point.
Yeah, it's going to take some gymnastics, and we'll see what Kobe Altman can do.
Kobe's always been very creative. You know, I've not always agreed with his creativity, but he's always been very creative. And he'll figure out a way to make some deals and add some talent to this team. I just, you know, and I like Max Strus. I like Max a lot. Missed most of the regular season with his injuries, was helpful in the playoffs, wasn't the difference maker. Schroeder had some good moments in the playoffs. I love how hard he plays, and he's got a feistiness about his game that I like. So does Max. And you'd be trading that away. That might not be the ideal thing.
Get rid of those guys, you're talking about $30 million between two of them.
But they just brought back Craig Porter. Well, why are you bringing back Craig if you're going to keep Dennis?
Because he's 2.41.
Well, why keep both? Then you move on. You try and trade Dennis, and you play Craig Porter.
That's a $12 million savings right there.
Right.
Yeah.
And this team, second apron, maneuverability. I just, you know, if you find the right team that has, say, a veteran wing player, and they need a veteran point guard, there's your 1-for-1 swap right there. I mean, it's not like Schroeder would be surprised he's been traded 8 times.
No, he's used to it. Most people, I would think he's not going to be on the roster next year. Do you think he's on the roster next year?
I'd be surprised.
I would be too. I don't envision him being back on the roster next year. But you never know. I want to know how they're going to make this team better. And you know, I think it was Terry what was Terry's story about? They've already made their big move. It was Harden. I think that was his story this morning. You know, and so if you can just renegotiate that contract. Here's why it doesn't scare me, because I just don't feel like this team had the chance to become a team. What scared me was, who did we have on last week? Someone who was talking about how the problems with the Cavaliers may not be basketball skills. It might be, it was Richard Jefferson, right? Was talking on the podcast about
Channing Frye. It was about
Frye.
their soul.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And saying that this may be a locker room chemistry thing more than it is an on-the-floor chemistry thing. And to me, I'm like, really? I hope that's not true. And then you have to expect your leaders to be able to step up. I don't know. Maybe some of the guys wanted more out of Mitchell. Maybe guys want more out of Mobley. I know as fans, when we watch, we're hoping that I hate to say it because he made the bar, but I think we're hoping that Mitchell can do on the floor what LeBron did or what Kyrie could do. Like, I think that's what we're hoping for because those guys set such a high bar. Do you expect to be able to hand Mitchell the ball at the end of the game and have him win the game? Sorry, yes.
Well, it hasn't happened yet.
No, but do we expect that? You're being nice and very analytical, and I can see it in your face.
I think people think that he's going to be the guy in that situation. I think Donovan is a really great player. He's really good. I just don't think, and Jalen Brunson just won as a smaller guard. That's great. I don't think Donovan is the same kind of player as Brunson.
He's not.
He might be a better numbers guy, better stats than Jalen Brunson. But Jalen Brunson just has an edge to his game, man, that I don't see Donovan has all the time. I don't know. If Donovan were the sidekick of somebody or equal of somebody, then I would think that team could be really, really good. Donovan is your lead guy. I think has to be supported by a ton of extra stuff, and I don't see that on this team.
I'm just going to ask you this, just total fan question. I'll ask both of you guys. Would you rather have Donovan Mitchell or Kyrie Irving prime?
In their prime?
Yeah.
Donovan Mitchell. Kyrie's more talented, but Kyrie's more of a headache.
Kyrie's a headache.
Forget about the headache. What if the headache isn't there?
You can't. It comes with him.
No, it's part of it, Andy.
I can't. We can't young Frankenstein this and put a different brain in.
If it were straight, just nothing but basketball, Kyrie's a killer.
I'm not here for World B flat.
Kyrie's tough, man. Straight basketball, Kyrie.
I
Overall,
agree.
Donovan.
I agree, but both ways. But it's an interesting exercise to think about. All right, we'll talk about some of the other NBA stuff that's going on, too. We're also going to dive back into the Cavaliers free agents and who is important for keeping on the roster. So we'll talk about all those things coming up here in just a moment. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092.
At Mr. Hero, we offer a variety of chicken choices. Choose from the
They're in Baltimore tonight. They'll be opening up a 3-game series with the Orioles, and then after that, they're headed up to Cleveland for a 4-game weekend series with the Guardians at Progressive Field. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Hey, if you missed a moment in our show or any of our shows here on The Fan, you can use the Rewind feature. It's on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, and they are your experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Can I just, before we get into this, Ken must have left this little fly. There he is on the side of the mic.
What are you doing? Did you get? Oh,
no, I didn't get him.
Set him
This
free,
dang
man.
little bug has been bugging the you-know-what out of me all morning long.
You know why he's still there? Because you were eating in between segments. That's why.
No, he was been here all day. Flying around the microphone.
Do you want to name him or anything?
Flying Sparky.
Maybe he's the red pen.
Sparky.
Ghost of the red pen.
Wait a minute. There he is. He's on the mic thing.
Did you get him?
No.
Well, this is much better for YouTube than it is
Yeah, I know.
for actual radio. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092. All right, so we're, I don't know, 29 hours away now from NBA free agency officially starting. But so what's happening today is we've got a lot of guys, like we were telling you last segment, James Harden has declined his option. And so he's going to regroup with the Cavaliers. Sounds like he'll sign a new, longer, extended deal that keeps them underneath the cap. But there are other guys around the league that are making headlines. And so, Dan, let's just kind of get up to speed on everything that's going on in the NBA so you all know what's going on.
So Andrew Wiggins has picked up his options. Now Shams Charania reporting that the Heat and Andrew Wiggins have agreed to a 3-year, $64 million contract. No idea what that looks like to this point. But my guess would be that we'll drop that $30 million to another degree so then that way the Heat can make some other moves.
Okay, so Bam Adebayo. Giannis.
That guy's good.
Andrew Wiggins.
He's there.
That's a nice threesome.
Is LeBron in the mix there?
Wiggins is a nice piece to go along with Adebayo and Giannis. And he could play big guard if they wanted to put a certain number 23 at small forward. Or a certain number 6 at small forward.
Oh, that's right, because when he originally had a conversation with Miami, it was to retire the number 23.
Well,
Do you
sure.
remember that? Yeah, because
that was all on the up and up.
Oh, to pay tribute to
MJ.
Yeah, pay tribute because otherwise that would have been tampering at the time.
Oh, it wasn't tampering.
Oh no,
Pat Riley.
It was just dinner.
It's Pat Riley.
It was like it's just dinner. And then they ended up getting married. It's just dinner.
And then divorced 3 years later.
It's just a post-game dinner. Am I still bitter? We won a championship. I like the parade, right? So
you loved the parade.
So I shouldn't be bitter about the fact that Pat Riley was talking to LeBron while LeBron was still playing for the Cavaliers.
What you should still be mad about is Kelly Olynyk yanking Kevin's shoulder out of socket.
That's a good point. Okay, I'll buy. All right, what else do we got?
The Clippers and Raptors are still engaged in trade talks surrounding Kawhi Leonard, so that's still floating around out there. There was a rumbling.
That's an interesting idea, by the way. If he goes back to Toronto, there's another Eastern Conference team that's improving itself.
There was another rumbling as well that the Mavs could be interested in Kawhi with Masai Ujiri now in charge of the Mavericks, who was the president of basketball operations for the Toronto Raptors.
Yeah.
But Kawhi holds all his own rights here. It's up to him at this point on that, right?
It's the NBA.
Well, I mean, but he had said, I thought he said that Toronto was one of the only places.
I mean that in like you're one of the top tier guys in the NBA. Therefore, you don't have control. You have control.
Okay.
Kawhi will have the last laugh with this.
Proud of you.
That's the best laugh ever, man. I love it.
I don't even know what to do with that one. So, of course, Draymond opting out as well, doing the similar thing that James Harden is doing for the Golden State Warriors. We'll see where it goes in regards to Anthony Davis being rumbled, possibly going there, according to Shams Charania. Same thing with LeBron. Things to keep an eye out that we might get Team AARP going in Golden State.
How about Jaylen Brown? Did you see this one?
Do tell.
According to USA Today, the Nuggets lead potential Jaylen Brown trade partners.
Wonder what they'd have to give up.
It's intriguing. According to this, the Denver Nuggets have quickly become a team mentioned as a possible destination for Brown.
Been floating Jamal Murray.
With intriguing
Jamal
prospects.
Murray next to Jason Tatum would be real nice.
Could get fun.
Yeah.
That could get real fun. Yeah, I guess everybody on that
With
team.
Derek White.
Everyone on the Nuggets was available besides Jokic, is what is being rumored.
You see, the NBA is such a strange league. I say that repeatedly because Denver's won a championship. They're really good, can be really good. Boston's won a championship. They can be really good. But rather than keep the guys that help them win championships, they swap one for the other just because of fit.
One of the other things, USA Today also reporting DeAndre Ayton. We had talked about that earlier in the show. It would have been nice.
Yeah. We bring him up and he opts back in.
That's true.
Some of us thought it would
Dan
be nice.
hates him.
It just you see him higher than I do.
No, I just see him as a guy who could be a real competent center on a good team.
He's closer to 7 feet tall and can walk and chew bubble gum than he is a high-end NBA center.
I'm not saying he's the star of your team, but if he's your center and he does some good things for you, that can be helpful.
All right. So, but the story there is that Ayton,
Andy got stuck in a driveway in Portland and had to miss a game because it snowed, and I'll always laugh at that.
Well,
I don't know.
That can happen.
Do they use salt there or do they use dirt?
Andy, I'm not sure how the local
I'm just saying
authorities work in Portland,
it's
Oregon.
You
can get on the phone and figure that one.
Go to Voodoo Donuts in Portland, by the way, if you're ever in Portland. Good donuts.
I am. Have to remember
Zach
that.
LaVine declining or his opting into his final season of his contract with the Sacramento Kings. So the Kings are once again off in the corner doing something.
You mean for like the 50th straight year?
Mm-hmm.
Draymond Green, you talked about Draymond for a second, but they make it sound like the whole Draymond opting out of his final year of the contract is to get LeBron in. Did you kind of hesitate to that? Did you kind of insinuate that?
Yes, he did.
Okay, I was just making sure.
Yeah. Well, clutch sports, baby. Way to go, Rich.
I'm still going back to what the Cavaliers can do with their current free agents and thoughts on who they should bring back. I don't know. Jeff, your thoughts on that, on our current free agents that could be coming back, or maybe you wouldn't, or who do you want?
I'd be surprised if Dean Wade returns. And I say that only because for the first time in Dean Wade's professional career, by God, people want him. If you're a free agent and you have 3 or 4 or 5 teams after you, man, aren't you? And this is Dean's chance to cash in. Don't anybody think there's another big one of these contracts coming. This is it. You think he's going to accept anything but the most money he can get? I think he'd be foolish to. His agent needs to get him every dime he can get. And it doesn't really matter where he is. Hey, Cavs, thanks for bringing me into the league and helping me develop. Thank you very much. I'll stay. Can you match? Nope. It's been great.
There's no way they're going to be able to match it.
It's been great.
No way.
Thank you. They have the opportunity to.
Unless you feel like you need to roll it back. That's the whole thing. Like, if you want to roll back everything you just had, that's the only way you do it.
If he leaves, you need somebody else like him. You'll need to go get another big guy. I mean,
And who
they're
would that
already
be?
too small. They're already too small.
That's true. They got to go out and get somebody. I'm still wondering how they'll look at the big man situation, because I just feel like that's the ripcord on the parachute.
Would you bring back Thomas Bryant? I would. I like
don't
Thomas.
think you have anything to lose.
He's a good third big man.
I didn't see a reason. It's not like they played him in the playoffs. Right?
I was a little surprised we didn't see more of him. I've always thought Thomas can play. I like him. So I wouldn't mind keeping him. If you don't bring him back, Andy, you got to bring somebody back. Got to bring somebody back.
Right. You're going to have to find a big somewhere that's out there. I would bring Thomas Bryant back. I was okay with him.
Yeah.
I thought he kind of, for a little bit, became, especially for Cavs fans, like okay, let's yank this lever. and see if that could possibly work for them. And I think a lot of people wanted him to be closer to like the Kendrick Perkins enforcer than he really was.
He's not that kind of a guy.
Right.
The one thing that I like about Thomas Bryant is also the one thing I don't like about Thomas Bryant. He can get out on the floor and shoot the three.
Mm-hmm.
That's wonderful, unless that's all you do.
That's true.
And he's a big guy who has some moves inside. I would just like to see him be an all-around big guy. If you lose him, Dan, and Dean Wade, man, are you small. Then you got to, like I mentioned Olivier Sarr, who's on the team right now, and you picked him up last year when he got cut loose. Okay, bring him back. It'll be cheap. Bring him back. Build depth of big guys. Hopefully you develop them.
I'll give you a fun one here. You think the Clippers would pick up the contract of Brook Lopez? Would you take Brook Lopez here?
We had Robin.
Yeah. Well, Brook's a little more talented.
He is, and he's become almost nothing but an outside shooter.
Right. But he can still kind of board up. Granted, he's my age. He's 38. So
young pup.
Exactly. Still some lift in those knees, maybe.
Dan, this is the type of guy who I mentioned earlier. Jonathan Isaac got cut loose by Orlando.
Yeah.
Now, Jonathan is nobody's answer for we got to get a star player. But as a role player, if he's healthy, he'd be great. Brook Lopez, same thing.
The fear of
Brook
him,
Lopez,
though,
same thing.
The fear of Lopez is, or not Lopez, sorry, Jonathan Isaac, is the fact that his offensive game never developed to the level you could. So you'd be stuck playing 4 on 5.
Well, he missed so much time with injuries.
Right.
That's a big part of the reason why, I would think.
Yeah, I just worry about playing 4 on 5 on offense, especially if you find yourself into a playoff series.
Yeah.
It's tough to play 4 on 5.
No, I agree with you. But I think if the Cavs make – if the Cavs, let's just say, somehow pair Max Strus with Dennis Schroeder and bring in somebody else making comparable money in trading for those guys, and he's a wing player, okay, you may have lost a little depth, but your starting 5 may have just gotten better, in which point then you go out and you sign a guy like Jonathan Isaac. And I'm just using him because he just got let go by Orlando. I'm not campaigning for him.
Oh, yeah.
But you go bring in a guy like that. You go get a guy like Brook Lopez, and you fill out your bench along with some of the young guys who you have. Thomas, who you just drafted, Craig Porter, who you like, Jordan Tyson, Tyrese Proctor, Naquan Tomlin, who I like. Go get 3 or 4 veterans on vet minimums and fill out your team with those guys. Then you'd have a nice mix of some young guys and some vets on the bench, and you've traded 2 guys to get 1 who can start for you.
You're right. It's going to have to be a group of guys who you look at the player development that they previously had and go, this was enough.
We can do better.
We can mix. We can do this a little better. We can tweak this a little. Maybe we can fix that jump shot. Maybe we can get him to understand defensive concepts a little bit better than, and I'm pulling this name out of the sky, I don't know, the Sacramento Kings, which was kind of what I think they thought with Keon Ellis, was let's go to some team that has kind of been left behind, and maybe we could get some more talent out of it. So I don't have those guys in front of me, but it's going to be fascinating.
There will be veterans who get kicked loose who are going to need jobs, and the Cavs should be all over them.
But then what do they look like when they come back? I mean, I'm not. I hate to harp on the same question over and over and over again, but
Andy, they've got to add some. If they lose Dean Wade, especially, if they lose Dean, you have to go out and get a starter for that number 3 spot. Small forward, and by small I don't mean 6'5". By small I mean like 6'8" to 6'10", who can hopefully do a little more on offense than Dean could. And Dean's offensive game was underappreciated, and I'll say underutilized. And that's not just on coaching; that's on the guys on the floor with him.
Could you hold this thought and think about it when we come back? Could you roll it back with Max Strus and then figure it out down the stretch? Think about that. 216-474-0092, Baskin and Phelps 92.3 The Fan.
Rangers to town for a 3-game series. Guardians coming off a comeback win over Seattle on Sunday, but the Rangers have won their last 4 games. Parker Messick will get the start. First pitch is at 7:10. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Afternoon drive coming your way in about 20 minutes. They'll walk you up as we get a little bit closer to the NBA free agency, which starts tomorrow at 6. I kind of want to just put this thing to bed, like between the three of us. Ready? LeBron ends up where? Jeff.
Golden State.
Dan.
The Los Angeles Lakers of Anaheim.
I don't know if he and Luka are a match made in heaven.
I just think when the game of musical chairs stops, he's going to look around and go, do I really want to move?
Yeah, I know.
Do I really want to get a condo?
Yeah, but I think the Lakers are done with him. I think the Lakers are ready to walk from him.
I mean, they've truly, it's Luka and Austin Reeves' show there. And if LeBron goes to Golden State, he's front and center.
No, Steph Curry would be front and center.
No.
If
he goes to Golden State and paired with Anthony Davis and Draymond, it's the quartet, and he'd have a higher profile at Golden State with the reunion tour than he would in Los Angeles with Luka and Austin Reeves.
Is it the final tour though? I don't think it is. I think he's got 2 seasons though.
Well, then he's two seasons there.
2 seasons with these guys?
Maybe.
See, LA makes too much sense. And it's just because even that second half of the season, the Lakers took off when LeBron took that half step back and basically said, I'm now the third option. I'll play a little bit of point guard and that kind of stuff, but this is going to be Luka and Austin Reeves. And I think the success was enough proof of concept for LeBron to be like, okay, I'll stay for 1 more year. Like, let's finish it this way. I'm going to finish my career as a Los Angeles Laker.
Does this have the feel of, remember when they were bringing everybody in for LeBron here? All of his old teammates, they were bringing everybody in to try to make it, and it just kind of was like, okay. That was fun.
I don't think so, just because they're going to do it for Luka. I mean, it seems like the Lakers have pretty much handed the keys to Luka Doncic. And it's just going to be a matter of adaptation.
I'm talking about Golden State. I'm not talking
Golden State.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Golden State would be a fun story, wouldn't it?
It'd be fun for a little while, and then when it didn't work, I mean,
what if it did?
Then it's a great story, and then all the older guys in the NBA, though, I would think would make I think it would make veterans of the league. I think their stomach would turn thinking about, the reality is that I mean the Cavs got beat 3 times by the Warriors in the finals. Now you're joining them. Remember how?
You know what else I've heard with that?
Huh.
And I heard it about Los Angeles. I shouldn't say I heard it. I read it about Los Angeles. Kevin Love joining LeBron.
It
was L.A. for the story I read. But hey, he could end up at Golden State.
Oh, that's true too. That would be weird though, wouldn't it? Could you imagine if now you want to talk about a storybook weird ending, right? It's let's say LeBron, and first of all, do we think LeBron's going to come out in the beginning of a season and tell everyone this is my last year?
No.
I don't think he would either. I think you would probably find out about it in May or April.
I don't think LeBron's going to, I could be completely wrong. I don't think LeBron's going to want a victory tour.
He's not going to want what Kobe did?
No.
Why?
I don't know if he's been as beloved. And I don't know that he needs it.
I don't know that he needs it. I just don't see him. I just can't see him. Yes, I can. I think back to the beginning of his career. That
I think
rookie,
back to the beginning of his career.
Well, that rookie year, like I just remember being on the road, and every place the team went.
It was nuts.
It was the Beatles.
Yeah.
It was the Beatles. And, every team, every media, everybody wanted to talk to him. And,
and everybody did.
And he was so young at that point. And you kind of wonder, as you sit here at the end, does it end the way it began in that kind of scenario? It can't. I mean, it's not bad for his product for him to come out and do what he did in the beginning and tell how much. Oh, I remember that one time we were in Toronto and we had that series, and I was playing for the Lakers, or I was playing for Miami, or I was playing for the Cavs, and then just eat the reporters and the home market there just eats it up because it's the reflection of LeBron at Madison Square, or LeBron in Dallas, LeBron in Minnesota, where it'd be gigantic. It's just I can see that. I really can. I think it would get taxing though to do that every time going to a city for the last time. I think that would take its toll, because that would also mean, it's not just, we're going to talk during shoot around. It's a press conference before all of those games, 30 games, right? 30 or 31 or whatever. I don't know that I see that. I do see him going to Golden State though right now. I don't know why. It just feels like I don't know, and is it because Draymond, decided to do what he did with his contract? Maybe that opens the door, and then
I would truly think it's one of only 4 teams: Lakers, Cavs, Golden State, Miami. And if I had to put them in order, it would be Golden State, Lakers, Miami, Cavs.
I think Cavs are last too. I just don't see it coming here. Unless he was coming with somebody else. What if he and Draymond wanted to come here?
A lot of Cavs fans would need a lot of therapy.
If they won, it'd be worth it, though, wouldn't it?
Oh, I'm a Draymond Green fan. You don't have to convince me twice.
Draymond can play.
Draymond makes you better. I know everybody hates the guy, but the guy makes you better.
You hate him because he's not on your team.
Oh, I'm a
aggravates
Draymond fan.
You. Yeah, it's one of those kind of situations. Meredith Kane, do we have a moment of the show?
We sure do. Our moment of the show came from Scott Patrak when you asked him whether or not the Browns potentially trading Shedeur Sanders, if those rumors had any weight to them.
If Todd Monken didn't like Sanders, like if they had figured that it was Deshaun Watson's job, then we would have that announcement by now. I think it's a real competition. I think it's close. And so why would you look to trade a guy that I think should be your starter? Because there is a chance, whatever that chance might be, that he can be your quarterback of the future. So I don't think it makes sense for the Browns. I don't think Sanders is going to go anywhere and have a better chance to start than he does right here. And even if Watson wins the job and they think Watson's going to win the job, he hasn't stayed healthy since he's been here. So I would think that Shedeur Sanders would get a chance to play this year and probably play a bunch. And if you're trying to win games, I don't think you can go into it thinking, okay, well, we got our first guy who's been beat up and hasn't played well, and then we're going to get rid of the second guy, and then, it's Dylan Gabriel or Taylor Green. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me from either side.
I want to see what Shedeur has. I think it's when we have this conversation about Shedeur, if somebody puts a story out there and says, hey, maybe someone's in the trade market for him or he could do that, like, people instantly think that we don't like Shedeur. I think it's amazing how people create what they want to create based on what they want rather than they don't listen to what we're saying sometimes. I think the Browns are in a unique position right now where they have 1 and 2 quarterbacks, because no one wants to talk about Gabriel at all. You just don't, and that's fine. I get it, and
including Todd Monken.
Well, that's true, right? No one wants to talk about him at all. But Kevin wanted to put him on the field for sure, right? Or at least the front office or somebody there did.
The organization did.
Yeah.
Drafted him ahead of Shedeur for a reason.
Again, I say
that reason might not exist anymore.
The best case scenario for all of us is that if Shedeur, especially where he is in his contract and where he is in his career, goes out there and just lights it up, that's where
be awesome.
We're all good. And so please don't think that I don't have an agenda. I don't have a theory on what's going on here. I just know that I want what's best for the Browns.
Oh.
And what would be best for the Browns is if Sanders went up there and just lit it up, and
If
next
somebody
thing you
did.
know, you're 5-0, and we're all talking about great things for the rest of the season. Why Am I Smarter? Brought to you by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call. 216-770-5488. That's QC Kinetics. Dan Madigan, why are you smarter?
Hey, Dan.
Our social media mentions are powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Well, I'm smarter today because the true winner of the World Cup remains this.
I love ranch. I tasted here and it's delicious. And I take 2 bottles with home.
It's delicious.
Delicious.
Just check it in your luggage. Don't try and take it on the
Check
plane.
it in your luggage, 100%.
Wrap it up in a Walmart bag.
Meredith Kane!
I'll make you smarter about traveling with ranch. You can get the packets, the seasoning packets. You don't have to worry about them putting them in your checked luggage, and you can take home quite a few without adding a lot of weight. So there you go. Smarter. Travel with ranch packets rather than the actual bottles of ranch themselves.
Although, isn't it better to use the ranch packets to actually cook with?
I think so, personally.
And
I think so.
not add water to make ranch dressing?
It's like
Is it
butter.
water
It's
you
like
add?
buttermilk,
I think it is.
and it's like buttermilk and one other creamy ingredient or
Yeah.
something to make the ranch. It's like buttermilk and mayonnaise or
You
something.
can put it in chicken recipes. It's really good.
Jeff, are you smarter?
Andy, I
Yeah,
work
I'm always
with
smarter,
with
Andy.
you every day. Of course I'm smarter.
Yeah, or no, you feel
Every
like
day
you're
I work with
smarter.
you, Andy, I get smarter.
Yeah.
Every day.
No, you think you're smarter because it's inferiority complex for me.
I'm smarter today because our chat with Anthony Castrovins led me to look up a couple of things just to double check, and I my inclination was correct from the last time I saw it. Everybody who would platoon on the team, it seems, actually hits better against the left or right arm pitcher that they're not supposed to hit better against. I smell a segment for tomorrow. Stay tuned.
Mayor, are we going to be smarter about a wedding at the end of the week? Maybe. We'll talk about that tomorrow. I'll be smarter, too, because I just got a text from somebody who was trying to land for an interview. Just texted me back. I'll tell you who that is tomorrow, too. I'm very excited about this interview if it does happen.
Oh,
But
good.
They are on board, and we will have this person on soon. I'll let you know who
Well,
that
by
is
golly,
tomorrow.
that makes me want to tune in.
Of course it does. You know what else you can tune into? Afternoon Drive. That's coming up next. Be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor, lifebank.org. See you, Cleveland. See you. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 10.
And that's the show.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Phoenix Suns acquired veteran forward Miles Bridges and 2 future draft picks from the Charlotte Hornets over the weekend. In exchange, the Hornets received key role players Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal alongside a 2033 unprotected first-round pick. The move sheds $20 million in luxury tax for Phoenix while reshaping Charlotte's roster and getting rid of a controversial player in Miles Bridges. I'm Addie Bates.
The U.S. Treasury quietly released its official financial report for 2025. It appears by its own numbers, the U.S. government seems insolvent. It's reported that the Treasury shows about $6 trillion in assets and over $47 trillion in liabilities. Add it all up, and it looks like the U.S. owes more than $130 trillion it doesn't have. If that were a family, they'd earn $52,000 a year, spend $73,000, and already be more than $1 million underwater. Any accountant would call that insolvent. So how does the government fix this? It can print money, which erodes your purchasing power, it can raise taxes, or it can cut benefits. And none of those can help to protect you. That's why many people who have something to lose move part of their savings into physical gold and silver, assets that can't be printed, defaulted on, or voted away. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD.
We have some of the best vets. Man, these guys they keep us locked in every game, every inning. Like, it's 9 innings for a reason.
It comes from the players. You hear them in the dugout. We're never out of it. We never quit. We're not sitting back sulking and counting ourselves out. We played 27 outs in this game for a reason, and I couldn't be more proud of them.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
And welcome on in. It is Afternoon Drive on this Monday. So glad you guys could all be with us here today. A bunch to get into. We got to talk about LeBron coming up. A lot to do around the NBA in general. Are the Guardians back after one win? Everyone says it's a must-win series. Then they win the series, and then on Sunday it's the win of the season. How many wins of the season can we possibly have? I'm not sure. We got Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We have Jake Murren producing today's show, Matt Corrali on the updates, and Spencer in for Nick. Spencer, how you doing today?
I'm good. I do love how often we use must win in baseball. It's
It drives me up the wall. It's insane.
It's a 162 game season, and we're like, in May, hey, this is a must-win series.
Listen,
and then in June, it's another must-win series.
And then when they win a game, then all of a sudden everyone's like, game of the year. Game of the year. How many games of the year has the morning show had already this year in regards to the Guardians? This is not going to be a pile on the morning show week. This is not going to be that. I promise you that. It's probably the only time we'll mention them today, and we'll keep things moving. But I'm pretty sure they've called it Game of the Year 6 different times already this season.
I think that's fair. That's probably a fair count. Like Vegas, over under 6 would be. I think that was what it would be in Vegas.
Vegas
100%.
Numbers over under 5.5 game of the year, and it's like, all right, fine. Hey, they didn't have Jose. There's all sorts of things we can attach to, and obviously we'll get a lot of the Guardians as the show moves on. Spencer, how you doing today?
I'm good. Getting ready.
Good.
I have 2 days with you, which I'm very excited about, and then I promise not to have like that senioritis thing going on tomorrow when I know I have vacation starting on Wednesday.
You can't, as a fill-in, have one foot out the door. That's not how that works.
That's why I'm promising you now. You're not going to get that version of me.
Thank you. And you might be one of the only people that fill in where I'm like, he's actually going to deliver on that promise. There's like 6 other people I could name that I'd be like, they're not. 6 o'clock tomorrow, they're going to be done. I might as well be hosting solo at 6 o'clock tomorrow.
No, I'll be here. Don't worry.
All right, good. Obviously, I'm back from my vacation. Everything went well. Everything was good. What's funny about it is...
Hey, you were in Ellicottville, New York?
Yeah, I don't know. It's whatever. It's a ski town. We have 2 kids under 3.
Wrong time of year to go to a ski town.
No, right time of the year. Massive discounts. You don't pay nearly as much because you're not doing any skiing. What we needed was a place that was in like 3 hours because I have a 9-month-old and then one that's just over 3, and they just can't do a long car ride, as evidenced by the fact that in multiple times during this trip alone to go to Ellicottville, we had to stop to go to the bathroom for the one, and then 5 minutes later her be like, I didn't finish, I need to go again, and then you have to get off on the highway and you have to go do it again, and it's like that's why we chose a place that was close by, and so we go to this place, and a nice place. It had nice golf courses, everything you'd kind of want, all things considered. But there's nothing special about Ellicottville, New York.
No.
There's nothing that it was awesome about it. They had restaurants the way everyone has restaurants. They had golf courses the way everyone has golf courses. And I'm like, we could have vacationed in Akron. I'm being serious.
There's golf courses there too.
Save the 3-hour trip. We could have gone 45 minutes down the road and just had a vacation there.
Yeah, somebody from Western New York. I've heard great things about Ellicottville. I've driven through Ellicottville. I've never actually spent. You've spent more time in Ellicottville now than I've spent in Ellicottville.
Yeah. When your big hook is you're a ski town and then there's no skiing to be done. I'm not even a skier, so I'm not jealous of that. But when that's your hook, and then I don't do the one thing that you have a hook on, then I probably could have just gone right up down the road. Our ride back was actually spent trying to figure out places within like an hour and a half radius that you could go to that accomplish everything we just accomplished with Ellicottville.
That is something I enjoy about trips, though. Like the stuff you try. Usually on the way there, we don't try to plan any of that stuff because we're like, we just want to get there, get settled, whatever. Like we're on, for our vacation this week, we're going down to Virginia. We have some family down there. We're going to see a bunch of people.
Oh, that's fun.
On the way back,
I think Virginia sounds a lot like Ellicottville, New York.
In some respects, yeah. I mean, we're going to be closer to D.C., so there's at least that. Like, you could do something in D.C.
There's some nice beaches in Virginia.
250th for for 4th of July, so that's a big deal.
There we go.
So there'll be some fun stuff to do. But one of my favorite things about traveling is, like, finding the things off the beaten path that you can do on the way home afterwards, or, like, the random stops that you make. Like when I went to Philly You guys knew I was with Lance when I went to Philly last year for the joint practices.
Mm-hmm.
On the way home, we stopped at the Penn State Creamery, which is like this famous ice cream place in State College that everybody raves about. We went and got ice cream. Like, it's stuff like that just makes the trip whole.
Yeah, but there's a famous ice cream place every 20 miles.
But it's not the Penn State Creamery.
Yeah. When you said the Penn State Creamery,
That's how
I was
they
like,
get you with that stuff,
I was
isn't
like,
it?
I was like, yeah. My wife told me about the Cornell Creamery that they have too. I'm like, I think that's just a college
Isn't
thing.
that how they get you though? Like, it's the world's largest ball of yarn. Well, we got to stop. Nobody has this anywhere else.
And I fall for it all the time, Spencer. I'm the reason why those signs exist. If I see world's greatest, I must try it.
World's greatest.
If you claim like world's greatest slice of pizza, I'm the guy that I have to stop and try that
it's in
slice
like a
of
random
pizza.
town in like Indiana.
Always.
Like, okay, cool.
I have pulled the car over to be like, we have to try this now because it said world's greatest, and you just don't get to make the claim world's greatest unless you're at least something.
It's got to be. I mean, you set the bar very high when you say world's greatest.
I'm also the person that at restaurants, when they say like the award-winning, it's like award-winning brisket, I'll be like, well, I'll ask the servers. I'll be straight up like, what award did you win?
Oh yeah, I looked that up.
Like you can't just say award-winning. It doesn't count that way.
I verify that.
Did somebody in the back just hand you this award and say, here you go?
Were you on Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives, and you actually got awarded something?
What award did you actually win? I need to know what award this actually was. And every time the server, they have no idea what award that actually is.
Or it's like some local thing, like best brisket in Western Indiana.
Yeah, one of those awards
Okay,
you just
cool.
happen to pay for, and it is what it is. All right, Spencer, we got a lot to get into today. We have soccer on the TV for some unknown reason. We got to fix that in between the break. We got Joe DeLeon dropping by 3:20. I'm so tired of all the soccer stuff. I can't stand it.
You know what's funny about that? As I was thinking about stuff I wanted to talk about on the show, I was kind of going through some topics, and I was like, I wonder if there's anything soccer related.
Nope.
And then I was like, hold on.
Nope.
I am not filling in with Nick today. I'm filling in with JP today. And I just know soccer is going to be a no-go for JP. So
Absolute no-go.
I skipped right over the soccer stuff. It was easy.
I hate that it's dominating so many national sports conversations. It's driving me up
You
the
don't
wall.
want to talk about people trying to smuggle ranch dressing into other countries?
No, I don't care. Congratulations. You discovered we have air conditioning. Awesome. Oh, they use ice in their drinks. So wacky, these Americans. Great. Come visit a little bit more often than just for soccer games, and you'll experience what we have. It's awesome. All right, but I do want to talk about LeBron, though, because LeBron does interest me greatly. And I was thinking a lot about this, the idea that, and obviously you got reports all over today, Draymond opts out of his player option, and so the setup is here. It's all there. Draymond's going to take less money. It's set up. Anthony Davis, LeBron James. Can they pull it off? Obviously, we'll find out. New report today was from a couple different accounts, but Chris Haynes had the idea that LeBron and the Lakers have yet to have a conversation regarding his future. That's expected to change, though, in light of Golden State's strategic maneuvering to position themselves as a landing spot, according to his sources. So there's a lot that's happening. If it's not going to be the Warriors, it feels like the Lakers are at least they're there. They're in the conversation more so than the Cavs, at least. And I'm at a spot now, Spencer, where at June 29th, 2:09 p.m. in the afternoon, I'm getting ready to call it as far as LeBron James coming to the Cavs.
Yeah, I mean, I felt this way for a while, that he probably wasn't coming back. I understand the good vibes and the good story of he finishes his career here. And I've been, from the time he left in 2018, the biggest advocate for he'll be back at some point, because the only place that makes sense to finish his career is Cleveland. Like, this is his town. LA is a Kobe Bryant's Shaq town. All these other Laker greats. Miami is I almost said Dean Wade. D Wade's town. And like, the place that makes the most sense is Cleveland.
The Heat statue actually looks more like Dean Wade than Dwayne Wade.
Yeah, it does, actually. That's fair. But I think despite all that, like, LeBron always beats to his own drum. I've always felt like coming back to Cleveland would be a cool story, but I just didn't know if it was going to make sense for him from a basketball standpoint. For me, it was more about the money, which now it sounds like most of these other teams would only really be offering him the mid-level exception anyway, so maybe it's less about that. But LeBron's going to do what LeBron's going to do. I just, like, this is sort of a weird place for him to end up if he ends up with the Warriors, but I agree with you that the way these LeBron narratives always go, whenever he's been a free agent, there's always like different vibes about different teams. And it's like 1 week it was the Cavs. 1 week it was definitively he was going back to the Lakers. Now it's that he's going to the Warriors. Part of me is like, we have no idea what he's doing. I think this kind of proves that. Like, LeBron stuff rarely leaks out. So all we've heard today is that the Warriors are trying to pursue him, but we don't know for sure that's where he's 100% going to go. But it's I don't know. I'm with you. It just feels like there's too much smoke about other teams at this point. Yeah. I think we had our fun last week in the aftermath of the 2016 reunion they did, and we got to kind of bask in that and feel like, well, maybe there's a chance, but it feels like that ship has largely sailed, and the Cavs maybe aren't even aggressively pursuing LeBron at this point because They have other things they got to worry about first.
I mean, nothing would be better than him basically lining up to go to the Warriors to then come back to the Cavs. Like in one last attempt to almost thwart Golden State and put them in a problematic situation. If he set them up this way, it just, to me, it seems pretty obvious. When you're talking about LeBron and the relationships there, if they bring Anthony Davis in play, well, Anthony Davis, him, Kerr, and Curry, they won gold together in 2024. Like, they know that works already. He's already been, if he's not best friends with Draymond, he's very good friends with Draymond Green, more so than even Steph Curry. There's a relationship that is built there that is obviously something he'd want to go to. But most importantly to that conversation, Spencer, is I don't think he's caring about it being Golden State. He knows these guys. He knows these guys in a way he doesn't know the Cavs players. We have a relationship with LeBron. You, me, this city, we have a relationship with LeBron because of 2016 and obviously his childhood and everything with him being picked number one, the whole everything. We don't need to go through the laundry list of why we know LeBron. LeBron doesn't know Evan Mobley. LeBron, I would argue, has had maybe, and I don't know his personal relationships with Jared Allen, but what do you want to bet he's had like 4 conversations in life with Jared Allen outside of the basketball court? And if that number was even true, I'd be surprised. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Is it fair to say like the person he might have the closest relationship on this team is maybe going to be James Harden? Like I would imagine him and James Harden have interacted enough that they're somewhat close.
And I think that was part of the reason, not obviously the whole reason for why the trade happened, but that was like an added bonus for the James Harden trade is that it would give LeBron somebody that he could be like, all right, yeah, I know you, I like you, I get along with you. Right. It's great. Because I think if you're going to spend your last year in the NBA, I do think you wanted to be around people that you know, people that you played with, people that you trust, people that you like more than anything. This Cavs team, outside of Harden that you mentioned, I know he's had dealings with Donovan, but I've got no indication that they're buddy-buddy. The amount of wine they've drank together, I would bet is not even one full bottle full. Like, it's just, he'd be almost like a foreign piece into that locker room.
Well, and that's why I say, like, LeBron beats to his own drum, right? Like, he's going to do the thing that he's the most comfortable with, which is going and maybe reuniting with, or not even reuniting, but joining a team of guys that he gets along with to sort of send his career off into retirement. It's weird because I think all of us here in Cleveland will, and I know we're going to talk about this, would feel weird about seeing him wear that uniform and team up with guys that we rooted against when they were at the peak of their powers. But I also feel like that's just kind of LeBron's MO. I think it also speaks to everyone has always wondered what still motivates LeBron at this point. And I've said for years that the whole ring thing, like championships, I think he felt comfortable with his legacy from that standpoint after he won one with the Cavs here in 2016. I think he felt like he was Teflon at that point.
So, like, the Lakers one was just like the cherry on top?
It was a cherry on top, and I'm sure he wanted at least one more in his career.
I mean, I think everyone in his life tells him he's the greatest of all time.
Yeah,
so who cares if Johnny Basketball 6969 disagrees and thinks it's Jordan?
Well, and JP,
he doesn't care.
Like, he could have left the Lakers 3 times over now if he really still cared that much about, like, winning championships, which, by the way, I don't think joining the Warriors team that we're talking about here with all these guys whose average age combines to be like 37 years old and they're almost qualified for an AARP card. Like, I don't think that team's winning the championship.
No,
so
but they'll be competitive at least. They won't be a good regular season team, but they'll be competitive in the playoffs.
But it just throws out the window the idea that LeBron at this stage is chasing championships, which is one of the lures to coming back to Cleveland too, is, hey, this team is pretty much ready-made for you, and they're only a few pieces away from actually getting to that point in an Eastern Conference that feels wide open and could be even more wide open if Jaylen Brown gets traded to a Western Conference team or whatever. So it just doesn't feel like that's his motivation. His motivation is play with guys who he gets along with, who he wants to sort of have this buddy-buddy season with and have a good time.
I think he wants to play somewhere in California. I think he likes that.
I don't think he wants to leave L.A. too far if he does leave L.A.
Yeah, and so it's just a quick little plane ride, and that's all that is from San Francisco to L.A. And then on top of it, I really do think that the players and playing with Steph and Draymond and then Anthony Davis, if he can do that, I think that's way more enticing to him. And it's not, again, we've already established, it's not about winning an NBA Finals or anything. It's about LeBron having a good time in his last year while also being competitive and also feeling like he's checking something off. I mean, as much of a blockbuster TV as that would be for us to watch him in a Cavs uniform, it's not as if it's not blockbuster watching him play with Steph Curry and with everyone else there and being coached by Steve Kerr. Like, there's something about the idea that he knows those guys, he trusts those guys. He's got proof of the concept already because of the gold medal they won in 2024. I just feel like that makes a lot of sense. 216-474-0092. Want to hear from you guys. Have you lost faith in a LeBron return? I've lost faith. I just don't think it's happening right now. And maybe shame on me, and a couple weeks from now, he'll be coming back home and I'll have to eat those words. I just don't see it. And would you feel slighted if LeBron ended up with the Warriors? It's Jonathan Peterlin and Spencer German with you guys. Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
clips from The Fan from the last 24 hours. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Your mornings are about to change with 92.3 The Fan. We're going local at 5 a.m. It's The Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. All the latest from the night before in Cleveland sports and getting your day started even earlier. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
This is potentially, okay, a very big domino in this entire NBA offseason. For months, the expectation was that Draymond Green was going to pick up this option, play alongside Steph Curry, and they were going to wait for Jimmy Butler to come back and try to assemble something in the second half of the season. This is an indication that Draymond Green is willing to take a pay cut. Now, if they don't get these players, Draymond could just re-sign right back into this deal. But this opens the door for the Warriors to use their mid-level exception of $15 million. And $15 million for LeBron James is a preposterous bargain, okay? But the thing that I have been told, the Lakers have interest in re-signing LeBron. They expressed that interest as soon as they were able at the end of the finals. They want to give LeBron a contract offer. They want to meet with him and give him their plan for what they want to do in free agency. But the way it was explained to me, Amina, LeBron has been unavailable for a meeting with the Lakers. So I would just say this, stay tuned.
That was Brian Windhorst earlier today on ESPN talking about the LeBron James situation in his afternoon drive. Jonathan Beadle and Spencer German here with you guys. And the other update on this, Spencer, is that Shams is now saying that LeBron will not leave the Lakers for the Warriors unless Golden State trades for Anthony Davis. So it's Anthony Davis and LeBron as a package deal. And it's weird that, like, it's Anthony Davis or it doesn't happen, considering, listen, Anthony Davis and LeBron.
Find someone who loves you the way LeBron loves you.
You know
Anthony
what I'm
Davis.
saying? And it's not as if Anthony Davis is like some sort of great henchman for LeBron either. Like he's not been the world's greatest in that regard.
They won his most questionable ring together.
Yeah, and also then there was that weird little subplot to it all where Anthony Davis talked about how he went months without picking up a basketball and basically doing everything that would suggest something that LeBron would not like and appreciate. But I guess LeBron and Anthony Davis, that's a package deal.
Well, and that's what's so weird about this. Like, regardless of, first thing we highlighted, like why maybe a Cavs reunion isn't in the cards and LeBron sort of does his own thing. And I can understand LeBron might enjoy the idea of playing with all these guys. But the concept of this team, you ever seen the movie Grown Ups, JP?
The one that they made like 6 franchises off of?
Yeah,
that
maybe.
one?
But it's got Adam Sandler and all his buddies, Kevin James.
Yeah. And they made like 3 different versions of that movie.
In the first version of that movie,
like Chris Rock on a slide or something like that.
They did make multiple. But in the first,
regrettably, I've seen the first one of that. I didn't see any. I didn't see the follow-ups.
The first version of that movie, they played this like pickup basketball game with like all these old guys that they didn't get along with. It was like the rival group of guys in the town that they grew up in.
Because of course, Adam Sandler's got a rival group of basketball guys to go up against. Of course.
And in the basketball game, it's like all the other guys like eventually like get like they bow out because they're injured or whatever, and it's but hey, they're all good friends. They're all hooping together. It's a good time by all. That's what this reminds me of. It just makes you think of LeBron going and teaming up with a bunch of old timers, all his buddies from his years together in the NBA that he met along the way, and they're going to go try to play basketball together, but it's not going to end in a championship. Do we really think a team with those guys? Like, I can't wait for the graphic when if this happens. I can't wait for the graphic that has AD, LeBron, Steph, and Draymond on it, and it says, who's beating this? And all the responses are just arthritis, carpal tunnel, AD's knees. Like, AD's the youngest of that group, and we know his knees are jello. Like, what are we talking about here? Like, they're in a Western Conference that has a young Thunder team, a young Spurs team that just went to the NBA Finals. Like, they're not going to outlast those teams in a 7-game series.
Here's where I'll give them credit, though. I'll give them credit with the idea that they are at least continuing to swerve into what they are. Last year, they were the oldest team, the Warriors, that is, the oldest team in all of the NBA. And so what are they doing this year?
They're
getting older. Yeah, they're getting older. Clearly, their plan or their thought process on this is because of the 2024 gold medal and everything that was associated with that. They think they have a concept that is proofed out, and they also feel like we can't beat Wemby with talent. That's not going to happen. But we can beat him with experience. We can beat him with brains. There's not a smarter basketball person on the planet than LeBron James. Arguably, if you want to like rank people with basketball intelligence, Steph's got to be up on that list. Draymond's got to be up on that list. I don't know about Anthony Davis's basketball intelligence, but what I do know is that he averages 20 and 10 and is still a top 10 defensive player in the league. So, like, I don't know. It doesn't sound crazy. I think they'd be an awful regular season team. Okay, I don't think they'll be good in the regular season.
No.
I think that a lot of people they'll be taking games off. There'll be minutes restrictions and all that. But you get them ready for the postseason. I don't know. I don't hate the vision. What I hate is the idea of LeBron in a Warriors uniform, though.
For sure.
That's what I hate. And that's what I hear from you guys. 216-474 below 92. Would you feel slighted if LeBron went to the Warriors? Yeah, a little bit. It does kind of feel like something to get angry about and something to be mad about. It feels like a weird ending to the LeBron existence for 20 years of basketball greatness.
Well, and this is why I say I don't think LeBron at this point, I don't want to say he doesn't care about his legacy, but I don't think he thinks his legacy can be impacted by like anything, I guess is the way that I would put it.
Well, can it? Because I don't know that it can.
Because
I think we'd be upset that he doesn't come here, but I think we'd also look at LeBron and say, okay, I get it.
Well, I get it from the standpoint of like this is how he wants to end his career. Like I said, I understand his thinking on like, hey, let's just buddy up with all my old friends and have this nice little pal sesh for my last year in the NBA. That's what he wants to do. I get it, but I also can't hide from the fact of how lame that this would be. Not and that like lame from the standpoint of what I laid out, like how old this team is and how the concept of it just sounds terrible to me. But then also how lame it would be for us as Cavs fans to know that his last year in the NBA, hypothetically, is him going to the team that we hated, loathed for at least those 4 years, and obviously beyond that, because even though the Cavs kind of disbanded after that, we still hated and rooted against that Warriors team for several years after the fact. And I think people still do root against the Warriors because they hate Steph Curry.
If we're in the trend of early 2000s movies that people didn't really care for, I liked Fever Pitch. I thought it was fun, but not everybody did. Okay,
movie. I
knew you'd like that one. It's that scene where they see all the Red Sox players at the bar afterwards, and Jimmy Fallon's like, "What the hell? Why am I upset? Why do I care so much?" And these guys don't even seem like they're bothered right now. That's what you're describing to LeBron right now. It's like, hey, LeBron, I want you to hate the Warriors forever. You're supposed to. You taught us to hate the Warriors more than we hate anything in life, and now you're going to go ahead and wear a Warriors jersey? You see how fans? Yeah. You see how we can get so much more bothered by that than LeBron? LeBron won't think twice after. He doesn't care about the jersey or what the team signifies or anything like that. He just cares about playing with Steph and with Draymond and AD and Steve Kerr. That's his deal.
I think I saw a poll.
And I'm not bothered by that for him. I do think it sucks though.
I think I saw a poll that was like, how would you feel if LeBron joined the Warriors? Would you be would it tarnish his would it ruin his legacy? Was the first option. It was like, would you just be mad? Would you just be like indifferent about it? And then the last one was like, doesn't bother you at all, like doesn't impact anything, whatever. And I would probably fall into the mad category on that. Like I would be kind of mad if he joins the Warriors, because it just doesn't feel right to see him in that uniform with how tight those series were, how much emotion and passion we put on the line for ourselves as fans of like, we care so much about this team, about beating the Warriors. And it's also the fact that if it was just Steph still there, because I've always felt like I hated Steph in the moment, but since that time, I've come around to really respect. And I
like Steph too now.
And
I can admit that.
Steph got cheered at the 75th All-Star game in Cleveland when they were in the top 75 players. Like, there's a respect here in Cleveland for Steph, but people still hate Draymond. People obviously hated Clay. He's not there anymore. But it's the fact that Draymond is still there. I already think people hate the fact that LeBron's so close with Draymond, because it almost ruins the whole back and forth they had in that series that got him suspended in the first place. And then it's like, oh, now you're friends with that guy?
I bet more people dislike Ayesha Curry than Steph Curry.
Probably. I think that's probably true.
Because she's going on Twitter just yelling about everything, talking about the series is rigged. As things was happening. Game 6, she's out here tweeting about the series being rigged.
She's got her tinfoil hat on, yeah.
Yeah.
I definitely think it would be a weird taste and a weird feeling to see LeBron wear that uniform. It's like the one uniform that you can't see him wear. And it also, for his legacy, again, I'm not going to say it would tarnish his legacy from the standpoint of, I think for the most part, I think his legacy is solidified. Could he use another ring? Sure. But I do think this would just cement what I've been saying for years, which is he doesn't care about rings at this point, because if he goes there, I don't think that's the case. I think he just cares about ending his career with his buddies. But for us, I think it feels different. It's a weird way to end his legacy. If you want to go back to Miami even, I guess I kind of get that a little bit more. I get him ending it in LA because that's just kind of where he's been the last however many years. Coming to Cleveland makes the most sense. Going to a new team in Golden State and just kind of having this reunion-like powwow with your friends seems like the lamest possible way for.
And this might just be one big leverage play to get him and the Lakers, basically the Lakers, to pay attention. Lakers have been asleep at the wheel all summer in regards to LeBron, and so maybe this just gets them to wake up a little bit. But I think the hard part for a lot of Cavs fans that are listening to this right now, at least for myself, is I'm sitting here and I'm thinking to myself, like, we have a good enough team. If the Cavs had a bad team, we wouldn't even consider it. We wouldn't even think about it. When LeBron left, I don't think anybody envisioned a scenario where 7 years later we had a team that just was in the conference finals, and then LeBron is still saying no to us. Because that means he was always going to say no to us.
Yeah.
And I think there's something that hurts us deep down about that. There's a reality there that I think it's almost like a twisting of the knife type moment for us.
Well,
and it's I mean, that's the part that I'm having a hard time with.
And it's just another example of him like using the Cavs. Like, how many times when this happens, right? A couple years ago, he was a free agent to be. He shows up at that playoff game against the Celtics and sits courtside, and everyone's fantasizing about, oh, does this mean LeBron's maybe considering coming back to Cleveland this offseason? Like, he always uses the Cavs. He just uses the Cavs all the time to get the leverage and entice teams to actually be interested in him. And it would just be another example of that, which is why, to be honest with you, JP, I do understand why there are some fans here who just don't like LeBron because they feel like all he's ever done is left and just use the Cavs for leverage. And he's never actually been committed to them other than the fact that he needed to win a championship here because he promised one at the beginning of his career.
All right, now, Mac, it says Alant on the call screener. Is that Anthony Alant? Is that like the one that does shows for us and does work for us, or is it just a random Alant?
I don't know. I was not the one that screened that call.
This is him. It is him, okay. Yeah. Guys, I don't know. Have we created too inviting of an environment? Nick's not here, and all of a sudden we got just people calling in, thinking that they can give off their takes, and not just callers, but just like people that host in the station. Are we too inviting, Spencer? I don't know.
Is Nick Padone going to call from his honeymoon next?
Yeah, maybe we need to button this up a little bit. I want to put the fear of God into everybody. You don't call this show. All right, no, Alan, I want to hear from you. But you got to be good. If you're not good, I'm just going to hang up on you.
I'll keep it above board. It's not just that LeBron would be, like, when you're thinking about how the storybook ending of LeBron would be, where would you factor in going to the Warriors in his final year? And it wouldn't just be going to the Warriors. It would be teaming up with Steph Curry and Draymond Green, the people that bounced him 3 out of the 4 seasons that he was here in Cleveland. And it would be choosing them over Cleveland for his final season. That's where it would really be the issue to me of what we were just saying, twisting the knife for Cleveland fans.
All right, good call, Lynn. Appreciate you. All right, but that was quick. We had to make it quick. Yeah, I like the dynamic drop in. If you host at all on this station at any point throughout the week, and you want to call in, is Earl on the line next? We can get him on here. Your co-host, our buddy. We can just make this a revolving door for everybody.
It's
I don't know that he added much to the conversation. It kind of felt like he was agreeing with us. But
part-timers at the station day, or like everybody just calls in who's a part-timer, and you can give your takes on LeBron.
You get old timers day at the ball yard. This is part-timers.
That's going to be the Warriors next year. Old timers day is every day.
Okay. 216-474-0090.
Get your Denny's.
You're just going to have too much fun.
Get your Denny's old timer discount.
Yeah, LeBron shows a Buckeye card, and everyone's like, we don't know what this is. That is one of the things of coming to Cleveland, coming to Ohio. Everyone references Buckeye cards. For me, growing up, it was always AARP. That's all it ever was. Everyone's like, I got your Buckeye card. No one else knows what that is outside of Ohio.
When you sign with the Warriors, you also get a lifetime membership to Life Alert.
I've fallen, and I can't get up.
LeBron can use that a lot when he flops. Hey, I've fallen.
Anthony Davis will be using that in spades.
100%. 100%. Ridiculous.
It's funny,
this team is going to be so old.
I hate this. This can't be what ends up happening to
Such
LeBron.
The lamest ending.
LeBron knows this is. I think he thinks this is like Tom Brady in Tampa when he got Gronk there and all of a sudden basically put the band back together in many ways. I think he thinks that's what this is.
This is like Joe Montana finishing his career with the Kansas City Chiefs. It just makes no sense.
But it can't be, though, because the Chiefs at that time were not iconic in any sort of way. And the Warriors, they built themselves into being this now iconic franchise because of the Steph Curry era. And I don't know 20 years from now.
That's another part of this, though. They did that at the mercy of LeBron, which is another reason why it's so stupid he goes there.
Oh, there's a part of LeBron that has to understand. If Steph Curry was never born in the same hospital as LeBron, it's been established all day long. If he was never born in the same hospital, he's never born at all, LeBron James is not, it's not a question of if he's better than Michael Jordan. It is understood that he is better than Michael Jordan. If the Warriors dynasty does not exist, no one has an argument about who the GOAT is in the slightest bit. Michael Jordan himself would have to bow down to LeBron James in acknowledgement of who exactly that belongs to. But because he did exist, and he is so great, and he did win so many titles, he is what stands in the way of the long-standing debate of who the greatest of all time is. That should infuriate LeBron. It doesn't, though.
Do you think
it doesn't?
Do you think
he's secure about what he's accomplished?
Well, and that was going to be my next question. Do you think it crosses his mind at all that doing this has any impact on his legacy?
No,
because I don't.
No, I don't. He doesn't care. He does not care.
Do you personally?
He's the Chappelle sketch. I do not care.
Do you personally think it tarnishes his legacy in any way?
I think for people like Atlanta, it will. I think for I think there's enough people
outside of Cleveland, though. Do you think anybody thinks it tarnishes?
Nobody will think twice about it.
Nobody cares. It's just a Cleveland thing.
They'll make jokes online. They'll reference it. They'll do the same thing you're doing with the Life Alert stuff, and they're just going to talk about like, oh, all right, I guess at 42 years old, I guess he decided to team up with a bunch of buddies that he already had success with in previous places. And in the case of Steph and Draymond, we'll call it the Olympics, but he had success with.
What I will say, I know that LeBron does think about his legacy in Cleveland, even though I know he feels like he's Teflon. He's accomplished everything that he can accomplish, and he thinks he's the GOAT already. I do know he does think about how he's looked at in Cleveland, and I do think that will cross his mind with this a little bit. But I ultimately don't think he would care. If this is what he wants to do, this is what he's going to do.
All right, let's leave that there. By the way, we have one piece of Browns news that we'll pass along before we get to quick hits, okay? So we're going to tease a little bit of Browns changes within their front office and some organizational moves. We got quick hits coming your way next. It's Jonathan Peterlin, Spencer German, Afternoon Drive with you guys right here on The Fan.
92.3 The Fan.
from the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's Sports Desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, afternoon drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now. Joe DeLeon coming your way in about 40 minutes or so. We'll get into a James Harden conversation at the top of the next hour. Now it's time for Quick Hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry! It's Quick Hits.
All right, Spencer, we got an update here from the Browns. They've hired Ryan Grigson, promoted Chris Cooper. So now they've hired Grigson as a senior football advisor and promoted Cooper to senior vice president of football administration. Grigson, I'm fine with that. I have no problems with that. They just seem like they're just loading up on a bunch of people that used to be in important spots in the NFL and are now saying, here, come over here.
Yeah, the first thought that comes to mind, obviously, is like, is this Andrew Berry's vision for building out a front office post Paul DePodesta, right? Like we all kind of know he had some bigger influence on things. Everyone has speculated that without Paul DePodesta here, Andrew Berry's done a better job and that he's able to he's basically been like let off the leash to do certain things. I don't know that I buy that, but I think that's what people have sort of speculated. So maybe this is Andrew Berry now building a group of guys that support him.
No, yeah, I don't even look at it as that deep. I just look at it as Grigson was in charge of the Colts from 2012 to 2016, somewhere in that range, I think was his stretch.
Yep, that's exactly it.
Yeah, and so when was Andrew Berry with the Colts? You know, I mean, I just think it was
well, that's what I mean, though.
It's a one-hand wash and the other type thing. I'm not going to let you stay on the sidelines. I'll let you. Obviously, he thinks he's smart. He was, he gave Andrew Berry a job. The guy that gives you a job, you're probably going to think is somewhat intelligent because they saw so much in me and then kept me around. It's kind of like the NFL world payback is what it sounds like.
Yeah, I mean, to my point I was kind of making, like, it just feels like Andrew Berry kind of has maybe even freer reign to just, like, bring in all these people and get people that think like him and people that obviously he's worked with in the past are going to fall into that bucket.
All right, but the problem with that, and the only problem that should exist...
Too like-minded thinking.
Well, maybe that's a good one. I was thinking more the idea that it's something that I've accused them of having before, just too many cooks in the kitchen. They just constantly seem. I've heard it described some of the.
No pun intended, because Glenn Cook also works in that front office.
no pun intended. But I've heard it described as them having more people at that table than in any other NFL room by far, and they just keep bringing more people into that table. And so, are you bringing people in just to give them a paycheck because they're a buddy, or are you going to actually take their words seriously? Because if you're taking their words seriously, then we've got 75 guys diagnosing what's going on with this Browns team, and that just feels like a lot.
I think there is such thing as too many. I also think this is kind of how the NFL works nowadays. It's like everybody gets to sort of collaborate. And I think the Browns are a very collaborative front office, as they've continued to tell us over and over again. So, all right. Not to bring up a sort of downer situation, but I thought this was pretty big today.
Okay.
Chris Johnson was on, I think it was Good Morning America this morning, and revealed that he was diagnosed with ALS. It's been very aggressive. He just found out, like, within the last year, he's already, like, lost the ability to, like, vocalize and talk. It's pretty sad. To flip it to a positive, though, Chris Johnson was, like, truly growing up like one of the players I loved watching.
Everyone had a Chris Johnson jersey.
He is,
like, everyone I know had a Chris Johnson jersey.
He is part of one of the most iconic, one of my favorite all-time calls, which is the Gus Johnson getting away from the cop speed call. Like, that is an iconic call. Like, everybody has only been doing such good things about Chris Johnson. That dude's awesome.
Yeah.
I feel bad for him.
CJ2K. Well, how about that? You go for 2,000 yards in your second year in the NFL, and then you just get that nickname for the entire rest of the time that you're there. Never to come anywhere really close to 2,000 yards again. The year after, I think he was in like the 1,400 range, but then you just kind of watched as running backs have happened. He had 5-6 years of successive 1,000 yards, and then just kind of fell off, and it was what it was. But nothing was more dynamic than like 2009 Chris Johnson. The sad part, I saw this study going around earlier today, and I just did not know the correlation there. Football players have 4 times the rate of developing and getting ALS.
Yeah, it's
and
sad.
I just never thought about it. There's all sorts of we all think about CTE and the tau proteins and that building up in your head and it just being this ticking time bomb essentially. We all think about that, and that gets discussed and talked about so much, and rightfully so. And they're doing a lot to combat that. But there are so many other little effects that do happen and things that come from playing this dangerous sport. And like ALS, again, 4 times as much as the average person is not something that ever gets discussed. But this is another one of these little areas that maybe we probably should be talking about.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate even like exponentially because like Chris Johnson was somebody who like he was doing really well in his post-retirement, post-NFL life. He was just like with his family, spending time with his daughters, like having a good time. Life was good. This wasn't like a situation of, you know, he went off the deep end or something because of his time in the NFL. Like he was having a really enriched life. And unfortunately, this kind of just like sprung on him. So many prayers to him and his family. It's unfortunate.
Thinking about how unfortunate that actually is for Lou Gehrig. So Lou Gehrig is very memorable, obviously, for things outside of just having the disease. But would you want to be the name of a disease that is awful?
No.
I think that's awful. I think it's horrible.
Well, like how about Tommy John? Like he's like but
that's just a surgery.
He's infamous for like the
Tommy
worst
John
surgery you can have in baseball.
He never would have been remembered though. Like people would have forgot about Tommy John.
That's true.
Like instantly he would have been gone. But it's fine because you don't die from Tommy John surgery. You just get Tommy John surgery and it derails your career. So like that's the one I think you want. I think you want something that isn't
something that's negative, but
because
anytime you hear Tommy John, it's like very daunting in baseball. It's like, oh no, my pitcher's done for at least 2 years.
I'll take that. That keeps me in the cycle. That keeps me around. You know, that's fine. Again, it's not death either. It's okay. But I don't know if there's something that is.
How many other diseases are named after like the person? Like I don't know off the top of my head, but I think that's like the one that's notable.
Well, like, usually, right? Usually, isn't it the person that either like first discovers it or first finds some sort of big breakthrough in it? That's what it gets named for, right? Like something along those lines. Usually, we don't just attach celebrities to it.
Yeah.
But like in the case of Lou Gehrig, like that's what that is, and that seems. I mean, it's
good that Lou Gehrig
he doesn't care. He's dead. But I mean, I don't know that I want that.
To your point, it's a good thing that Lou Gehrig was a great player. Because he's definitely remembered more for being like an iconic baseball player than the disease.
Like if I died,
but if it was the reverse of Tommy John, like all Tommy John's known for is the surgery, right? Like that's all he's remembered for, really.
Which is fine.
But I'm saying
I'll take it.
But if Lou Gehrig was not a good baseball player and all he was remembered for was getting Lou Gehrig's disease, like that would not.
Listen,
that would not
if
be
I
good.
develop some sort of vocal problem and they get to the bottom of it and it's like, whoa, this is. Wow, we don't see this often. You must have really been talking loudly for a long time. And I'm like, I have.
Jonathan Peterlin.
I have. And then it's like, broadcasters across the country just start developing this, but I was first and I got it. And then they fixed it. They got me all, ready to go. And I was able to go out there and do a bunch of years of broadcasting. Yeah, name me after that one. That's fine. But if I end up dying after it, no, thank you.
Not great.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
I'll excuse myself.
That's
all right. I didn't actually go there. I just want to comment on Lou Gehrig's disease. Malik Beasley and Ed Davis. Have you seen this story from the New York Times and The Athletic today?
Yes, I did.
All right. So obviously both former NBA players, they've been indicted on sports gambling charges by the prosecutors. So we've known about Malik Beasley's problems for a while. This is what makes this story so fascinating, though, and I think people will find interesting. There's 4 games that he bet on, one of them against the Cavs. But the part of this that I found at least different, Beasley had all sorts of gambling-related debt, millions of dollars of gambling debt, okay? And Davis is the one that loans him this money. And prosecutors claim that Beasley repaid the debt by intentionally manipulating his own performances in certain games. So to set this up again for you one more time, because I did a miserable job right there, okay? Ed's like, hey, I'll help you to get out of your gambling problems, okay? Like, you got millions of dollars of debt. I'll loan you this money. We'll take care of your gambling problems. How you're going to get me back? You're going to manipulate the prop bets. You're going to manipulate bets on yourself. And we're going to take this from Vegas, and that's how you're going to give me the millions of dollars that you owe me back, and that's how we're going to go ahead and make ourselves whole. And so Beasley went along with it. At least this is the claim. He went along with it, and then obviously everything is now crumbled, and everything is just – and the sad part about this, we want to get back to sad things, is that Beasley was up for like a $60-70 million extension with the Pistons that they revoked.
It cost him.
They revoked because of some of these allegations and things that have come out. But the Davis side of this is an interesting twist.
Bad month for athletes and gambling, right? With Brendan Sorsby's situation obviously playing out the way that it has. now with this, which we've known about this one for a while, and this is the first time we kind of got like real light shown on what was going on with it.
Now we got the Ed Davis side of this.
Right.
And so now we got basically 5 current or former NBA players indicted in connection with alleged betting and game manipulation schemes. Because we got Rozier, we got Jonte Porter, we got Damon Jones.
It's been a bad year
and now we got
for
these
this.
2. So like it continues to
There was the
climb.
Chauncey Billups thing, which wasn't exactly like sports gambling, but it was like a whole gambling ring going behind the scenes.
I mean, it was
Like, what?
gambling. Nothing's more rigged than Chauncey's
Yeah.
poker table. I think this is an awful, awful development. I know the NBA's got to look at this as just kind of one-offs, and they just got to keep treating it that way.
Well, they're not going to end their sponsorship deals with all these betting companies.
What kind of an idiot do you have to be, though, to be like, I owe you millions of dollars. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to get it through prop bets one at a time, and we're just going to take this from, and Vegas will just be none the wiser. This is the part that bothers me so much about all these gambling allegations and these gambling schemes is that I don't think the regular NBA player or NFL player or baseball player that are trying to win these bets, I don't think they realize how much Vegas knows when you place a bet over a certain amount.
Yeah.
Like, it all gets flagged. You can't bet on a prop bet. You can't bet $30,000 and not raise Vegas's eyebrows as to what the hell is going on.
Well, that's maybe the silver lining to, because I understand where everyone questions with the way these leagues are now in bed with these betting companies. I get why everyone like has questions and they're like, this is only going to be more rampant. But the one silver lining for the leagues is that they can monitor this better than ever before. That wasn't an option before. You know what I mean? Like before you had your phone and people could just place bets anywhere and they're flagging everything. You could do it through, these different avenues, your bookie, whatever, to sort of do these things. And they wouldn't necessarily know that it was going on. And it was a longer, more intense process to figure out. Now it's like these betting companies have all that information right at their fingertips. And so if they see something suspicious, they can then inform these leagues. And so that's kind of the as bad as this is for these sports leagues that they're in bed with all these companies, it also is sort of the positive side of it is they now have more information than ever when their players are abusing it and it threatens the integrity of the game.
All right, so if proven, that's a lifetime ban.
Yeah, he's done.
Yeah, you're in the Class A folder right there. That's all this is.
I think with gambling, you get kind of the once you get if you're caught once, depending on the severity, I think you can get a second chance. Like we've seen that in the NFL, right? With what's his face?
Calvin Ridley?
Yes, Calvin Ridley. Like he got a 1-year suspension, then
Jameson
came back.
Williams.
Yeah, like I think you get like a chance to come back depending on how severe it is. But then if you do something this serious or it's repetitive, I think, you're absolutely banned.
All right, 216-474 to below 92. What is James Harden at this stage of his career? We'll tackle that next right here on Afternoon Drive.
Sports World from the night before, along with playing the can't miss clips from The Fan from the last 24 hours. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right around 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Summer's here, and Browns training camp is just around the corner. Stay locked in with The Fan all summer long. It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
Joe DeLeon joining us in about 20 minutes or so. A couple little pieces of news to pass along here, Spencer. Well, first off, the Browns did put out their open practices dates, the times for open camp for everyone. So if you want to go out there, you can check it out. Obviously, that's a big deal for fans. Fans care about that type of stuff. I know we'll be out there a decent amount of the time. I'm just checking here. I'm going to actually be in Kansas City for a couple of days. I like to avoid camp. I don't know how you feel. I like to get a taste of camp, go a couple times. The schedule we had, we were going to be out there doing this show 8 different days. I'm cool with 6. That's fine. I'm cool with way less than that. But those dates are out, and then we have one piece of news for the NBA with Shams reporting that free agent center Thomas Bryant intends to sign a 1-year deal to return to the Cavs, average 12 minutes and 6 points over 60 games. It was funny. I didn't expect the 12 minutes part of it to be the lead of this, and it also then kind of makes it sad when you sound it out.
Sounds about right.
It's Thomas Bryant. I'm not going to make a big deal about this. It just is what it is. It's Thomas Bryant. Spencer, if you have any big resounding thoughts on Thomas Bryant, I'd love to hear them.
I'd like to know if this means LeBron brings LeBron any closer to coming back to the Cavs.
Right? Yeah.
I mean, we talked about who does he have relationships with? How close is he with Thomas Bryant? I don't know. He's been in the league for a little while now. They might have crossed paths.
They played with each other in LA.
They were on the Lakers together. There you go.
They clearly share a lot. They share so much that LeBron was like, "Get away from me." They share a lot. I still think about some of the postseason minutes that he ended up getting. Not one of the biggest crimes that was committed during that postseason run. But the idea that they went to Thomas Bryant as much as they did, the fact that in multiple games, I believe he got more than 10 minutes of action in the playoffs, that's something that needed to not happen.
What's funny is Thomas Bryant is the classic guy that Cleveland brings in who burnt them at some point previously in his career. Because the year before when he was with Indiana, he was this big that was knocking down threes and just these back-breaking moments against the Cavs in that Indiana series.
Yeah.
And so I think everybody saw when he got signed, I think everybody was excited. They were like, oh, we have a backup big now, and this guy's playoff proven, and he had some big moments against us last year. And then it was not even close to the same thing.
No, I just remember him getting torched.
They did not get that version of Thomas Bryant at all.
Yeah, I just remember him getting torched, and it was just the couple stretches in the was it the Pistons game? Oh, it was game 1 against the Pistons where he actually took a shot from the field, but defensively he just kept getting just time after time after again. It was that whole little stretch where they just kept going after him, and it just looked awful. His NBA career as of right now will be remembered mainly as the guy calling for the ball on LeBron's record-breaking shot. I think that's it. Could you imagine having the career that Thomas Bryant has had, where you've been in the league for as long as you've had, you've done as much as you have, and the most highlighted thing in your career so far is the idea that LeBron's going for this record-breaking shot, and down low, it's just Thomas Bryant being like, "I want the ball, LeBron, give me the ball," and LeBron obviously just ignoring that.
Rightfully so, too. He probably should have ignored him.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
I will ask this.
Yeah?
Does seeing this news make you more concerned that the Cavs are just...
You're not going to get anything interesting out of me when it comes to Thomas Bryant signing on a 1-year deal.
But does this make you worried that they're just going to run it back? Because I think that's
this doesn't make me do anything. That's the point. Okay. This doesn't make me do. I appreciate you doing your job. You're asking the questions. You're trying to get something out of this. This doesn't do anything for me in regards to LeBron, in regards to playoff construction, in regards to are they just going to run it all back? It doesn't do a single thing for me. Thomas Bryant can be, as easily as he was signed in this deal, he can be moved tomorrow if you want him to, and you can just be gone and like a thief in the night, just not here. I don't need to do too much with Thomas Bryant.
That's fair.
Okay, good. All right, let's talk James Harden now. As I leave that for you to then make more thoughts and commentary on a guy that I think we've done now in 3 minutes of Thomas Bryant conversation is probably 3 more minutes than he ever deserves and needs.
It could also mean they're trading Evan Mobley. Because they're like,
it
we got
doesn't.
Jared Allen.
No, it doesn't.
We got Thomas Bryant back. We needed a big. If we're going to trade Evan, we need another big somewhere. So let's bring back Thomas Bryant.
No, it doesn't. You're doing the. It's funny. We talked about Fedor before the show because Fedor was supposed to do today's show and then something popped up and then he wasn't able to. But he was in last week as I was gone. And you made the comment of like Fedor, he does a couple shows in the summer. That's really what he does. A couple shows in the summer, and then he's gone. And you're like, he can say whatever he wants because
it's a perfect setup.
He doesn't have to deal with any of the repercussions.
Especially about the Browns, right? Like
when it comes to the Browns,
he's on the Cavs beat, so he has to kind of be mindful what he says there because people will have to
Very
he'll have
fair.
to answer
Yes,
for that at
very
some point.
fair, yeah.
But he can come in and talk Guardians. He can come in and talk Browns, and he can say whatever the hell he wants, and then he just is gone. It's like a thief in the night. He just disappears. He never had, not that he has to answer for anything. Like, whatever. I mean, we're all just doing sports. It's not that serious. Like, nobody has to really answer for these things. It's not life or death here. But he can drop these takes like last week saying, it hurt my eyes to watch Shedeur Sanders. I think it was,
I want to poke my eyes out instead of watching Shedeur Sanders.
I'll take any quarterback that isn't him. And then he's not here today to talk about it. So he just gets to mic drop all these great takes.
Yes,
it's a great grift.
Meanwhile, you're here once a week. At minimum, you're here once a week, okay? At the lowest amount, you're here once a week. So you have to stand for, is Thomas Bryant a reason why we're trading Evan Mobley, okay? You have to live with that.
I can't actually have that take. Honestly, I'll give Keith credit, too, because at one point, I think I was supposed to fill in a couple of those days last week, and it ended up just being Fedor for like most of them. And props to Keith for not bringing me in because I would not have given him that take on Shedeur Sanders that I know got a lot of runs. So congratulations. Good job,
we'll
Chris
talk
Fedor.
Shedeur coming up at about 5:20 or so. 216-474-0092. I do want to ask you about James Harden, though, because I feel like at this point, and obviously Harden, when I was out, for some reason, he just became a lightning rod for conversation. And so what's nice is when you take a week break like I did, and then you come back and you're just plopped into this whole thing. You're trying to figure out how we got there. How did last week turn into the let's just rag on James Harden week? I get so confused as to how this fan base, this Cavs fan base, has turned into a bunch of people that just want to throw all sorts of shade towards James Harden in a way that it doesn't make sense to me. Yes, he was traded for Darius Garland. He's a better player than Darius Garland is. He's also a healthier player than Darius Garland is. And in the playoffs, you got to the conference finals. Why? Because James Harden was one of the best players in the team in that stretch. And in Game 7, do you want to talk about the turnovers? Yeah, they weren't great. In Game 7 of the first series and the second series, combine them together, he had 3 total turnovers in the games that mattered the most. He single-handedly won you. Was it Game 3? There's so many parts of his game that mattered. Yeah, it didn't put you over the top. What are your expectations for James Harden, though? If you thought he was coming here to put you over the top, I think you just had a wrong idea of what James Harden was going to be.
I mean, I do think in some respects you make that trade because you think James Harden could put you over the top, but I also think that everyone had to kind of have tempered expectations for what this was going to look like from the beginning. I think that trade also proved what Darius Garland's market was. They had to attach a second-round pick to Darius Garland to get James Harden. Mm-hmm. So the fact that we all thought at one point, and maybe if Darius had been under different circumstances last year, if he hadn't been dealing with the toe that he brought up after they were eliminated from the playoffs was still bothering him, if he had been healthy, if he had been performing at a higher level, yeah, I think he probably would have gone for more. But unfortunately, that was the reality you had. You had to make some sort of change. I don't know. James Harden's an interesting predicament for me because I do think that his brand of basketball didn't fit necessarily what the Cavs want to actually do from a basketball standpoint. I think they want to play with more tempo. I think they don't want to be just a half-court team. But I also can't talk about last year's Cavs team without acknowledging the fact that they don't get to the Eastern Conference Finals without James Harden.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I also want to be a billionaire, too. Like, there's certain things, it's like, I get everyone wants the Cavs to play a certain way in a certain style. And yes, it would be nice if all of a sudden, every time we made a trade, we'll give you our garbage and we'll get 6'9" wings that can do it all back in return.
Well, and that's another problem.
It's just not reality.
Because Kobe Altman has obviously ignored wings for so long. It's why people were pissed last week when they drafted another guard that's like under 6'5" or whatever. So I get all that, but that's another conversation. Here's what I would say. The way I view James Harden is he raised the Cavs floor, but I think he also did put a cap on their ceiling. And maybe you could argue their ceiling was already capped with Darius and all that too. I get that. But I just don't know that in today's NBA, he is that guy that's going to make this team all of a sudden be a championship contender.
Spencer, I feel like we were looking for someone to scapegoat the entire time, and as the summer has moved on, it has just turned into James Harden because that makes people feel a lot more comfortable than the reality. The reality is what I learned this Cavs season is that Donovan Mitchell cannot win a title. Donovan Mitchell's not going to be the main guy on the team, your main scorer, your guy, and you win a title. And people are just running from that for some reason. It's fine. I had to learn it. I did not believe that 2 months ago. I believe it now, and that sucks for fans to hear. I get it, but I feel like people are putting this all on James Harden in some sort of way that I just do not understand. You were 19-7 with Harden. You were 33-23 without him. He averaged 20-8. Like, he came in here and did some really nice things. He came in there. I told you the playoff games he did win. Look at any advanced numbers you want. James Harden was one of the highest net positives on this postseason team, but people just want to complain about turnovers. It's like, all right, fine. Line up and complain about turnovers. You signed up for 36-year-old James Harden. What'd you think was going to happen? 20-7 should be all you expect out of that.
Yeah, I think there's certainly a level of understanding what version of James Harden you're getting, but I also think it's hard for me to picture James Harden being anything but who he's always been. Like, I know there's this mythical idea in the Cavs' mind of, well, hey, more time together this offseason and building up in training camp. That's going to allow him to fit into a certain role better. But I also think James Harden's, like you said, 37 years old. Like, a tiger doesn't change his stripes. If he's going to be here, you mentioned, and I think it's fair to say this after the way this postseason went, that Donovan can't be the guy to win you a championship.
Yeah.
I don't think either of these guys can be the guy. Like, that's why I think the Cavs are kind of stuck right now.
Why does it fall all on James Harden's shoulders, though?
I don't think it has to fall all on him. I think it's
instead of going after, let's say, Mobley for not actually being the number 2 on this team, it becomes James Harden had to be the number 2. Why? Because Mobley didn't develop offensively. And so then the other side of this is, well, what happened in the playoffs? Well, Donovan showed you he can't be a number 1. So again, why does all James Harden did is doing the same thing James Harden has been doing his entire career while doing it here. I don't understand. He's got to look himself in the mirror and be like, why am I the one taking the heat?
Well,
what happened? How am I the one taking the
obviously,
blame?
I can't speak for everybody who's commented on James Harden the last week. Like, you're right in that I think there's been some unfair criticisms of Harden at times because he did, again, make this team better overall, and they wouldn't have gotten to the Eastern Conference Finals without him. As I've framed this offseason, I have looked at all the individuals that you're mentioning. I think there's a level to... There's questions with Evan Mobley in terms of how much more he can actually develop. Kobe Altman's leaned on the developmental piece with him for years and years now. I think at this stage, we know who Evan Mobley is. He's not going to become some elite offensive player all of a sudden. This is who he is. And I do think he's going to be a really good NBA player. I don't know that him taking that next leap is there. And so I think you got to kind of understanding that what this team can do and that they have to change some things out. I think Donovan proved that he's one of the better players in the NBA, but he probably can't be that number 1 guy at this stage. So who are you going to pair him with? This is why, like, when we were talking about Jaylen Brown a lot last week, I was very much in the camp, like, if it was Donovan and Jaylen Brown together, I think that's absolutely a duo that works. But you throw James Harden into the mix as another guy that's another ball handler, that feels clunky to me. It's 3 guys that all kind of need the ball in their hands at different times. Like, I don't know how that works when you got 3 guys that are that ball dominant. So there's all these different questions of, like, how you change the math on this. And the only real
Harden
answer...
would have to take a back seat in that one.
Well, that's the thing. And I don't know that he's capable of doing that.
He did in a couple playoff games. That's why I mentioned the Game 7,
and that was when
for instance.
the Cavs were at their best when he did. But that's the thing. Like, how does this all fit? It's why we're having conversations about can they run it back? Because to your point, it's not just on James Harden. It would be unfair to sit here and just rip James Harden as the only thing that's wrong with this team. But I do think James Harden's presence has made it harder for me to envision the tangible changes that can be made actually working because we know he's coming back. If this was just like he's not coming back this year, it's not a guarantee. I could see other players working around Donovan and Evan more so than I could with James Harden.
Did you not want him to have what happened today happen? Where he obviously, we're in a spot now where he does what he's supposed to do to get him under the second apron, and it seems like he's going to sign this couple-year deal?
No, that needed to happen, and it needed to happen to get them under the second apron and have more flexibility to actually make moves. I just hope that there's actually other moves that can be made that fit what this team's looking to accomplish.
Because I heard people like Daryl make the suggestion they just want to ship him off to the Sun. They wanted to basically have him anywhere but here. They wanted
James
him
Harden?
off. Yeah, they wanted James Harden just completely off the team.
Daryl said that?
Yeah, this morning. And he's not alone.
Oh,
this is not like a Daryl exclusive thought. Like this is what there's so many Cavs fans that if given the choice would just say, nah, we're good here. Done with the James Harden thing. And I just asked those Cavs fans, what did you think was going to happen?
I mean,
he's going to average 20-7, 20-8, somewhere in that range. He's the 30th best player in the NBA. And that's what you're going to get out of him. That's not a bad thing.
The problem with the James Harden situation is that you can't have gotten nothing for James Harden. Like you couldn't have, the outcome for that trade, or for Darius Garland, excuse me, the outcome of that trade couldn't have been, well, we got 3 months of James Harden. You knew he was coming back, even if
it was, that's just a salary dump. Then at that point, you got Darius off the books.
But to the point of all this, like if James wasn't coming back, I could see a better vision of how this team could be built that would be more successful, because I just think there's a ceiling with James on this team. That doesn't mean it's all James' fault. That doesn't mean I'm going to sit here and blame James for the team coming up short in the playoffs. Solely. I just think there's better teams that can be built that wouldn't involve James Harden, but he's going to be here, so they got to figure out how to make it work.
All right, let's go to the football side of things. Joe DeLeon, he joins us weekly during the season. He'll join us next from A to Z Sports. I want to ask him about Sorsby and whether or not he's going to exist in the 2026 quarterback convos if he doesn't play. We'll get that insight from Joe and obviously touch on the Browns as well next, right here on Afternoon Drive.
At Bank of America, we support businesses at
begin an hour later. Joe DeLeon of A to Z Sports and the Ruffino and Joe Show joins the guys next. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes. Right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Multitask this summer with your smart speaker. Crank up the Cleveland sports scene. And when you say play 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast. All right, back at it here on The Fan. It is Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Peterlin, Spencer German with you guys as we go out to the Wise Are Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports, and the Ruffino and Joe Show joining us here on The Fan. Hello, Joe.
How you guys doing?
Good. How's your summer been?
I'm hot. It's extremely hot. It's like 100 degrees here today, but it's been pretty good. It's nice getting a little bit of relaxation before media days pick up in a couple of weeks.
That's good. It's happy to hear that you do the same thing I do, which is complain all winter long about how it's too cold, and then when it gets to the summer, we're like this.
Well, that heat wave's coming our way next, JP. So
yeah,
Right.
it's unbelievable.
Right, you get your chance.
And this on Sunday, I went to this Solon Park. We had it was like a swimming days event or something, and I was there, and I was just baking in the sun, and I just telling everybody, I'm like, I can't believe it. I'm just sweating out here. What happened? How did we get here, Joe?
I mean, that's true. True adulthood, I feel like, is when you just find ways to complain about everything being too hot, too cold. So I definitely resonate with that. Hopefully it cools down a little bit, but hopefully the summer doesn't end up being too bad.
All right, we got some Browns questions to ask you. Before we do, though, I did want to ask you about Sorsby. And from a pure draft conversation perspective, I want to know if you think that Sorsby will be a part of the 2026, or really now I guess 2027 NFL draft convos, or if he's not able to play at all in the slightest bit, will that just take him out of some of these convos? What are we going to do in the evaluating world if he can't play football at all this upcoming year?
Well, so there is kind of a circumstance that we can turn to for what happened with a player who underwent like a similar amount of turmoil with Maurice Clarett, who unbelievably talented. And if I recall correctly, he had petitioned also for eligibility in the supplemental draft, and he wasn't granted that opportunity. And so he sat out the year, and that period of time, I really think that obviously hurt him, not being in the spotlight, not getting the chance to be in front of people. It really, recency bias does factor into, I think, a lot of decision-making. It's quite generally, I think that unless you're an otherworldly Jamar Chase level prospect, you're going to take a hit in your draft stock. It's always going to be, what have you done lately? If scouts and evaluators were looking for a little bit more from him to show up in big game moments for a team that was in a national title conversation like he was supposed to be this year, I certainly think that is going to knock him at least a little bit. But at the end of the day, I do also think that there's a lot of teams that don't have a desire to draft him, even though that there was interest. I think that the concerns and fears of everything that was tied to the betting scandal are going to create a lot of uneasiness. And when you have more time for this whole thing to ruminate, more time for teams to do their investigating, they're going to find a lot of stuff that maybe isn't even public or had been revealed during the investigation by the NCAA. I wonder if all this extra time also builds into hurting him because teams have their time to like really, really do the due diligence. The best case for him, and part of the reason why the NFL shut this down, was it was such a quick turnaround that it wouldn't have allowed for teams to do that digging. So some teams might have just said, you know what, whatever, we'll take him in the second or third round. And if this ends up being worse than whatever it is, we can, cut bait. But I do think that him sitting around not doing anything will hurt him. I also do think that the possibilities for this quarterback class being so loaded and having so many names in it that are floating around in that second round range with the chance to rise, I think a lot of dudes could pass him up. And there's only so many teams that need quarterbacks.
Joe, along those lines, where would he have been drafted if he had just come out in the traditional draft earlier this year with the current class that did come out that we know is weaker than usual? And where would with a season under his belt, had he been able to play at Texas Tech, where do you think he would have slotted in next year's class that's supposed to be, the best of a generation?
Yeah, there was a lot of speculation that he would declare for the 2026 class. And there was a good pocket of time in the middle of the year where he was rising and people were talking about him like, hey, is this the wild card in the class that just finds his way in the middle of the first round? I really think he would have gone at least top 20. I think that in a bad quarterback class where we saw Ty Simpson go, I think that there was a legit chance that he went ahead of Ty Simpson. He has better tools than Simpson does. He's more physically gifted. He's a better athlete. He's got a stronger arm than he does. So somebody would have taken him. I think that there are a lot of teams that maybe decided to punt because they wanted to build their roster up for somebody in the future. Maybe it seemed like the Jets or the Browns or maybe even the Steelers. There was, from what I had heard, some reported interest for the Steelers seemed to have liked him. But I think that if he had declared, probably would have been somewhere in the top 20. If he had gotten the chance to play this year, I think he could have locked himself in as QB3 in this class. If there was none of the distractions and issues, I think that there was a real strong possibility that he would have performed well on a really good team that would have won the Big 12 easily with him as their quarterback, would have been one of the potential Final Four teams in the college football playoff with that loaded D-line and O-line that they have coming back. There was a really strong opportunity for him to be a top 10 pick. And I think as long as he didn't completely collapse, that was going to be the likely outcome.
Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports, and the Ruffino and Joe Show joining us on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. All right, to the Browns, Joe. Does Shedeur have a better chance of starting or being traded by week 1?
I feel like he's got a better chance of starting because I just don't really – who's going to trade for Shedeur Sanders right now? I just don't think that anybody looks at Shedeur Sanders and sees him as a proven commodity that is worth bringing into their quarterback room, unless there is some situation where there's a devastating injury to a starter. And I don't even think anyone really trade for Shedeur Sanders to be a replacement starter. It's just if somebody enters a circumstance where their quarterback room ends up being thin and they need a backup. But at the end of the day, Shedeur Sanders still has a lot to prove. I also think that generally, as we saw during this draft class, I think that the NFL, a lot of teams maybe don't want to take on the distraction and the coverage that he gets for a backup quarterback. I think at the end of the day, he's probably more likely that he steps onto the field as a starter at some point this year. Probably not week 1, but at some point this year than somebody trading for him because there's just not a whole lot of value there unless somebody was really, really desperate.
Joe, we get to talk all day long about the Browns quarterback competition between Deshaun Watson and as you mentioned, Shedeur Sanders, and espouse our opinions on it. And certainly in Cleveland, we're closer to it than most. I guess I'm kind of curious from an outside perspective. We think this is kind of the end of the world. Maybe not the end of the world, but we understand it's a bigger deal in terms of how the season could potentially play out and things. But I'm curious how others outside of Cleveland and outside of maybe the Browns sphere view this quarterback competition, whether it's from another fan base standpoint or just on a national level.
Yeah, I mean, my first thought when you're asking this question, I'm thinking the national perspective. It's kind of like both options are bad, and you're just hoping to get through the season. That's how I look at it, and I think that's from the draft lens specifically. It's neither of these guys are probably going to be your starter in 2027. There's a really low chance that either player does enough to make you feel secure that you're going to be able to turn the page and use that first-round pick on a different position other than quarterback. I just think Deshaun has shown that he doesn't have anything to extract from. The injury that he suffered is always one that's extremely complicated to recover from. So I don't think Deshaun Watson is going to be very effective as the starting quarterback. Hence why, for me, I always keep looking at this battle as Deshaun wins it and then Shedeur takes over midseason as a means to see if there's anything there from the young quarterback that they took a couple of years ago. But yeah, from that national perspective and from the draft lens of expectations for teams on who's going to take a QB, it's, hey, which guy sucks the least? Which guy isn't as bad and can actually maybe do something and maybe provide a little bit of a spark, but there's really not much to pull from.
Yeah, you're doing the interesting thing that I feel like a lot of people are doing, where they're already talking about Shedeur getting an opportunity after Deshaun has his chance first. And it's well, part of the problem I have with that is if you're going to do a quarterback competition and then everyone's already well, no, but Shedeur's going to play. It's just going to be after Deshaun fails. It's well, why don't you just give Shedeur the spot to begin with? If everyone can confidently say they think Deshaun's going to fail, then what are we even doing with Deshaun to begin with?
Well, the way that I look at that is, there is always going to be the desire to be competitive. So Monken's definitely not coming into the season thinking, all right, well, we're just going to stink from the start. Right? And it's of the desire to whoever wins the job. If Deshaun Watson, who was once an MVP level player, if he shows maybe 60% of that maybe Monken feels that he can get something out of him. There's a higher ceiling with Deshaun Watson. That's the real takeaway here, is that if you have that desire to be competitive and actually win games at the start of the year and see what you can get out of that first month, put out the guy that was once at a premier elite level and see if there's anything to be found with that talent and if it can be tapped back into. I then see if he stinks and he ends up being as bad as he was last time after you can't get anything out of him, there's no point in starting him the whole entire rest of the year. At that point, you're in look to the future mode. You've got a guy who's in his second year of his career, and if you're in this realm of understanding that you're probably not making the playoffs, there's no value in letting Deshaun Watson start the rest of the year. If theoretically Shedeur Sanders takes the beginning of the season and uses it in a valuable way by learning and preparing effectively and taking an opportunity with those reps behind Watson, like a lot of these quarterbacks that talk about when they've been benched, how valuable it was to do that. If he does that and then gets a chance to start and does well enough, maybe it's a Tyler Shuck type of a situation where nobody really knew what to expect, but then wow, suddenly this guy actually looks like he could lead this team. I think that you just have to exhaust all options. If your team's not going to be very good and you're one step away from finding that quarterback, you at least got to take that swing to determine, can we trust him? And then the last part with that is I would much rather keep Shedeur Sanders around as a backup than I would Deshaun Watson next year. And if Shedeur Sanders, you need to at least find out if he's capable of ever filling in or if you need to also be looking for a backup quarterback in the future.
Joe DeLeon joining us here on the hotline. Joe, we obviously saw a little less than a month ago the Myles Garrett trade go down and the ramifications of that. I guess sort of two parts here. But first, did this kind of feel like a rare win-win for both teams getting what they wanted in the deal? And then from that, how much regression are you anticipating for a Browns defense that was one of the best in football last year without Myles Garrett still being here and without Myles Garrett here and Jared Verse sort of filling that role?
Well, I did really think that this was one of those win-win situations, and I always kind of find it funny that if you make the suggestion that an elite player on a team that's not really ready to capitalize on his talent, especially if that player's like towards the end of his career, if you imply that player should be traded, there's always an aggressive negative pushback from that fan base. I talk about the Giants for A to Z Sports, and I had insinuated that moving on from Dexter Lawrence was probably better for the team. Giants fans don't like the thought of that, but the reality is using those picks, that draft capital that they got for Dexter Lawrence is far better for them because they can address another need that they've struggled to address. So in this situation, you have the opportunity to hit the reset button by getting a guy you already know is an elite up-and-coming talent in Jared Verse, and you have now draft capital to spend in the future to find other pieces around the roster. So in 2027 and 2028, you can really hit the ground running. You could have whoever you draft the quarterback, if it's Arch, if it is Dante Moore, maybe it's Lenore Sellers, whoever it might be, you can have a Drake May type of a season like we saw from here a year ago, where the roster just came around a young quarterback at the perfect time. I think that it's going to be best for their future. So it does seem like a true win-win for especially the Rams being able to win as quickly as they can, and now them being maximized in their Super Bowl window. But in terms of the drop-off, there's obviously going to be one. You just had a guy who broke the sack record. Like the guy is Myles Garrett is otherworldly. He's a Hall of Famer. He could potentially go down as maybe the greatest pass rusher of all time, one of the greatest pass rushers of all time if he continues up his run of success and production. But I don't think it's going to be off a cliff. I don't think anyone should anticipate that. We're going to really find out how good Jared Verse is because Jared Verse was on a defense with a lot of other really, really good players. I think that if he starts to struggle, it'll kind of go to show that they need to boost the supporting cast. But I think that Jared Verse is good enough to be that guy and to be that star on this defense.
All right, Joe, by my calculation, I got 12 to 13 new starters on this team this year. We also know that they're going to have the youngest NFL roster by a lot, it feels like, because we have so many first and second-year players that are in there. The second-year players don't even count in this 12 to 13 new starters, obviously, because they're returning and it's their job. Is that just too many to overcome, though? Is that just it just seems like a lot when you sound it out?
Well, it just kind of depends on the expectation. Is the expectation, are you trying to overcome those struggles to be a playoff team this year? I just don't think that, and I'm not saying that you were saying this, but if that is what any Browns fan expects, then you're going to feel like it is a failure. It's too much to overcome. But I think the way that I see this, where you're in a really good pocket, you don't have a quarterback. You don't have a quarterback to build around. So this year allows for all of those guys to grow and to learn and to develop and to improve. I think that it is a huge benefit to them. It is an asset to them that they've got all this youth on this team, because by this time next year, all those guys are going to be far more experienced. They're going to get the chance to, fail and make mistakes in a circumstance where they don't have to be competitive. They don't need to play at the highest possible level and be fine-tuned and detailed in their technique and their assignments and everything that they're doing. It's the best possible circumstance for guys that are young to be able to go out there and play freely. So right now it's going to stink. Right now it's going to kind of hurt. It's going to be frustrating to watch again for Browns fans, but this is the best situation that I feel like I have seen the Browns in, that they've got this young core, all these really, really talented, gifted, high draft picks that get the chance to step on the field, that by the time you find that QB, then you can really, really take off.
All right, Joe, fantastic insight as always. We appreciate you, and try to stay indoors. We have AC. Unlike all those other countries that are visiting us for the first time, we have it. It works.
Yeah, I'm going to definitely stay inside in the AC. Thanks, guys.
All right, thanks, Joe. Appreciate you, man, as always. Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports, and the Ruffino and Joe Show on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Come on back. Let's talk about what he had to say about Sorsby. Will Sorsby not exist in the 2026 quarterback convos if he doesn't play? It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
Content and application may vary. Online health questions required.
The best Guardians coverage is right here on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
I feel like he's got a better chance of starting because I just don't really. Who's going to trade for Shedeur Sanders right now? I just don't think that anybody looks at Shedeur Sanders and sees him as a proven commodity that is worth bringing into their quarterback room, unless there is some situation where there's like a devastating injury to a starter. And I don't even think anyone really trade for Shedeur Sanders to be a replacement starter. It's just like if somebody enters a circumstance where their quarterback room ends up being thin and they need a backup. But at the end of the day, Shedeur Sanders still has a lot to prove. I also think that generally, as we saw during this draft class, I think that the NFL, a lot of teams maybe don't want to take on the distraction and the coverage that he gets for a backup quarterback. I think at the end of the day, he's probably more likely that he steps on the field as the starter at some point this year. Probably not week one, but at some point this year than somebody trading for him because there's just not a whole lot of value there unless somebody was really, really desperate.
That was Joe DeLeon. He joins us weekly during the season, and now he's popped on a couple times. I think we're getting him back going weekly now. It is Jonathan Peterlin. It is Spencer German with you guys here on Afternoon Drive as he talks about the quarterback situation. We're going to get more into this in the 5 o'clock hour, Spencer, but I do think it's interesting because I think Joe, I think he hit it on the nail on the head, so to speak, where the idea that what team is trading for Shedeur? I don't want to make that any sound as bad as it is because it's not. I just think I think Joe's idea of it is the same as mine. People every now and then I'll get an email or I'll get and I love emails, by the way. I do. I like when you email me. I'm like Phelps that way.
You're old school that way.
I like an email. Well, put your name on it. Put your name on it. If I need to, for most emails that I get,
it's not just somebody's random handle. Like
most emails I get, it's like first name dot last name.
Mom's Basement 883 or whatever.
Yeah, so I can kind of look up the person if I need to and be like, oh yeah, I see his LinkedIn profile. He does this in the community. He does this. Like it just gives me a real frame of reference to a real person. But every now and then I'll get an email or I'll get a DM or something like that, and they're like, "Man, Jonathan, you have changed on Shedeur Sanders." No, I haven't. But the idea is that you have to, like, Shedeur does have to prove stuff now. Like, that's the part of this stage that he's in. He's got to now prove. It's on him to showcase everything. It's that you get no benefit of the doubt at this point. You have no understanding that greatness is right around the corner. I think he's going to be good, but we don't know that. It's on him now to go ahead and make sure. And that's kind of the problem with that conversation. It's not doubting Shedeur necessarily. It's just not giving him the benefit of the doubt.
I was going to say that kind of has become the problem with the Shedeur conversation right now, because you and I have been pretty similar in our thoughts on Shedeur. Like, we both liked him coming out. So. We both thought he'd be a really good fit for Kevin Stefanski's offense, maybe not so much. And now I actually think he's going to be a great fit for Tom Monken's offense.
So we did differ there because I just don't think anybody works with Stefanski's offense.
That's fair.
I think Stefanski's offense sucks.
Except Jacoby Brissett. But no, I just think people have a hard time understanding, like, you can still believe that Shedeur has the chance to be good, while also taking a real, looking at the reality of the situation and seeing, last year there were some moments, but it was not overall good quarterback play, and he has to go out now and sort of prove that himself. It's on him, and that doesn't mean you hate Shedeur. It just means, we saw some signs, but was it enough to be convinced that he's the franchise quarterback? Like, absolutely not. And I think that's a very fair, measured stance to have on Shedeur Sanders at this point. But I find it interesting because, and obviously here in Cleveland, like, this is when it comes to the Browns, the quarterback conversation is like the stars and the moon. It's the alpha and the omega.
Yeah, for sure.
It's the thing we've talked about for so many years in a row, trying to figure out what the answer is there. And it becomes this monotonous conversation over and over and over again. This time of year, when training camp starts back up, it's going to be every day tracking what's going on and who's doing what and all these things.
Don't sell the convo we're having too hard now, Spencer.
But like, I find it interesting to get somebody like Joe's perspective from like an outside look, where all these other people are just looking at it and they're just like, this is two bad quarterbacks. It's just kind of like, who's not as bad? And I just find that kind of funny. Like, I find it funny that everyone else is taking this different approach.
I thought it was depressing is the word I would use. I thought it was anything but comical to me because I think it highlights the idea
I think it's funny because of how much it matters to us. Like, we do care.
And nobody else in the NFL cares.
Yeah.
Nobody else nationally cares about the story. We care because obviously we care about the Browns. It's what we discuss every day. They don't care.
The line that Joe gave about, I think most people look at this and say, the Browns, most people I feel that the Browns quarterbacks that are on this team right now are not going to be part of their plans in 2027. That's like the most telling thing about how everybody else views this and how we view this.
Well, you couple that with the Myles Garrett trade, and yes,
Yeah.
it does kind of speak to the idea that the Browns are taking this as it's not even a poison pill year. It's not. I don't even want to call it a gap year because that sounds offensive as well. But it's not a year where they're lined up to just win a bunch of games. And the people that are arguing in the other direction of that, I think they have a hard time when people like Joe pop on and tell us that type of news.
I loved your question, by the way, where you asked about if everyone is in agreement that Deshaun is only going to start so long and that Shedeur is going to play at some point this season.
Yeah.
Why even start Deshaun Watson? Because that's just another layer to the Deshaun Watson.
It drives me insane.
Like, there's nothing to learn about Deshaun. If everybody's consensus feeling, and maybe Tom Monken doesn't feel this way, and he's obviously the one making the decision. Maybe he believes the person that he picks is going to have a chance to start all season. He's already said he thinks he has 2 starting quarterbacks on this team. So, okay. But if the general consensus is, yeah, Deshaun might start the year because he's the more experienced quarterback and quote-unquote gives you the best chance to win, but we all think Shedeur is going to start at some point, I would rather just start it from the beginning.
From the beginning.
Why even bother? Like, cut out the middleman and just let that man start so we can find out what he is.
It drives me up the wall, the amount of conversations that start with that. Well, Shedeur is going to play anyway, but I think Deshaun should play and give off their reasons. And it's like, guys, if you're already committing to the idea that the second quarterback is going to end up starting, then what are we doing here?
I feel like that's the classic example of Daryl loves the line. If you have 2 quarterbacks, you don't have one. Like, you're basically admitting before the season starts, like, yeah, we don't have a starting quarterback. Like, everyone who's talking about this, Deshaun might start first and then we're going to pivot to Shedeur. Like, you're basically admitting that the Browns don't have a franchise quarterback. Wouldn't you rather find out if they do by just starting Shedeur Sanders immediately and getting the most information you can? I would.
Yeah, I just don't want to credit Daryl for like longstanding football thoughts. For like understood football thoughts.
That's a real simple one. So
yeah, okay. I was thinking of really obvious football thoughts that we could just credit to Daryl now moving forward. We just come up with a list of like 6 or 7 different ones.
He does come on this show and talk cap a lot and gets the saxophone, the sexy saxophone played.
Hey,
so
passing, good for the game of football.
I am saying yes, and oh yes.
Dash Daryl Ryder. Only guy to ever say that one. All right. He also talked about Brendan Sorsby. I'm fascinated by this conversation. So this is Joe DeLeon joining us moments ago about what happens now with Sorsby.
If scouts and evaluators were looking for a little bit more from him to show up in big game moments for a team that was in a national title conversation like he was supposed to be this year, I certainly think that is going to knock him at least a little bit. But at the end of the day, I do also think that there's a lot of teams that don't have a desire to draft him, even though that there was interest. I think that the concerns and fears of everything that was tied to the betting scandal are going to create a lot of uneasiness. And when you have more time for this whole thing to ruminate, teams have their time to like really, really do the due diligence. I do think that him sitting around not doing anything will hurt him. I also do think that the possibilities for this quarterback class being so loaded and having so many names in it that are floating around in that second round range with a chance to rise, I think a lot of dudes could pass him up.
And so I hadn't thought about it from the Sorsby side of what happens if he just disappears for a year. The Clarett comparison is interesting that Joe brings to the table, but I don't think it's apples to apples, as the thing typically isn't. I look at it, if you're not in front of people, you're going to lose the momentum, you're going to lose the conversation. And yeah, if we're going to have potentially 5 quarterbacks taken in the first round of next year, if you're an NFL evaluator, are you going to take the guy that you recently watched torch LSU or torch USC, or are you going to take the guy that hasn't played football in a year? You're probably going to take the guy you just saw.
I had a conversation last week with some friends about the Sorsby situation, and between the 3 of us in this group text, the one was like, he'll get drafted like late round next year and someone will get like great value. And I basically was like, are we sure about that? Like, is it a guarantee that if he doesn't play the entire season, that he's just going to, some team's going to be willing to use a 6th or 7th round pick on him just because he's a quarterback? Like, I get the logic there, but at the same time, you're talking about an entire class of players, not even just the quarterbacks, like an entire class of players that are going to have tangible tape that they're putting on film for these teams to then look at and decide if they want to draft this guy versus a guy that doesn't play the entire season. Like, this only is going to serve to hurt him. And I don't know, as we're talking about this class, this next year's class being generational, and Arch Manning's the headliner, and it's another Manning sort of coming into the league, and then all these names, Dante Moore, maybe Julian Sayin, et cetera, going on down the list. I can't sit here definitively today and say and understand like where he's going to fit into the picture of all this. I don't even know, JP, if he's going to play in the NFL ever. Like, how do we know that this isn't like the the NFL basically saying, like, you are not welcome here forever. I'd like to think that they at some point will give him a chance to make it in the league because they have given second chances to others who have had gambling situations. We mentioned Ridley earlier in the show.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, I'm questioning that now. Like, where does he turn? The UFL? Is that his grand solution to getting to the NFL?
You can't go to the UFL. The CFL's already said no thank you. So, like, I don't know.
Will a JUCO take a chance on him? Because here's the other thing that's interesting about this. Because he dropped.
Will a JUCO take a chance? Can you bring back the injunction and then go play JUCO ball?
Well, that's the problem. Is like because
I hadn't heard that option.
Because he dropped his case against the NCAA, that initial injunction he got goes away. So he is currently like ineligible to play in college. So whatever team he goes to, he has to do another injunction hearing and get another injunction before he can even play. So I have no idea where he has to turn.
I know, but could he play for what is it? I think Cam Newton went to, was it Bryan? I think is the there's so many different ones that you can go to that are like JUCO powerhouses, right? Can you go to
what's the one that was on Last Chance U? Go there.
Can you do that? I mean, I never considered it.
I mean,
I would assume
I would assume JUCO falls under the same jurisdiction as all colleges.
You have to play.
He still has to get an injunction before he can.
Is it better for you to just send them workout tape, like the NFL evaluators workout tape once a week, and being like, "This is my mock play"? I don't know. I don't know what will hurt him or help him, but I know not playing for a year and having no film is going to hurt him drastically.
I honestly think his best case is to just basically.
Do people care if he throws 35 touchdowns in JUCO football? Probably not.
No, but I do think
at least you're playing.
To your point, I think maybe his best bet is to use this year as kind of what the NFL wants him to use it as, I think, like a lesson, like a suspension. Hey, you had football taken away from you now. Go out and prove to us that you're changed and you're not doing these things. Become prominent on social media. Deshaun Watson, he loves posting all his workout videos on social media. Do that. Show all the work that you're putting in. Go move out to California.
I mean, this
live
just
on the
destroys
beach and
him,
just
though.
work out on the beach every day.
This destroys your career.
It does. It does. It's not up to a good start.
In such a way. I think he thought he was making out like a bandit, getting the $5 million, and then also being able to enter the supplemental draft and then being paid. And the idea that he's not having any of this, like he went from riding high to now all of a sudden in the worst spot imaginable.
Well, and part of the
Still
problem
made
too,
the $5
JP,
million,
is that it doesn't feel like he's remorseful at all. Like it just feels like he's trying to find a shortcut at every turn, and I think that's what the NFL wants him to do. So if you go out and you just work it on your own and you sort of prove you had this sabbatical year from football where you learned all these great life lessons and your agent could keep going out talking about how much you go to church or whatever the hell he did, like fine, go do that. Like I think that's probably better for him at this point than trying to like squeeze his way onto some team that really won't matter in the significance of any of this.
He'll be genuflecting at the altar of Roger Goodell soon enough. You want him to be sorry and remorseful. He'll be. I promise you, he'll get there. All right, 216-474-0092. Is Josh Naylor really disliked? Peter Apple, by the way, Just Baseball. He'll join us coming up at 4:20. Heavy Guardians hour coming up here on Afternoon Drive right here on the Fan.
I mean, Woody Hayes would never stoop to driving north of the border to go get fireworks. He just wouldn't do it, Mike.
I hate Michigan. I got in-laws that live there, and I hate Michigan, but, they got good beef jerky, cheap fireworks, and ugly women.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Oh, boy. Peter Apple, Just Baseball, joining us in about 20 minutes. We'll get to the Josh Naylor conversation in just a second. It's Jonathan Peterlin, Spencer German here with you guys. Schefter tweeting out moments ago, though, the Lions did just announce they've released cornerback Terrion Arnold. Well, so one update to that story today, a couple hours ago, Spencer, Schefter had put out there that they refused to impose an ankle bracelet as a condition of the bond that they were trying to get. Because they wanted him to participate in training camp, and they thought the ankle bracelet would be too much of a hindrance on training camp. And I don't think they wanted the optics there. Is really what it is.
How many photographers would have showed up day one just zooming in and taking pictures of the ankle bracelet?
I think that's what they were kind of worried about. I think they thought that
try using that picture on Imagine.
I think they thought that it was just going to be bad optically to have somebody with an ankle bracelet trying to play in these scrimmages and these practices, and then obviously making its way to an NFL game. You can't even really hide that.
What's worse, Odell Beckham Jr. trying to play a football game in that watch he wore a couple years ago,
or
Terrion Arnold trying to play football in an ankle bracelet?
I'm going to say the ankle bracelet. I'm
definitely a bigger distraction than the watch was.
So this is a wild story in general. We'll get to the Naylor stuff again in a second, but I don't know how much of this you've tracked or kept follow or really you paid attention to. I was off last week. I don't know if you guys did like 27 segments on it and I'm not aware of it, or if it was like in a quick hits thing once at best. I'm sure you made me guess. I'm going to guess it was like a quick hits thing once at best.
Honestly,
but these type of stories fascinate me.
I think one of the biggest reasons it was a topic here was because people wondered if this would pave the way for the Lions to then make a trade for a corner, and if Denzel Ward was on the table. That was kind of the discussion that I think kind of percolated in Cleveland
and
off of this.
I guess that still is on the table then.
Right.
Because Terrion Arnold was pretty good. That's a good corner right there. And the Lions have Super Bowl aspirations. So they're going to want a corner to replace Terrion Arnold. I'm shocked that they just straight up released him. But if you've seen some of these stories and some of what has come out with the accounting of this story, one, life lesson, you can't pistol whip people. Number two, you can't have, if you're trying to do the directives on this whole thing, maybe don't have the girl that's involved in this live stream the whole event.
Yeah, that's not great.
I'm of the belief that if you're going to commit crimes, maybe just don't live stream it all to Facebook. Maybe that's not the greatest thing in the world. Like some of the things that is being lobbed against him, like he had to have known, like not only is he not going to play in the NFL again, the idea that they even tried to put this up for an ankle bracelet as a condition of a bond, good luck to you there. You pistol whip people, you put some of your crimes up on Facebook Live where it's obvious what happened. It's a very serious offense.
Yeah.
Like especially in Florida, by the way, where this happened. In Florida, they treat this thing as if you murdered somebody. That's how serious of a crime this is. Like he's going away for years upon years with an S. This is not going to be something he's just going to be able to walk away from.
This is like the classic NFL offseason thing. You always know these stories are coming, right? We always know someone's going to get arrested for something. We don't always expect it to be this extreme, but you do always expect it to happen. And you're kind of just praying that it's not going to be anybody on your favorite team. And obviously for Lions fans, that's not the case. This all sort of as this has been playing out, and I've been following it more and more, and like seeing all the details of it all kind of get exposed.
Yeah,
I've thought more and more about the Lions and what was it, 2 years ago when they make the NFC Championship game and they lose, and you have that great speech from Dan Campbell in the locker room where he's like, guys, we may never be back here. And it just kind of feels like that's like how true those words really were. Like when something like this comes up and it just feels like everything's unraveling underneath the lines in front of them. Like you said, Terrion Arnold he's a good corner. Like that's a huge piece of their defense now gone. And obviously they're going to continue to try to push the chips into the center of the table, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But it's just kind of crazy to think about how one situation like this can completely alter like how you feel about a team and And obviously it's very serious, and it's just kind of crazy how these things tend to kind of crumble around you just based on all sorts of different circumstances.
I mean,
nobody expected it to be this, but this is a huge blow to all.
What? By the way, congrats to the Lions for the quick and swift response in this. You know, it's 2 hours ago they come out and say he's going to practice and be able to play for the Lions, and within hours they're able to be like, no, he's not.
He's not.
We're not doing this. And the Ford family is one of these teams, by the way. I always bring up the teams that they want 53 choir boys, and everyone's like, that doesn't exist in the NFL. The Ford family is one of those. Like they consistently like the Jalen Carter story a couple years ago.
Yeah,
they were out on that. They had a pick in that range. They were not, and everyone around the Detroit Lions knew they weren't going to go down that road. They don't take that risk. They don't go and do this. And some of the reporting on this, and some of the stuff that the chief judge in this case, who slapped down and said there's probable cause for the charges against Arnold, is really fascinating. He reluctantly declined a request that Arnold wear an ankle monitor, explaining that Arnold will have, quote, a paparazzi monitor. So we're talking about like the optics of it just being miserable. The judge is citing this and saying, you're going to wear this. It's going to be a paparazzi monitor. Like it's going to be, they're going to track you for me. I'm going to know if you miss practice. And he says in here, ESPN will let us know if you're late for practice. And I'll know because ESPN will tell me. You're in such a spotlighted situation that if you mess up, it's going to be broadcasted to everyone, and there's no getting away with this, which is just very, very interesting. But with like multiple pending felony charges that it carry the potential sentence of life in prison. Good job by the Lions, I guess, at least recognizing, like, no, we don't want to do this. Because I can't say the same for every team in the NFL.
No. I mean, even
they should. It should be obvious, but I can't say with certainty the Browns would be able to be like, nope, you're not here anymore.
I mean, the Browns have basically at this point, the Browns' reputation of being willing to take on players with controversial off-the-field things is well documented. It kind of is defining who they are. I do think it's been interesting, like, as we've seen all these retellings of the draft from the War Room and all these different stories that have come out, there was a big emphasis the Browns clearly publicized that there was these guys that they had the quote-unquote orange dots on, which means like it's a guy that they thought was a good character, was like zero character concerns essentially. Like Spencer Fano was an orange dot in their scouting report because he has no character issues. They're clearly trying to sort of give off this idea that they are now pursuing or going after guys that don't have those problems. But we know as long as Deshaun Watson's here, there's always kind of this dark cloud hanging over their head that they're willing to accept that. And you consider them in play for anybody who has these issues. It's why the Brendan Sorsby conversation was so rampant here for as long as it was even a possible thing, because everybody was like, well, the Browns have let these other wolves in the sheep.
I know, but this feels very different because, yes, you're right to bring up, Isaiah Bond and Judkins and all these ones that were alleged and then never happened.
Judkins was apparently like a surprise to them. Like they didn't necessarily see that one coming, but yeah.
Sure, but you're right to bring up the idea that they take on a lot. I think that's your main arching point, right? They take on a lot.
Yeah.
But this is having someone go through your team for a couple years. Actually, this is the Judkins one is probably the most similar as far as thinking he's a good soldier, thinking he's a good, upstanding citizen, and then being surprised by something like this, and then being kind of sideswiped by the idea of what did exactly happen, and then expecting a swift response. And the idea that they did here, I'll applaud them. I think it's an obvious decision. I'll applaud them. But I don't know with certainty the Browns would have pulled it off. And so I applaud the Lions for at least doing it.
Isn't it kind of sad, though, that that's where our mind goes in these situations? Is that like the whole concept of him actually practicing with an ankle bracelet on, an ankle monitor on, was something that we could all picture that in the NFL. We could all be like, oh, yeah, a team will let that happen.
Yeah.
Because they let it happen all the time. Like, they let these guys get away with anything except gambling. So, of course, they would let that happen. Like, our first thought is that, the Lions, of course, will accept this. And so to actually see a team draw a line in the sand and say, no, we're good. We're just going to move past this distraction and not make it a thing, I think is very, like you said, commendable, because I think most teams we would believe wouldn't do something like that.
Yeah, and I mean, and there's enough that's laid out in the case where you could tell how Arnold's side. Like, if you wanted to play ignorance of this, you could. Like, if you wanted to play the part of, I see how the case went down. I see what Judge Christopher Zabella said, who presided over the hearing, and what he told the prosecution when he set the $1 million bond. I see all that, while also understanding that his time and his due in court has not yet satisfied itself. Which sometimes for the NFL, that's good enough. Sometimes that's all they need. Lions just did not care. I find this story to be incredibly fascinating. All right. Peter Apple, of Just Baseball, going to join us in about 10 minutes or so. And I want to get into the Josh Naylor story. Let's play Matt Derry's audio first. He was on with the morning show, and this is what he had to say about Josh Naylor and the Austin Hedges beef, where Hedges comes on up and says, nobody liked you and all this other stuff. This is what Matt Derry had to say. Here we go.
It's obvious that they never, ever really considered him for a long-term contract, and he was a guy that hit over 30 home runs for you a couple of years ago, and the team they never really made an offer. So I don't know how much of it was, that's just what the Guardians do. Guys leave, number one. Number two, his postseason performance, his lack of hustle at times, his attitude a couple of years ago, I think probably rubbed some teammates the wrong way, and that included probably Austin Hedges, who, he's the best leader on the team. He's the most popular guy in that clubhouse. Everybody loves Hedgie. Guy's back every year. He'll be back next year probably on a one-year deal. And again, Josh is not very popular around the league either.
I don't think Josh Naylor is he's just not worth our time. There's certain former Cleveland athletes, Spencer, that pop up, and it's like Baker Mayfield we'll talk about, there's certain guys that you're like, I want to have a convo about that guy. I think that the time spent here was worthwhile. I want to go through and find out if something petty happened. I want to hear all the logistics, all the angles on it. I don't care if Austin Hedges was mean to Josh Naylor in that moment. I don't care. I don't care if they didn't like him at all while he was here because it just doesn't. It's Josh Naylor left zero imprint on my mind outside of him rocking the cradle, rocking the baby home run off of Garrett Cole. I just don't. I'm sorry. I just don't. I don't have that for Josh Naylor. I don't.
Well, that's rocking the baby situation kind of speaks to, I think, how Josh Naylor is viewed by Guardians fans and probably in some respects around the league. When that whole thing happened, the outside perspective was, oh, this guy, what an ass for doing this, and he's losing. They're losing the series to the Yankees, so everyone's ragging on him for it or whatever, and it just looks like some guy being a jerk as he's going around the bases. But in Cleveland, we loved it. We were like, this is our guy. And that's kind of how those guys work. I've always said, if Draymond Green had spent his entire career with the Cleveland Cavaliers, we would love Draymond Green the way that Warriors fans love Draymond Green. We all love those guys when they play for your team, and then when they go somewhere else, you kind of get the curtains pulled back on who they really are and how much they actually got along with their teammates. Ever since Kevin Durant left the Warriors, we've heard all these stories about how him and Draymond didn't really get along at all, and it was just a whim decision to go join that team because he wanted to win championships, and then it fell apart pretty quickly because they just didn't get along with each other very well. So you always kind of hear these things, and then you sort of realize the truth behind who that player really was. But in the moment, of course, you love that guy. You love the guy who's willing to be brash and give it back to the other team when he's on your team. And then you get the truth later, and it's of course we don't love this guy. I'm with you. I don't know that Josh Naylor's a Guardians legend or an Indians legend.
No, not a chance in my mind.
That we look back on and can be like,
not a chance.
Oh, I remember the good old times with Josh Naylor. Yeah, he had some moments. The rocking the baby thing's probably the moment he'll most be remembered for. But I don't think it's something that we're lamenting. And clearly, the guys in that clubhouse are lamenting it. The fact that it was Hedges saying that is as damning as it gets.
Well, it would have been funny if Bo Naylor was still on the team.
And Bo was the one who said it too. That would have been funny.
And Austin looks right at Bo, and I'm talking about you too. I know you don't like your brother.
I know you won't be here much longer. But no, Hedges saying it is the most damning thing ever because Austin Hedges is supposed to be the clubhouse guy that everybody gets along. The only reason he's on this team every year is because for these one-year deals is because he's the clubhouse guy.
But it did kind of speak to the one trait that I always thought Josh Naylor had that was almost like a secret weapon of sorts. He just gets under people's skin. And when Hedges reacts that way, he's acknowledging the idea that Josh Naylor was able to get under his skin. You don't make those comments unless you're bothered.
He's like what the Cavs have been missing all these years. He's the Dennis Schroeder that's an irritant that comes in. That was that guy for them in the playoffs and gave them an edge.
Oh, he's always been great at it. No, I don't think they need that. I don't think baseball needs that. I don't think baseball needs someone to get under an opponent's skin or be able to do any of that stuff. NBA, you do. I don't think you need that in baseball.
Okay.
And so, when it comes to Josh Naylor, I just think it's one thing that he always had, and it was one thing that he was always able to do. He just always got got under people's skin. And Hedges reacting this way is just kind of more proof to the idea that he was able to get under people's skin. Like but I will not waste any time when it comes to trying to defend Josh Naylor. Not worth it to me. Trying to make Josh Naylor some sort of great baseball player while he was here. He wasn't that good. He was fine. And I'm not going to go to bat for Josh Naylor. Like I'm not. I'll talk about all sorts of former Cleveland athletes and spend hours of our time doing it because I think it's interesting and fascinating. I don't find Josh Naylor interesting or fascinating. I don't think he's a particularly good baseball player. I don't really have many memorable moments outside of the rock and the baby thing that we talked about when it comes to Josh Naylor. Largely forgettable is how I'll think about Josh Naylor 15 years from now. All right, for more on this, Peter Apple, Just Baseball, going to join us next. It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
today for Grigson. This marks his third stint with the Orange and Brown. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
All right, back in here on The Fan. It is Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Peterlin and Spencer German here with you guys as we go out to the Wise Are Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Peter Apple joining us here on 92.3. Hello, Peter. How you doing today?
What's going on, guys? Thanks for having me.
I appreciate you coming on. We're discussing the incident from yesterday's game where Josh Naylor and Austin Hedges went back and forth, and Hedges does this whole nobody likes you type thing. And the way I looked at it was pretty simple. Josh Naylor is a largely forgettable Guardian 15, 20 years from now. And it just doesn't bother me if we just kind of think about him and treat him that way. I also am not bothered by the idea that nobody in the clubhouse seemed to like him that much, if that in fact is true. What is your read on this, Peter?
To me, it just felt like kind of a heat of the moment type thing between two players who, maybe didn't get along in the clubhouse when, of course, Josh Naylor was a Guardian. And in the heat of the moment when Austin Hedges sees that Josh Naylor seemed to be leaning into that baseball, as a catcher, he probably took immediate offense to that. And with Josh Naylor then mouthing back at him, Austin Hedges probably let something come out that maybe he hadn't told him previously when they were both sharing a locker room. I viewed it more as a heat of the moment type thing between two competitors.
Peter, as I watched the Red Sox sweep the Yankees this weekend, I kind of thought to myself, man, the AL is just a mess right now. How much do you think that is going to set the stage for the trade deadline and how aggressive a team like the Guardians theoretically could be in trying to really chase after something this fall?
Yeah, it's funny that you asked that because on our show, when we go over some trade deadline stuff, we keep having to switch around teams. Even a few weeks ago, we were discussing that the Astros could be potentially willing to part with a Christian Walker at first base or an Isak Paredes or potentially Josh Hader in their bullpen. But as they continue to string together wins, and now they are still a few games under 500, but they are still in the thick of it, you got to take them off the board, right? And we are still trying to figure out what the Tigers are going to do. Would they potentially trade Tarek Skubal? Would they tear it all down? Or will they go on a 4-game win streak? Maybe they beat the Yankees, who just got swept by the Red Sox, and then they're right back in the thick of it, and they don't end up trading. So the American League right now, it's kind of a wait and see because it does seem like a lot of teams, thankfully not the Guardians, they seem to be doing pretty well here at 44-40, but there's a lot of teams right now kind of in this, purgatory type wait and see attitude because they should be selling, but because the American League is so wide open, they might end up not. Now, for the Guardians, I think they'll be the same type of Guardians that we normally see at the deadline, where if the right player is available, they will pounce. And I actually have 3 different options that I think the Guardians should go after. And there's kind of a low to high in terms of a price range for the 3. And in my opinion, I think they should go after an outfielder because I look at the Cleveland Guardians as a team, and I think they have a really good starting pitching staff. I think they have a good bullpen. Maybe they could add another bullpen arm because their top 4 are really strong, and then it gets a little bit hairy. But the offense, right, they're ranked 28th in runs scored, 28th in OPS. They need a little bit of an offensive jolt. And with Angel Martinez still on the IL, not expected back until the middle of July, the outfield looks a little barren at this point. So if I was Cleveland, I would be calling the Cincinnati Reds and asking about J.J. Bleday and Spencer Steer. J.J. Bleday is your cheapest option. He signed a 1-year, $1.4 million deal this offseason, and he's really burst out and had an incredible season. But the reason I would want to add J.J. Bleday is he's slugging over 500 with 13 home runs. And the Guardians, there's still a lack of power on their team as Chase DeLauder has been, in and out of injuries, and Kyle Manzardo hasn't exactly taken that full step forward that we expected after he hit 27 home runs last year. So that's your cheap option. The middle option is Spencer Steer because he can also play first base. He also has 13 home runs. He's slugging about 420 right now. And then the top option, not really a power guy, but just a really good baseball player, is Jung-Hoo Lee of the San Francisco Giants. Jung-Hoo Lee's hitting about 330. He fits the identity of the Cleveland Guardians, where it's tough at bats, it's bat to ball, and he's a pretty good defender out there in right field. So those are three options that I would be looking for the Guardians to add at this deadline.
What do you make of the idea that the Guardians have just called up a bunch of these young players? And now DeLauder's obviously off the IL. He's back in the lineup. But between DeLauder, between Bazzana, and Engel, Watson, I can go on and on. It seems like I can name 7 guys right now. A very aggressive Guardians team where they typically aren't this aggressive with the call-ups.
I think it is a matter of circumstance, right? I think a lot of these guys, they haven't been as aggressive in years past because they haven't had these guys really ready. But Cooper Engel is ready, right? You're seeing Kyle Manzardo, he's ready. Chase DeLauder, he's ready. A lot of these guys that they've called up, they've been crushing it in AAA and are now knocking on the door. And because of some of the injuries in the lineup, notably, again, Angel Martinez and Jose Ramirez, they're being given opportunities. And Travis Bazzana has absolutely took it in stride. Now, he does need to make improvements defensively, but the bat is special. He drafted him number 1 overall for a reason. Cooper Engel is one of those grinded out type of AB guys. I feel like, just in his short stint in the majors so far, I've been really impressed with his ability to drive up pitch counts. We were just talking, with our Discord members that I feel like Cooper Engel is averaging 8 pitches per AB already. I got it fact checked. It's more like 5, but it just goes to show what kind of ABs he can give you at the bottom of the lineup. So I've been impressed with the young Guardians so far, and I think they're one of the main reasons why the Guardians sit near first place in the Central.
You talk about being impressed. Maybe what has impressed you, surprised you maybe the most about this Guardians team to this point this season, especially given all those young guys who have already kind of gotten their opportunity here with this team?
I think the most surprising part of the Guardians to me actually is how strong their starting pitching staff has been, not necessarily the young guys. Because going into the season, who isn't a big fan of Gavin Williams? And, Tanner Bybee is a friend of our show, and we've always thought the world of him. But after that, we weren't sure what we were going to get from a guy like Parker Messick or a Joey Cantillo or even a Slade Ciccone. And yet all of them, especially Parker Messick, I mean, he has been one of the best overall pitchers in the American League so far. Joey Cantillo continues to impress, and Slade Ciccone has gotten better and better as the season has gone along. He's made a couple of adjustments that I've liked, and he's, again, still 27 years old. So, again, I just had questions about the Guardians rotation coming in, and now this season they rank 5th in ERA. I think it's incredibly impressive.
Peter Apple, Just Baseball, joining us on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. You'd mentioned Bazzana, and you'd said he has to get it together defensively. And I think everyone listening can agree. A couple errors yesterday, some just egregious throws, some kind of boneheaded plays we've seen out of him, and we love the bat. We know he's talented. I'm a big Bazzana guy, but should they just move him to left field, or should they just put him in the outfield? Are we trying too hard to make Bazzana a second baseman?
So I think it's a challenging question. The reason for it is I agree with you, but I don't agree with moving him to another position because Travis Bazzana, of course, playing throughout his whole life, he's been a shortstop second baseman. So that's mostly been his position. And now you're saying, all right, instead of a struggling second baseman, let's move him to a corner outfield spot where then he'll have to adjust. And the assumption that he could manage left field when he already isn't managing his position, I think it's possible, but it's certainly not going to happen this season. And I think it's also important to remember that Travis Bazzana is still 23 years old. So he's going to continue to develop, and he's too good of an athlete not to become at least an average second baseman. So while I do agree, it hasn't looked great early on this season. And for the rest of the season, I don't even know if we can expect average defense. But to immediately plop him out to another position, not only would he probably not be very good in a corner outfield spot, you might affect the bat. Because think about it. Now he's got to rewire his brain to go play another position. What is that going to do for a 23-year-old trying to adjust to Major League Baseball at the plate when you got relievers throwing 102 miles an hour and 93 mile an hour sliders and guys you've never even heard of. Hitting right now is as hard as it's ever been in Major League history. So you're going to tell a 23-year-old to go learn a new position? As a Yankee fan, I've had to watch Jason Dominguez try and switch between outfield spots, and it's affected him at the plate, right? So, again, with these young guys, you almost just have to wait it out with him. And the good thing is, right, Brian Rocchio is a great defender. They're at shortstop. You got Jose Ramirez at third base. You got Patrick Bailey, who's all-world defensively at catcher. And when he's not in the lineup, you got Austin Hedges. So you still have good defenders around the diamond that you can almost hedge second base, but I would not move him to a corner. I could see it happening maybe in the offseason, giving him a lot of time to kind of adjust to that position. But right now, I don't think you could do it because you don't want to affect him at the plate.
Going back to the trade deadline for a second, and this is more bigger picture, even like outside of Cleveland and maybe their intentions at the trade deadline. But with the looming CBA talks, which obviously we've seen some of those details coming out from what baseball is kind of offering, and we know that everyone's kind of anticipating that there might be a lockout next season, or that there's a better than likely chance that there's a lockout next season. How do you think that might impact teams' aggressiveness at the trade deadline, how they go about the trade deadline, and what moves they're going to be willing to make?
It's interesting because I actually thought when the Guardians made that move for Patrick Bailey, we've had both Jeff Passan and Buster Olney on our show, and they said that we could potentially start seeing trades a little bit earlier, and then maybe teams trying to extend said players, quicker rather than later, waiting towards the deadline. But as the days tick by, it seems like it almost is status quo, where teams, nobody really knows what to expect with this lockout, that they're just kind of going to go like normal, right? Where, up until the deadline, a lot of moves get made, maybe players with additional years of control are a little bit more expensive than they might be. Rentals might actually go for a cheaper price than normally, but I really don't think it's going to have a large effect because unless you're trading a guy who, the Devers trade with Boston where, there's still 9 years left or whatever is left on that contract, I don't really think a lot is going to change.
Peter Apple joining us here on 92.3 The Fan. We did have some NBA breaking news. Peter, are you an NBA guy or no?
I am a Knicks fan, but I would not call myself an NBA guy.
All right, we're not expecting a breakdown from you then. But the Grizzlies are trading Ja Morant to the Trailblazers for Jeremy Grant and Chris Murray. Okay, so we'll talk about that coming up in a little bit. Oh, see, that's a reaction. Sometimes I'm a baseball guy, but baseball guys sometimes only stay to baseball.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm a baseball and a football guy, but, I do enjoy watching my Knicks, and, a lot of stuff's been going on with Ja Morant. Hopefully it's a good landing spot for him. Yeah,
I mean, Portland's much different than Memphis as far as the scene is concerned, so hopefully that's a good spot for him. All right, we'll get you out of here on this one. When it comes to Stephen Kwan, what would you do if you're the Guardians? Do we hit a point this season where they just stop playing him?
I'm actually really glad that you asked me about him because he was the guy who I was hyping up kind of all off season. And the reason for it is, I've always loved Stephen Kwan just because I thought he was one of the best at doing the small things, maybe things that don't show up in the stat sheet, base running, defense, bat to ball skills. And we've had him on our show as well. And I just really like him as a human being. And I saw the power continue to take up for him. And I thought, all right, this guy can hit 10 to 15 home runs. He can hit close to 300 and play elite defense. This is one of the most underrated players in baseball. And to watch him this year, I've been so disappointed. I mean, the lack of bat speed, it seems like whenever the ball comes off his bat, it just floats in the air. The amount of infield pop-ups that I see from this guy or dribblers to second base, it just doesn't look like I'm watching the same player that we've watched for the past 3 or 4 years. However, I feel like he's earned the benefit of the doubt. And I know that hurts because Guardians fans want to win, and they're watching Stephen Kwan at the top of their lineup put up a 570 OPS and be one of the league's worst qualified hitters. And I understand growing impatient, especially when you're competing with the White Sox in order to go win this division and you want to go farther in the playoffs. But it's just hard for me to say, all right, Kwan, you're on the bench, or we got to trade and sell low on you right at the worst part. Or it's almost like the Red Sox selling low on Jarren Duran when he's having the worst, bit of his basically career so far. It's unfortunately, you just got to play the waiting game with a guy who has been great for, again, 3 to 4 years, and is just having a really tough start to the season. But I'm watching the same games you guys are. It is incredibly infuriating, and it feels like there will be no end, but I do still trust Stephen Kwan to figure it out.
I'm glad you trust him. I think he's broke at this point. I have a hard time, and it's funny because there's so often in baseball you'll have guys that just have a down year and they'll go back and just be normal. But like this was the bet on himself year, Peter. This was the one where he was going to potentially cash in and then get paid $100 million or something crazy, and it just to watch him wilt and wither at the plate night in night out is brutal.
I'm with you. I mean, like I said, I totally agree with you. He could have netted a 9-figure deal with an awesome year. And just to see him come out like this is incredibly disappointing. But I just have a firm belief in him. And I still believe that there is a great player in there. And there are some underlying numbers that are pointing upwards. So, I would just put my faith in those and just keep riding it out. But I understand the frustration. I absolutely do.
All right, fantastic insight, Peter. We appreciate you. Obviously, we check you out at Just Baseball. You guys do great work over there. We'll talk to you again in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me on, guys.
All right, good stuff right there from Peter on the Wise All Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We're out to the jaw trade across the NBA. Get some baseball in there as well. And I had a predicament pop up this weekend I want Spencer's thoughts on. It's Spencer German, Jonathan Peterlin here with you guys in the Fan.
Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
All right, back out of here on The Fan. It is Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Beadle and Spencer German here with you guys. So Ja obviously gets traded to Portland in the middle of our interview with Peter Apple. Peter, by the way, I liked a lot. Odyssey Rewind, go check it out. We'll play some more of his clips at 6:20 or so. We get back into the Guardians there. But obviously, it's been a weird hour for breaking news. We had the Terrion Arnold stuff. Now we're talking about Ja being a member of the Trailblazers. I like this for Ja. I feel like Ja needs a new setup. He needs a new situation. He needs something that isn't Memphis. And him going to Portland, a little bit of, people talked about Portland. I think a lot of people thought it was going to be Miami. And if it was going to be Ja, Giannis, Bam Adebayo.
Miami would have been like the worst place for him to go, right?
Well, potentially.
From a lifestyle standpoint?
Yeah, potentially.
And what he's constantly kind of been in trouble for in his NBA career, not great.
Well, that's why I wonder if his reps and the people around Ja, who have been just absolute dodo birds the entire time, I wonder if they actually did wisen up and be like, you know what, we're going to send you to Portland. And what's going to happen in Portland, you're running into a couple hipsters. Maybe you'll get into coffee, but you're going to be fine. You're going to be fine.
So Chris Haynes is also reporting that the Blazers are planning on starting Ja Morant and Damian Lillard together in the backcourt.
Yeah, that had to be the expectation, and so that's great. I listen. I actually do have a couple young pieces I like in Portland. There's some real talent there. You go to Portland. This seems like a get your life on track type moment for Ja Morant. It's not. I thought Miami would have been fireworks. I think it would have made Miami. They're already a title contender because of Giannis, even though we can argue whether or not they're a true title contender. If you would have went there, I think you would have had a real conversation there. But I guess the bigger picture thing here, Spencer, is that the NBA free agency wheel is turning, and we're getting some trades, obviously, and we're going to have more and more moves. But the big names, when we started this thing off, Giannis was number 1, Ja Morant was number 2. And the names are coming up.
Jaylen Brown's up there, of course.
Well, ones we knew were going to become available, and now obviously Jaylen Brown became available, and so that changes the math a little bit. But the names are coming off the board is the point, and the Cavs are still the same Cavs team.
This does kind of feel like the Baker Mayfield leaving the Browns moment for Ja Morant. He needs to grow up. He needs probably a situation that's less out of the spotlight and all these different things. Not that Memphis is incredibly in the spotlight.
Oh, it's a good point though.
But
what's
it does
the benefit?
feel like that.
What's the benefit for Baker in Tampa Bay? No one covers Tampa Bay. They're just for an NFL
they
team.
They did for a couple years when Tom Brady was there, and that was about it.
For an NFL team, and even with Tom Brady there, for an NFL team, you are basically putting yourself in the witness protection agency. They don't get covered. It's like Rick Stroud and 3 randos. I don't know what to tell you. I don't want to sound mean to Tampa Bay media, but that's not a serious football town when it comes to coverage. And so
that's fair.
You can hide. You can hide. You can just kind of disappear. And Baker, it was perfect. I love this example out of you because Baker, it was so easy for him. He just goes to Tampa Bay. He's doing the same Baker Mayfield stuff he did here. I promise you guys that. But because it doesn't get covered like a Snuggie, because it gets covered very loosely down there, he just kind of just goes about his own business and does what he does. And now everyone's like, oh yeah, Baker Mayfield really matured, really grew up. It's or he just didn't have people monitoring where his bar tab was on Tuesday nights the way that we did.
Everyone's always mad at the Cleveland media, and they're like, the Cleveland media, they're always up in everybody's business. They're just trying to cause drama, blah, blah, blah. Is it really just that the Cleveland media actually does their jobs and figures things out and they actually cover the team? Like you said in Tampa, it seems like people are just kind of it's Florida. I got better things to do than show up and figure out if Baker Mayfield's.
They don't care.
Yeah, they don't care.
And even
here, I think people care. Whether it's fans finding out and then texting media members.
Well, that's right. I didn't want to give the media. I didn't want to give you follow the team. I didn't want to give you guys too much credit on that. Okay, because
I promise I wasn't trying to toot my own horn here either. I was just asking if that's the byproduct of this.
I mentioned the bar tab situation. I knew what day and which bar Baker Mayfield liked to go to during the week. I didn't do any investigative journalism. We got a lot of tattletales in the city is what happened here. Okay? We got
so maybe the problem is
Cleveland's full of a lot of people that want to talk.
I was going to say maybe the problem is less the Cleveland media, just the Cleveland people who are constantly gossiping.
And it was not the bar.
It was
not the bar everyone thinks either, by the way. It was not that bar, a different bar. Same street. Different bar, though. different bar. 216-474-0092.
Something else, but I bit my tongue.
Well, listen, it's an open show here. You just got to keep firing them off.
Yeah, but I don't.
Listen, relative to the guy that normally sits in that chair.
I'd like to be able to be here tomorrow, though, too.
I think you got a longer leash than maybe you think. I think you'll be all right. You should just start playing with the idea of like, well, I guess if this is my last show, it's my last show.
I'm part-time. I got nothing to lose.
They're going to take away your once a week show, man. I don't know that you need that. All right, 216-474-0092. But you are right in the grand scheme of this. And I want to tell you something that happened to me yesterday. So obviously we go on vacation, we come on back, and then we have this. We go to the Solon Water Park yesterday. Had some sort of big like summer days event or something. My wife drags me to all these things. She loves them. Anything that like you get out and about and you're just with people. And I go. They're not my favorite thing in the world, but I go because there's some value in it somewhere. And so anyway, so I'm there and I'm waiting in the line with my daughter to get these like it's just like it's balloon art is what it is, right? I don't know why the common term is not coming to my brain right now, but it's a balloon animal. There we go. Thank you. And so Mackie gave a look, but I didn't see you hop into the mic to save me on it. I'll tell you that much. You guys both looked at me like I had a banana taped to my forehead, and I was searching for balloon animal. But that's my fault. I set it up horribly. So anyway, so I'm in the line with her, and we're waiting to get her balloon animal. And these lines, it just takes forever, right? And this little kid comes up to me, and he starts stroking my arm and rubbing my arm. And I've been around little kids enough now because obviously I have two little kids and they all have friends, and I'm around a lot of little kids. 5 years ago, I don't know what I would have done in this spot because I wasn't around little kids then. But now I'm around them enough. I'm like, all right, well, the little kid just gonna rub my arm, and I'm just gonna sit there and let the little kid rub my arm because it's making him feel good and comfortable in the moment. So it is what it is. And so this kid just starts rubbing my arm, and Charlotte's looking at this kid like, what are you doing to my dad? But he starts rubbing my arm, and I'm just like, I guess I just got to let it play out. I'm not going to, what am I going to do? Tell the kid no? Like, all right. And then the kid looks up, and the kid freaks out and screams, "You're not my daddy." And I'm like, I know I'm not your daddy. You came up to me and started rubbing I know you're not. I know. If you lost your dad, and I'm like, where is your dad? And then he looks over, and then he spots his dad, and he gets instantly happy again. And then he runs over to his dad. And then in this moment, though, the only thing I could think of was not, oh, great, you're going to be reunited with your dad. It's a scary moment for you. I kept thinking to myself, if he goes up and his dad is some sort of ugly person or some sort of like really out of shape person or some sort of like really disheveled person, how am I going to feel about that in the moment? Like, how am I, Mac, you're giving me a look here, but instead of thinking about like, I don't know, something for this kid.
Is this kid okay? JP was instantly like, is this dad good looking?
I was like, did he, like, am I going to look over and is this dad going to be Clooney? Like, is this dad going to be Tom Cruise? Or is this dad going to be some sort of slovenly human that just seems like a very uninviting person? And I don't know if I can handle him being a very bad looking guy right now.
I don't think that's in like the top 3 or 4 things that would have come to my mind
yes. But this is my brain.
Yelling.
This is my brother. No, the kid was happy then because he saw his dad.
The kid was happy at that point.
He saw his dad. This is the moment where I'm looking over to then I'm obviously going to acknowledge the idea that his kid just thought that I was his dad, and we're going to laugh about it, and everything's going to be fun. Which is, by the way, what happened. It was an acknowledgement of like, oh, my kid thought that I was you, and you was, and it was all fun, right? But I looked over at this dad, and I really hope this guy is not listening because I don't want to make it seem mean. I don't want to make it seem any sort of way. But like, disappointment was what came across my face.
No.
Yeah, disappointment. He tatted up the whole way. But then not only that, I don't care about that. He just looked very... I really hope he's not listening. He just looked very unbecoming.
Is this guy going to know specifically that you're Jonathan Peterlin and you were the person that his son mistaken? That probably happens all the time. There's probably lots of kids in Cleveland that mistaken their parent for somebody else.
I've never had it happen to me though, and I've never had this moment.
Well, you did say Solon, so maybe that whittles it down.
So I did just like if you went to Solon Park days and then we waved at each other, and then the guy was so nice, he came over after that and was like, that was really funny, and I go, I did always want a boy, you do that stuff, right? Like, you just got to make the jokes. But I just in that moment I just kept thinking to myself, oh no, like this was not some like 6'4" jacked in shape guy.
Were you guys
this is the guy that he looks like what I think I don't look like but probably do, and that's not great.
Were you guys like similar height? similar hair color. Like
he had a pretty big beer belly, and that was the other side. Like sad part about it is that like in my mind I'm like I don't think I'm overweight or anything like that, but like I probably could lose 15 or 20 pounds. And so like in my mind I'm like is this guy like he clearly kids don't look at the face or anything like that. They just look at the body.
That's what. But I don't think it's that deep. I think he saw a figure that maybe like from the back or from the side profile, he was just like, oh, that kind of. I don't think kids really register. I mean, I guess it depends on how old they are, but like, because you've always seen like the videos of being like, "Hey, you're daddy. Why are you so fat?" Like it's like stupid people asking like little kids asking dumb questions.
I needed this kid to have his dad just be like a model or something.
I don't think it's that deep.
I think
he just saw somebody that from a distance he thought like, "Oh, that must be my dad." He just walked over. I don't know. I wouldn't probably read into it that deep.
Have you ever had this happen?
I've never had that happen, but I have had like thinking that I was following my kid, and then I turned the corner, and it's like it was actually somebody
a different kid.
Well, like it's like these kids are all playing together, and then like you turn the corner, and you're like, well, that's not you, and then you're like scrambling to figure out where your kid actually went, because having a boy especially. They're fast. Like my son, he's like here and gone. I was walking in Walmart the other day, and we were walking towards like the checkout lanes, and he was like a step behind me, and I turn around and he just disappeared. I was like, what aisle did you run down in like the 2 seconds that I was facing the other direction? And I'm like looking around like Jackson. I'm like calling for his name. The woman who worked at the store is like looking at me like I'm crazy. And then I turn and finally see him in like this aisle. And I'm like, you can't just leave me like that. Like that's what boys do. They just disappear because they think like they can just go on these adventures by themselves. So at one point, yes, there was a day where like I think I was at something with a bunch of kids. And I for a second lost sight of where he was because it was a kid probably wearing the same color shirt or something.
Oh, thank God you didn't go up to the kid and like go to hug him or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
just like just spook the kid. I mean, it's got to be different.
My son has very distinct features. He has red hair. It should be easy to spot him.
Girls don't do this though. Girls don't. They don't just run off like that. And yet your kid has very distinctive features.
You said you wanted a boy. That's the downside. They're very active.
You
they're
have
all over
no
the place.
idea in that split moment. I was so banking on like this guy's got to be great looking. Like I really hope he's great looking. And if he's not, I'm going to be really upset.
I promise you it wasn't that deep. It was just a kid looking for a figure that he thought maybe was his dad. I don't think he was like really like looking at your entire body profile to figure out if it was. I mean, the tattoos that's a dead giveaway. Like if it was looking that intently, he would have noticed that you didn't have the tattoos, and he would have been like, that's not my dad.
It was the beer belly, guys. That's the one that haunts me. All right, leave that there. We got the lead coming your way. Big Browns 520 segment with Shedeur Sanders that you got to hear as well. It's Jonathan Peterlin. It's Spencer German. Afternoon Drive with you guys right here in the Fan.
I'm Matt Corrali.
A smart move for the Cavs that you will call stupid because of a stupid thing that this guy did in the NBA Finals.
Meanwhile, the Knicks fans said they had no chance to win a championship a year ago. Could that be the same for the Cavs?
It's the Emerging Podcast Team presented by Extend Technologies on 923thefan.com and on the free Odyssey app.
It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Hi, back at it here on Afternoon Drive, The Lead. We start with Shams Charania at ESPN discussing Draymond Green declining his player option and what it means for the Warriors and LeBron James.
The Warriors in the last several days formulated a grand plan of putting together a big four of Stephen Curry, Draymond Green, Anthony Davis, and LeBron James. But in order to do that, they needed the flexibility of Draymond Green opting out of his contract, $27.7 million opt-out. There was an expectation in the last week, several weeks, that Draymond Green would be opting in, but he's now opting out. And so AD and LeBron James would have to be a package deal in order to come to Golden State and team up with Green and Steph Curry. And in this sequencing of events, Draymond Green would opt out, as he did, to take a multi-year deal at less than $27 million a year. AD would require a trade of Jimmy Butler and draft capital, and then that would mean LeBron James potentially at the mid-level exception. So now they are trying to do something big here again, and it started with Draymond Green opting out today.
I just think this is the worst possible team that you could assemble at this stage of LeBron's career. I think it's the lamest way for him to go out. I think this team
easily the worst team for him to go to end his career from a Cavs fan perspective.
Yeah. No doubt. And I think
is there another team that's even close? Knicks, maybe?
Yeah, because they just won, and it would kind of feel like he was doing the Kevin Durant ring chasing thing. I guess one last time. I guess, although granted, I guess some of his career has.
What's funny is that in the Knicks winning, that all but took him out of the question for New York.
Yeah, for sure.
You can't enter a team that just won and then not win.
That's Giannis out of the equation too. He wasn't going to go there.
Yeah.
I think it's the lamest way for him to end his career, especially from a Cavs lens, like we talk about. I also think it's just not a team that's really going to compete. I think it looks good on paper. I think it's one of those perfect teams that you throw out there on the graphic of who's stopping this on social media that everybody gets to chime in on. And then when reality sets in, it's yeah, this team isn't coming out of the Western Conference with all these teams that are younger and better and deeper than them.
I mean, what I find interesting, at least what I'm curious on, with Steve Kerr as the head coach, they are really diving into we're going to have the highest basketball IQ of a team ever assembled.
That is fair.
And I want to know if that works. I do want to know. Part of what made Tom Brady great at 45 was what? The idea that he had all his football intelligence at his disposal in order to beat defenses. It wasn't with his arm. It was everything he was able to do mentally. So LeBron, the smartest basketball player to ever live.
Beat Braun, basically, is what they're trying to do.
Yeah,
here.
I'm dying to find out.
Intended.
I'm dying to find out if that actually could be an advantage over some of these younger teams like the Spurs have assembled, where they don't have any basketball knowledge. They're also young and trying to learn and put that all together. I'll give them credit for the oldest NBA team in the league last year in the Warriors. If they do this, they're getting older, but they're at least understanding what they are and what they're trying to do with this mission.
I just don't know how that the smarts are great. I don't know how the smarts help you when Anthony Davis is in street clothes for most of the season.
Well,
or
so that is
Steph
part
Curry
of this
twists his
equation.
ankle and then he's injured or whatever.
Anthony Davis is always going to be injured. I think during the regular season, I don't think it's going to look good, by the way. I'll maintain that. I don't think during the regular season you're going to have to load manage. You're going to have to do all sorts of players in and out. It's going to be. I don't think it'll look seamless. I think it'll be. It'll be a struggle. But I think in the playoffs, I think they have a real chance to maybe not win I'm not saying win the finals, but they'll make it to the second round and be a threat to whoever they face in the second round. I could easily see that. And maybe a threat in the second round doesn't sound awesome to a lot of people, but LeBron wasn't even this last year when he made it to the second round with the Lakers.
I'd take the Spurs in 5. I'd take the Thunder in 5. I might take the Nuggets in 5, honestly, against that team. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe 6 for the Nuggets.
We got to give LeBron and Steph and some of these guys some credit, right?
Are they going to be playing in the playoffs? That's my question.
Just 2 years ago, this team basically won a gold medal. 2 years ago, it's the components of that team.
That's a long time ago.
That's not that long ago.
Wemby's 2 years better.
It's not that long ago.
Wemby just took his team to the finals
and wilted because he couldn't play 40 minutes a night because they'd never asked him to do that.
Is that his fault, or is that his supporting team?
I blame the Spurs on that one. I blame them for that entire stretch, though. I did. It's like the guy averaged 29 minutes a game for the entire regular season, and the playoffs happen.
Well,
you want to put him out there 40 minutes a night. What do you think's going to happen?
He must have been on that Donovan Mitchell, Kenny Atkinson play.
I called that one out from a mile away, and people just said, no, you're being silly. He can do it. And I'm like, I don't think he can do it, guys. They're like, oh, he can do it. He's Wemby. He's basically Superman and Batman combined. Hey, of course he can do it. And I don't think he can do it, guys. And then you watch him lose in 5 games of the Knicks, and people are like, oh, he'll be back next year. Okay, maybe. I don't know. He's definitely coming back. I mean, I just don't know if it's. I don't know that his conditioning is going to all of a sudden be magical overnight.
Anyway, staying in the NBA, James Harden declined his player option today and is working with the Cavs on a new multi-year deal. This was expected. Brian Windhorst of the Hoops Collective podcast has some insight on the Cavs offseason.
The Cavs look like they might lose a player or two. I'm not sure they're going to be able to keep Dean Wade. They may have to trade another piece. Max Strus has been sort of a little bit available. They may be trying to do an upgrade with the trade there. I think the Cavs might have been involved a little bit, I heard, in the Miles Bridges discussions. So maybe, but I don't think you're seeing a major addition to the Cavs. I could be wrong.
Obviously not great news. I did like hearing they were part of the Miles Bridges discussions. That at least says they understand they need to do something and want to do something different. We're running out of time here, which is funny because we're just starting up free agency tomorrow, but we're running out of time here.
Yeah, I don't know. I've always kind of felt that the only moves this team was going to be in the margins most likely. And I feel like that's a fine idea. If you're able to actually add maybe like a valuable wing of some sort by trading some guys away, great. But if they've run this thing back, I don't know how anybody can... By the way, if they run this thing back while losing Dean Wade, who's one of the only wings they actually do have, I just don't know how anybody expects the outcome to be different. Like, are we just banking on the fact that the last several years, the team that lost in the Eastern Conference Finals has then gotten to the finals? Like, is that what we're gonna? Is that what Kobe Altman's gonna sell us next?
I have no idea what they're banking on. If they don't make some sort of change to this roster, you can't possibly sell us on anything. Maybe the idea that Harden, without just like a month and a half, is all of a sudden going to be different.
Is that going to change the entire trajectory of your season?
No, I don't think so. And I think they know that, though. That's why it'll feel really lousy to enter the upcoming year if they don't make some sort of change. I will have a hard time watching the regular season and thinking something different's going to happen in the playoffs, even if they look good during the regular season, if they don't make some sort of change.
It would be a disappointing offseason, I think, is the word that I would use, if they don't come away with some sort of change that you feel like actually...
That's being generous, by the way. That's being generous. Yeah. I would call it a lot of other words that aren't FCC compliant.
Whoa.
I don't even use those words, Spencer. Who are we kidding?
But no,
You know this about me? You know I don't swear at all?
Yeah, I know that. Yeah. You do a very good job of that. Off the air, I tend to let some fly. Although I'll say this. Having children, to go back to our last segment, has made me a lot better at not doing that as much.
Oh, it's become really interesting because...
My wife's honestly worse than me.
So my wife doesn't swear either, and it's based off of the idea that I'm around her, and so now she doesn't swear. She used to swear, and she doesn't. And by the way, I don't want people to think that it's because I'm like some sort of proper human or anything like that. That's not it. It's because
Is this like Brendan Sorsby? He goes to church every Sunday.
It's because I do this for a living, okay? And I don't trust myself. So other people in this industry, I don't know how they do it. They can just talk and then have moments for 5 hours, for instance, where they just go long stretches of not swearing, and then the mics go off and they're cursing like a sailor. And I don't have that ability within myself to be like, I'm this now, and now I'm this. I don't have that in me. It's not something that I possess. And so very early on in this industry, I realized if I'm going to do this, I can't swear because I don't have that on-off switch. I don't like. There's the obviously guardrails that exist because I know certain things I can and cannot say at all times, obviously. But you're going to give me more borders and more things I have to worry about in any given set. No, I just won't swear.
Honestly, that's a good way to go about it because the number of years that I spent like tiptoeing on what. I was always curious, like, what words can I say? What words can I say? And then, like, in the moment, you think about it, and you, like, stop yourself, and you're like, and then it makes it sound very awkward because the flow of conversation ends if you had a word, and then you realize, I don't know if I can say this word. It's actually a good way to go about that.
We get creative every now and again.
But now I think I'm at a point where I understand what you can and can't say.
It is really adorable to watch my 3-year-old go, oh, shoot. I find that to be funny, but it's because I say shoot. If I had said the other word... maybe it wouldn't be so funny to me. Or maybe it'd be hysterical. I don't know.
At this point with
Little
my
kids
son,
cursing does sound pretty funny to me.
It actually is funny. But at this point, I think...
I wouldn't stop being able to laugh if she just cursed one day, I think.
At this point, the only time I think I really swear around my son is if it's like under my breath, if like we're in traffic and somebody cuts me off or something, I'm like, you gotta, like whatever, and I'll say something, and I'll say it sort of to myself, and he still hears it. Because then he repeats it, or he goes, oh, you're not supposed to say that. Like he calls me out on it, and then I know like I'm in big trouble. Then I'm like, Then he tells me I got to go in timeout. It's like a whole thing.
That's funny. And do you go sit on the steps?
We put him in timeout for saying stupid. So like, and stupid's like not even. It's funny. We'll be listening to like Ken and Lime in the morning, or like you guys in the afternoon, and one of you guys will say stupid, and my son will be in the back seat like, Daddy, he said stupid. And I'm
now I'm going to say it a lot.
Yeah, he shouldn't have said that.
Now I'm
right.
going to keep saying it now. Now you poked the bear. Now I'm going to do this. All right, Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports, joined us today at 3:20. He made the case for the Browns to start Deshaun Watson before Shedeur Sanders.
There's a higher ceiling with Deshaun Watson. That's the real takeaway here, is that if you have that desire to be competitive and actually win games at the start of the year and see what you can get out of that first month, put out the guy that was once at a premier elite level and see if there's anything to be found with that talent and if it can be tapped back into. Maybe it's a Tyler Shuck type of a situation where nobody really knew what to expect, but then wow, suddenly this guy actually looks like he could lead this team. I think that you just have to exhaust all options. If your team's not going to be very good and you're one step away from finding that quarterback, you at least got to take that swing to determine, can we trust him? I would much rather keep Shedeur Sanders around as a backup than I would Deshaun Watson next year. And if Shedeur Sanders, you need to at least find out if he's capable of ever filling in, or if you need to also be looking for a backup quarterback in the future.
I think the one thing he hit the nail on the head with was the idea that it's probably a little easier to start Deshaun and have Shedeur as like a second-year player be a backup, and then sell that to everybody as, oh, this is a natural transition, right? But I vehemently push back on the notion that Deshaun Watson has a higher ceiling at this point in his career than Shedeur Sanders does.
Oh, I do too.
Like I just don't. We've seen this. We know what it looks like. Yeah, 3-4 years ago, maybe you could make that argument because he was at one point a top 5 quarterback in this game. But even he admitted he's not trying to be 2020 Deshaun Watson. He's trying to be whatever version of Deshaun Watson we're going to get in 2026. And I just don't believe that the ceiling on Deshaun Watson in 2026 is very high.
Yeah, it makes no sense to me. I do understand though. You're good to point that out. That idea that it's tricky, and maybe the advantage that Deshaun has is this. If you start Shedeur and then you have to bench Shedeur, that's it for Shedeur.
Yeah.
Like that's it.
Yeah.
Like if you start him and then you decided to week 6, week 7, we're done with this. We can't do it. You didn't show enough. And he's not your backup quarterback in 2027. He's not your backup quarterback in 2028. He's no longer on your football team. Like you can only do so many games and then bench somebody and then say, well, now do this role. It wouldn't work. And so in Shedeur going second, you would then leave open that possibility and the idea of like, all right, well, he might not be our starter, but he showed enough in the final 8 games that we love him as a backup. And if we need him to win 3 games because our starting quarterback gets injured, great. Or let's say you draft a quarterback in 2027 and then you want to do the Drake May handoff situation that they did in New England where, all right, Shedeur, you start the first 5 games of 2027 before we then have the actual quarterback start. And so like all that goes away if you start Shedeur. For me, the risk is worth it.
Yeah, I agree.
But I could see how maybe they would think otherwise. It's not what I would prescribe to, but if you want to wrap your head around it, I can get to that part of things. 216-474-0092. Let's stay with this. Does Shedeur have a better chance of starting or being traded by week 1? We want you guys to chime in. We'll dive into that one as well. It's Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Peterlin, Spencer German with you guys. Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Leave the garage door open and turn up the fan. Spend the summer with your home for Cleveland sports talk. 92.3 The Fan.
I feel like he's got a better chance of starting because I just don't really. Who's going to trade for Shedeur Sanders right now? I just don't think that anybody looks at Shedeur Sanders and sees him as a proven commodity that is worth bringing into their quarterback room, unless there is some situation where there's like a devastating injury to a starter. And I don't even think anyone really trade for Shedeur Sanders to be a replacement starter. It's just like if somebody enters a circumstance where their quarterback room ends up being thin and they need a backup. But at the end of the day, Shedeur Sanders still has a lot to prove. I also think that generally, as we saw during his draft class, I think that the NFL, a lot of teams maybe don't want to take on the distraction and the coverage that he gets for a backup quarterback. I think at the end of the day, he's probably more likely that he steps onto the field as a starter at some point this year. Probably not week one, but at some point this year than somebody trading for him because there's just not a whole lot of value there unless somebody was really, really desperate.
That was Joe DeLeone. Joined us earlier on in the show. It is Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Peterlin and Spencer German here with you guys. And yeah, it's not that I want to talk about Shedeur Sanders' lack of value, because I don't know that that's entirely even a fair thing to have a conversation on, because he was taken in the 5th round last year, as we all know, and then he played 7 games. And so it's like, all right, well, wait, I don't want to come up with some mythical value that he would have. You are as valuable as if somebody needs you or doesn't need you, in my eyes. And so, the way I look at this trade market for Shedeur Sanders, all last week, it felt like everyone was going down the road of trying to get rid of him or trying to trade him in some sort of way. And Spencer, I just don't see it. I don't see there being enough value there if we're going to do that to begin with anyway. And I see it higher for the Browns to keep a quarterback on this roster where he's in one of the few spots. If you worry about a backup quarterback being a distraction, I don't care about Deshaun Watson and whether or not he has a distraction. Sorry, Deshaun, you haven't warranted any sort of play in a Browns uniform that makes me concerned about whether or not, you're worried about whatever perceived circus, quote unquote, would end up being here.
Didn't the Browns already do that anyway with Deshaun? Like, didn't they already cater to Deshaun when they didn't bring back Joe Flacco the first time after 2023 because they knew that fans would be clamoring for Flacco because nobody liked Deshaun Watson?
And I'm done catering to Deshaun Watson.
At this point in the Deshaun contract, the Deshaun situation, who really cares?
And that's even playing with the idea that he's like the guaranteed starter, which I don't even think is true right now.
Right. Well, and that's the big thing for me because, first of all, I don't think it makes any sense to trade Shedeur. Maybe when we get to the end of training camp, if he's not named the starter, because at that point, all bets are off with Andrew Berry. Andrew Berry is the last couple years, his whole thing has been. You get to the end of training camp and you're flipping a quarterback
all right,
for
so
something.
Let's play that for a second, though, okay? All right, so you trade Shedeur Sanders for a 4th-round pick or 3rd-round pick even, if he can even get that. I don't even know that he can.
I don't think he can. But
I don't think so either. So anyway, you trade him for that, and in the process of it, you're what, going to start Dylan Gabriel when it goes south for Deshaun Watson?
Right. Well, that's the thing. That's the reason it doesn't make any sense to me, because if you're trying to sell this fan base on anything in terms of like excitement level around this team, yes, you have like the young rookie class and this young team, and Jared Verse is like this nice new piece that obviously Myles Garrett isn't here anymore, but that you can at least like get people excited about the potential of all these guys, and that's one thing. But we all know the quarterback sells in this league. And if you're trying to invoke any sort of excitement around your quarterback position, you can't go into the season with it being Deshaun Watson.
Who we know is not going to work. And people are like, oh, you can't say that. I can definitely say that.
Yeah.
I've watched way too much Deshaun Watson football to ever think it's going to work.
Well, and who, I don't want to say universally, because I guess there are still some sects of the fan base that maybe still are holding out hope that Deshaun Watson can be something very small sects, but I would say mostly universally not a fan. The fans aren't really a fan of Deshaun Watson, so I think that doesn't help.
Just strictly on football. Right. He hasn't done anything in the time that he's been here, and he gets injured too often. Who would possibly make that bet?
Right, and that's the thing. Like, if that's what you're trying to sell the fan base is, hey, we got Deshaun Watson for this season to see how it goes, and then we're going to pivot to Dylan Gabriel. I just don't think that sells to anybody. I also think if you have a quarterback asset that you at least are curious about to see what it's going to be, why would you just give that up when you have a year kind of gap to figure out if this guy can be anything before you then have to answer that question permanently in 2027? Like,
exactly.
It just doesn't make any sense to me.
No, it doesn't. It's stupid is what it is. Sorry to your son listening. But like it's patently dumb. It makes no sense. And it isn't even necessarily about exciting the fan base. It's more about even what you do to the locker room in this instance. You're basically telling everyone you have no plan B. There's zero plan B. If you trade Shedeur Sanders, your plan B is what? Deshaun didn't work out, and so we're going to spend the rest of the season just sucking up the joint because we're playing for draft position. Which, again, I have no problem that if you commit yourself to Deshaun and he stinks, and then all of a sudden you want to go for Arch Manning and that's your big grand plan, and you think, is there a way, Spencer, they just think Shedeur Sanders would get in the way of that? Is it in a weird twist? Would Andrew Berry just think that he wins too many games? Yeah, because even in
I don't think so.
I mean, even in an awful Browns year last year, he still went 3-4. They still won games with Shedeur at quarterback. You can say Shedeur wasn't the reason why they won those games. They still won games. Like something would be getting in the way if they traded Shedeur in a weird twist. I actually think it's because they believed he'd be too good in that spot in the backup role, where if you have to get to the backup, then we might as well just be playing for draft position already as is. And maybe I took that to like 7 layers deeper than anyone wanted me to.
Yeah, I think that's a little too deep.
But I'm reaching here, people, for a reason, because none of it makes sense on the surface.
If they traded Shedeur, it would literally just come down to them getting increased value on what they used on him. And that's the thing. To me, I'm sure Andrew Berry would make this trade if it was offered. If somebody offered a 4th-round pick, he might just be like, yeah, sure, give me a 3rd, 4th-round pick for 2027. I'll take it. But I would think, like, if anything that's a day 2 pick or earlier, absolutely you're making that trade. Because then you took a player that was a 5th-round pick and you turned it into some asset that actually could get you a tangible player that could start for you at some point in the future. So I think that would 100% happen if you were offered that, but I just don't think teams are offering that. And so I don't think it's as deep as you took it. I think it would just come down to if they traded Shedeur, it would probably be because they felt the value that they were getting back in return was worthwhile to them. But it still just doesn't make sense to me to even make that trade when you get to the end of training camp if he doesn't win the job. Yeah. To answer your overall question, I think it's absolutely more in the realm of possibility that Shedeur Sanders can start for this team going into the next season rather than get traded. And the biggest reason for that is what we've already said about the other guy he's going against. Neither of us have any faith whatsoever that Deshaun Watson is going to be a viable quarterback option for the Cleveland Browns for an extended period of time. He might have a game sprinkled in there where he looks like some older version of himself for a half or whatever it is, but he's never going to be that guy again. And if none of us have faith in that, then, and that's the thing, this quarterback competition might not even come down to Shedeur doing anything remotely exceptional. Like, he might not go out there and just like ball out every day at training camp practice. There might be some good days and some bad days. But if he wins the job, it's going to probably be because Deshaun Watson doesn't look good at all. That's part of the argument as we're having this conversation about who's ahead and why is Tom Monken not really willing to make a decision just yet. I think a lot of it comes down to neither of them have been great, but Deshaun hasn't been able to separate himself. And so that's the thing. Like, this is Deshaun Watson. What? 8-year veteran in this league, 9-year veteran in this league, and he can't separate himself from a second-year quarterback who was taken in the 5th round. Like, what does that say about Deshaun Watson?
If you made me ballpark it right now, I think it's like a 50-50 chance he starts week 1.
I think that's probably fair.
I can't. And
that's Tom Monken just BSing us when he says, like, I think both these guys are capable of starting. But all his actions are, if he wanted to name a quarterback at the end of minicamp, and he couldn't. So clearly he wanted to have that answer already. The fact that he doesn't tells you that he must think it's pretty close.
So I haven't been at the practices. I've been here talking to everyone else.
Yeah,
You've been at these practices. From what you see, are they as bad with Deshaun as what I've been told? I mean, I've been told that he has some nice throws in there, but it's every other throw is he's hitting a completely different zip code.
Well, and this goes back to I think my overarching point I just made. Like, Deshaun, I would say in the spring had maybe the better throws of the entire spring. Like, there was a couple of days where he was just like dropping some dimes into guys, and it was like, that's the old Deshaun from 2020. And again, that's the thing. There's moments with Deshaun. There's a few little throws where you're like, that's a high football IQ throw. Pinpoint accuracy. That's the guy we knew from 2020 that they hoped they traded for.
Yeah.
And then around that, it's like interception, ball thrown in the dirt, doesn't see the guy come open and then throws it way off target, whatever.
Like glimpses of greatness.
Yeah.
And the glimpses of greatness is what scares me here, Spencer.
Right. And I think Deshaun was probably, he had the better throws in total, like, of camp. Like, if you're just looking at the big picture, who made better throws at times, it was him. But I think Shedeur was just more sort of steady throughout the spring where, yeah, he had some bad throws in there, but it wasn't, and he wasn't doing maybe the exceptional things or the exceptional throws, but he was doing enough to like make the offense function. And that's kind of how I viewed it when the spring practices ended.
It's interesting. 216-474-0092. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I put it at 50-50 only because I just have no reasonable way of knowing. And what's sad about it is that as we get further and further away from what we were able to, or what you guys were able to see with your own eyes, and now we're in this little like 6-week grace period before training camp starts, and you get more like leaks out from Joe Hayden and all these other Browns players or all these other former Browns players that are telling other national media members like, oh, looks like it's Deshaun's job. I do tend to wonder the serious nature of this and whether or not it is on the up and up, and I just kind of one of those things. Like, is it always rigged for Deshaun? I don't know. But if Deshaun wins this, because he hasn't separated himself based off of anything you guys can see, I'm just kind of led to believe that that's true, and I don't love that for myself.
Yeah, I don't know that I would say it's like rigged for Deshaun, but I will say this, like, we only see what we see on the field. I do think there's an element of this, and this is why I think going into training camp, Deshaun has at least a slight advantage in maybe winning it. There's a football IQ part of this, and we know Deshaun has that. The one thing you can't knock Deshaun for is like his.
Well, they tried though. We tried doing that and discrediting that with the Charles Robinson report and him talking about everything that Bill O'Brien had to do in his headset in order to make him work.
That's true. But
we've tried discrediting his acumen when football intelligence wise.
But all indications are like behind the scenes, he's able to point out all the things that they need to see. And that is part of the equation too. Like when you're watching film and you can see like what coverages are in and all this, can he diagnose those things at a higher level than somebody like Shedeur can? I think that probably helps him, but he also, that should be expected. He's a veteran in this league. Shedeur's in year 2. The other thing that might help him is the athleticism piece. I don't know that we could fully tell from just the spring how athletic Deshaun truly is. He looked good at times running the football, but it's not full pads. It's not full speed. We haven't seen all that yet. I think Todd Monken does want the quarterback running ability to be part of his offense. And so that might give him a slight advantage because he is theoretically a better running quarterback than Shedeur is. But that's also assuming that like the Achilles didn't completely just ruin that for his career as well. But I think those are the two things going into training camp that I'll expect maybe give Deshaun a slight advantage. But that also doesn't mean that Shedeur then can't win the job, because I still say out on the field we didn't see Deshaun do the exceptional things enough to make you feel like he's like pulling away. Yeah. And if it comes down to like who was more steady overall and Shedeur's that, I think he absolutely can win the job.
Oh, it feels open. I just the part I find interesting is the people that want to tell me that Shedeur is being talked up and being gassed up by the Browns right now, and
as like a trade chip.
Yeah, it's like, or maybe they just think he's progressed, and maybe they actually like maybe they just like what he's done in the field, and maybe it's not a trade chip, and maybe they're just speaking honestly. And I know this team never speaks honestly, and I'm the first person to tell you don't believe anything they say.
Tom Monken does though, more than maybe not 100% of the time.
I mean, come on,
but I think Tom Monken speaks mostly honestly when it comes to like his true feelings on things, more than Kevin Stefanski.
He hasn't been around long enough for me to catch him in enough lies for me to tell you otherwise. But all I know is Andrew Berry's lied to me more than enough times for me to ever trust anything the Browns
Andrew
are saying.
Berry. I mean, that, like
I don't trust any of these guys. I don't trust even if they have like a track record of always being honest. I'm always going to be questioning whether or not they're telling me the truth, because that's how I operate.
Here's the one example I'll use. And first of all, we haven't been able to trust Andrew Berry since the day he said, yeah, we still believe in Baker Mayfield, and then traded him later that offseason. But yes, the difference maybe between the two is the Brendan Sorsby situation. Look what Andrew Berry said on this station, by the way, when he was on, where he was like, I think we need to have more grace with these things, and we'll always explore our options if it's going to better our football team. He did the whole like keep the door open thing, but he didn't share his true feelings. Todd Monken flat out came out and said, yeah, I don't want this guy. It's a slippery slope. Keep him away from my football team. That's the difference where I feel like Todd Monken's maybe a little bit more honest than some of these other people. But you are right. He hasn't been long enough to know when he's actually
But I don't know that he's actually honest about that, because we never saw the supplemental draft happen and what the Browns did or did not do.
Not yet.
There's
still Sorsby's still holding out hope.
I mean, like I'd love to be like he was so honest, Abe, right there. I'd love to believe that he was like so genuine in that spot, but we'll never know if he was genuine or not in that spot.
So you think he was just saying that because
I don't know.
You think it was manipulating to get Brendan Sorsby?
I just don't know. I don't know one way or another, because we weren't able to actually see that one play out. The scoreboard the game never got the first pitch underway. We just got to speculate, and then nothing ever happened. Nobody played, and so when it comes to that discussion, we'll never know. Maybe Andrew Berry was the honest one in that, and maybe Monken was full of BS, and it's just how it is. But I just don't trust anybody. Is the point? I never trust
fair.
anybody, and I'm always questioning whether or not they're being
take
honest.
all of it with a grain of salt.
It's just how I always operate with this, and so. But in this discussion right here, the one we're having, I do believe they're being honest about Shedeur. I don't think they're gassing him up in order to try to make some sort of, hey, Cardinals, look what you could be missing out on. I just don't think they're doing that. I think they understand they spent an offseason trying to convince us that Deshaun Watson was the answer, and Deshaun Watson might not be the answer. And so they don't want to wear a lot of egg on their face if Shedeur is the one that they want to start week one. This is a process. You have to get people on board with the idea that what you're doing makes sense, because what they did for so many months of this offseason already was tell us Deshaun is the starting quarterback and tell us Deshaun is going to win this job and he's going to be the guy that goes. And so they don't want to look like fools when they look up and Monken's like, yeah, so we did all the practices and Shedeur's he's just better. I don't know what to tell you, he's better.
So despite your suspicions that you can't trust any of these people,
I don't trust anybody.
You're choosing.
I don't trust anybody not named my wife. She's the only one I trust. And there's a lot of divorce attorneys that say I shouldn't trust her.
But you're selectively choosing to trust Todd Monken on this one thing. This is the one thing you believe him on when he's talking about
I can only call it out how I see it, right? And so I can either believe them about I can either believe the idea that this is a trade chip and that's why they're talking him up, or I can believe that they actually think he's progressing. I believe in the side that he's actually progressing. It's not that I necessarily believe Todd Monken. It just, to me, that's the narrative that makes the most sense to myself.
Yeah, that's
like
fair.
The narrative that this is being used as a trade chip just patently makes no sense. It doesn't matter what they say, ultimately. I just don't think that they're speaking this way because there's some big elaborate plan that Shedeur's stock was in the gutter, and if we don't speak this way, that we have to all of a sudden, then we're going to not be able to trade him if we want to. I just don't, that logic makes no sense to me. So why would you be talking up Shedeur Sanders? Again, we're just using logic, right? Why would you talk up Shedeur Sanders if you're not using him for some big trade chip reasoning, which I just can't get on board with? Well, it's because you actually think he's progressing. It's because you actually think that he's good, and it's because you might eventually make him the starter week one over Deshaun Watson.
Well, and those of us who have been to practice have, I think, seen tangibly that he has improved. Like the footwork's definitively better than it used to be. So I think it's fair that you feel that way.
216-474-0092. Does Shedeur have a better chance of starting or being traded by week one? We'll continue with their phone calls as well. And then Spencer's got a theory on Todd Monken. He's going to float by us as well. It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
select major appliances. Plus, save $80 on the select Charbroil Performance Series gas grill. Now $299. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 7/8. While supplies last, selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
All right, back at it here on The Fan. It is Jonathan Peterlin, Spencer German here with you guys. Feels like training camp. We're like arguing over quarterbacks. We're discussing what we believe, what we don't believe. We're already all prepared for this. This is going to be the next couple of months of our life. Like, this is it. This is the
at least 2 months.
And even I don't even know
2.5 maybe, depending on when they announce this. But I've set the timeline at the joint practices with the Bills, which is August 20th.
Okay.
I don't think we're gonna know who the starter is until after that point.
I mean, if I'm Monken, I'm taking it up until the final minute. If you truly don't know, if you truly don't have an answer as to who this is, I'm walking it up to that fine line. And as long as
isn't that what Kevin Stefanski got criticized for though?
I'll tell you this, I won't criticize Monken at all for doing that. Not in the slightest bit. Like, if he really doesn't know, because it's a big decision. I mean, it impacts everyone in a lot of different ways. I don't believe either quarterback is getting traded, but I do think it signifies a lot of different things if you go with one or the other. If you give it to Shedeur, I think Shedeur is going to start all 17 games, and I don't think you're going to have I don't think Deshaun Watson's going to get a chance. Let's put it that way. If you start Deshaun, then I do think Deshaun, the question then becomes how many games is he going to end up getting? Does he get 5 games? Does he get 7 games? Does he get 9 games?
What would Vegas set the over-under on for that?
Oh, wow.
I'd probably say 5.5.
My head was thinking 6.5 when you first said it, so you said 5.5. I think we're in the same little ballpark. And I guess, do they feel like they owe Deshaun anything? Because I think that's a dumb way to run a franchise. Feeling like you owe Deshaun some sort of obligation to start.
I don't think anything.
I think that's historically.
I don't think it has anything to do with that. I think they feel like they owe themselves something. Like, I think they feel like
the check's been cashed. Like, you paid him the money. You owe yourself nothing to find out that Deshaun Watson can't play football. Hey, I'll save you so much money and so much time and so much hassle and so much everything. The man can't play football. Just come to me. Consult me on it. I got you guys. He's not good anymore. It's been years since he was good. He gets injured too often. It's not going to work. Don't do it.
I do wonder if there's a small part of them, though, that's like, we got to give this thing one last try.
No, I know there is. That's the part that bothers me so much.
It's annoying.
Because it's so dumb. You don't have to do this. Again, the check's been paid. You don't have, everyone always comes to that idea of like, oh, you paid him $46 million. Again, you already paid him that money. You don't have to. You don't have to try to get something out of it. It's guaranteed. You paid him that. You don't. There's nothing you have to try to get out of this. It's not. You didn't make a bad purchase on eBay, and now you're trying to get some value out of it because you spent. You were drunk at 3 a.m. and bought a really dumb gift. Like, you don't have to. It's done.
Well, and that's why I argued when Kevin Stefanski got fired, and then they hired Todd Monken, and obviously there was a lot of reporting on Deshaun's going to be part of this team next year because of his contract. My argument at the time was, can we guarantee that if Andrew Berry also got fired? Like, the main reason Deshaun is still here is because Andrew Berry's still here. Like, if a different GM had come in, he might have just decided, let's just bite the bullet for a year and eat all this money and move on.
I don't believe that.
But I think because
what you're saying makes football sense, but I don't believe it because I think Jimmy Haslam feels like he wants to do something here with Deshaun Watson. I feel
but Jimmy's also the one who said he was a swing and a miss a year ago.
He said that, but now he's looking at a way where he can recover from the worst trade in NFL history. Again, this is when you make dumb decisions.
I think he's only saying that though because his GM is still here.
This is when you make dumb decisions. Is when you feel like you have a chance. Right now, I think Jimmy Haslam looks at his legacy as that big swing and miss. I think he looks at it like his Browns legacy right now is defined by that. And maybe the Myles Garrett trade is going to be second in that list, but right now that's what it's defined as. And he's got blood on his hands because of that, and he knows it. And so I think right now he's looking at some sort of way to make that go away. And guess what? If Deshaun Watson all of a sudden this upcoming year, because Stefanski's not around and Monken works and Deshaun looks awesome, then guess who doesn't go down with the worst trade in NFL history? And I think that's what he's chasing. In a year where they're probably not going to win a lot of games as is, and it's about developing the first and the second year players and getting you to a spot to draft a quarterback in 2027, I think that's what he's chasing. And I think it's incredibly dumb to chase that.
See, I see it differently. I think from Jimmy Haslam's standpoint, he makes the swing and the miss comments because I think that's truly how he felt. Like, I think he realized that this wasn't going to work and this wasn't working. I think when you talk about his legacy, sure, he knows that right now as the owner of this football team, his legacy is defined by the Deshaun trade. Everybody associated with that is defined by the Deshaun trade. Andrew Berry's career, his career as the owner, all these things. But I also think that Jimmy Haslam's looking ahead and seeing, hey, we're building this fancy new stadium in Brook Park. That's going to be a major part of my legacy as long as that goes well. We need to have a team that's ready for that point in time. We need to find our quarterback for that point in time. I think Jimmy Haslam's kind of maybe he does have blood on his hands, but I think in his mind he's washed his hands clean of that. Whether or not the fans
agree. I got news for you. Your hands are red, buddy.
I think he's washed his hands clean of that, and he's already looking ahead to 2027, 2028,
I can get you all
2029
I
when
get
the stadium's going to open.
Supply of Perel. It's not getting clean, Jimmy.
And I think he's saying my legacy might be defined by that right now, but my legacy down the road is going to be defined by all these things on the next quarterback that we find, especially if it's Arch Manning, who we know he has a relationship with the Manning family. I think that's where he's at with it. I think that any remnants of starting Deshaun Watson is more about the front office people that are still here and them still being sort of committed to him and feeling like they got to see this thing through with his money. If Andrew Berry knows that in order to have the flexibility they needed this year to rebuild the team, he was going to have to keep Deshaun Watson on this roster. But if a different GM had come in, if he had been fired, I think that GM would have actually done what a lot of the fans want them to do, which is just say, screw it, 2026 doesn't matter. Let's just cut Deshaun, bite the bullet, get him out of here, and we'll just move on and figure out how to build a team elsewhere around the financial confines that's put on us. That's how I honestly feel like it would have gone. I think this is more about Andrew Berry and the fact that he's getting a chance to still play and start and all these things than it is about Jimmy Haslam.
216-474-0092. Vito in Beechwood up next on The Fan. Hello, Vito. Hold on. Press it. There we go. Hello, Vito.
Hey, guys. Can you hear me?
Yep, gotcha. What's up?
Oh, so I just want, first of all, I'm a big fan of both you guys, Spencer, Jonathan. You do a great job.
Appreciate
it. I listen to the station all the time. But here's my thoughts, and I'll be quick on the Sean Shedeur controversy. I mean, why would you not give Shedeur a chance from the beginning? Let him train with the first team through training camp and throw him out there. Because we already know Deshaun's worthless. He can't do anything right. He on or off the field. You know what I mean? So that's my thoughts, and I think that you got to give the kid a chance. He showed some glimpses of hope last year, even though he didn't really get to train. They threw him in at the end of the season, without any experience in training camp whatsoever. So those are my thoughts, and you guys keep doing a good job, and let me know what you think.
All right, thank you, Vito. Appreciate you as always. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty clear to me what you should do, but I think it's clear to you as well.
Yeah, I've been in the camp that Shedeur should start the season this entire time. For me, it comes down to just simply there's nothing left for me to learn about Deshaun Watson. Like I have nothing left to learn. He's not going to reclaim that 2020 version of himself. That's an area, as we talk about whether or not Todd Monken's lying or not, that, he can go out and say as many times as he wants that, hey, yeah, we believe that if that quarterback was in there at one point, we can find it again. That was 6 years ago. The league has changed a lot since then, and there's nothing worse for any player, but especially a quarterback, than being out of the league for an extended period of time because everything changes around you. It's faster. The coverages are different. Everything's different. Like, I just have nothing left to learn about him. I would much rather see Shedeur Sanders start the season so we can actually enjoy the season from a standpoint of what are we learning about this guy? Can he be a franchise quarterback? And getting that most important question answered. The worst case scenario is that Deshaun plays decent enough that he ends up getting like half the season, like he plays like 9 games, 8 games, whatever. And then you only have another 8 games or so to evaluate Shedeur, and then he plays decent enough that it like paves the way for you to get to the offseason, and then you're asking yourself those questions of, well, can Shedeur actually be something? And then you still don't have an answer to your quarterback question. Just get this answer. You know it's not Deshaun. You don't know if it's Shedeur yet. Figure that out. Give him as long of a leash this season as possible, and let's get on with this thing so we can see what 2027 brings.
All right, quickly, Sam up next. Hello, Sam. All right, Sam dropped off. That was it.
Crazy.
We went too quickly to Sam, and Mac's thrilled about it. Mac is thrilled about it.
Sam's call, apparently.
Yeah, no, a big hater on Sam is what I always hear. 216-474-0092. We're going to go back to LeBron here. Will LeBron going to Golden State tarnish his legacy for you? All sorts of rumors about what's happening in Golden State and the money that is freed up with Draymond Green declining his option. We'll get to that and more next. It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The World Cup round. Matt Corrali.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck
on Afternoon Drive.
Final hour of the show. It is Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Peterlin and Spencer German here with you guys. You've held up your end of the bargain so far. You've not mailed in any part of this show, but tomorrow was the one we were worried about. We weren't even concerned about this one.
Tomorrow is the key.
Yeah,
right?
we weren't even concerned about this one. It was all about tomorrow's show. I knew you'd have it today. Yeah, Monday, coming off the weekend. You got a lot of things to talk about. It was tomorrow. Tomorrow was going to be the big concern for you.
Yeah, I'll still bring some stuff to the table. I'll be good. Don't worry.
Oh, I know you will.
I won't let you down.
You run through the finish line. I like that about you. But, there's like 75 other people that I would bring in this spot. And if they were going to Virginia and making that their vacation, I'd be a little worried about it.
I'm very much a person who, and this has always been my thing. My wife's always asked me, how come you don't seem like you ever really get stressed? I was like, because when I'm doing something in that moment, I can only do the thing I'm doing in that moment. I can't be somewhere else doing something else that I know I have to get done when I'm doing something. If I'm working on something specific, if I'm writing a story, it's I got to do this first before I can go to the next thing. That's kind of how my head works. So when I'm here hosting, I'm not thinking.
Kill for that mentality, by the way.
I'm not thinking about, I got to pack my suitcase, and I just can't. I don't have the capacity to think about those things, or I got to focus on what I'm doing in the moment. So
the amount of money I would trade to be able to have that life skill instead of the ones I have, where I constantly am thinking about everything I have to do, and I'm playing out the different interactions and the different things in my head, and like my wife, she'll tell me we're going on a double date this weekend. We're going to see some friends on Saturday. I'll think about that dinner
the rest of the week
4 times a day, at different spots and different randomly, and be like, all right, so am I going to wear this? Am I going to do this? What's going to happen? that's how I operate.
And I will say there's a downside.
I'm constantly thinking about all the different things I'm going to have to do, and very rarely think about the things I actually am doing.
There is a downside to my philosophy on it, though, too, which is you either forget certain things that you have to do, which doesn't bode well at home when your wife's like, hey, make sure you get this done today. And then I'm always focused on I got this checklist of things. And then I don't get to that thing.
I live in constant fear of forgetting things. That's why I never forget things.
And the other thing is I tend to, throughout my time in school, I was always a procrastinator. So that was always, that's the other downside. I'm always I'm working on this right now. I'll work on that later. I'm not worried about that right now. And then it gets to a point where you're like, all right, now I got to do it. And I'm up against.
Yeah, but the way you've described this, it tells me you have nothing planned for Virginia right now. You have nothing set.
No, we have things planned. This is
because your wife did it, not because you did it.
No, to be honest with you, I'm the planner. I'm the planner when it comes to trips.
That worries me about your trips. Based off of what you've described, I got real concerned.
My wife
Jackson's going to grow up with no experiences.
My wife is always more of the go with the flow person, and I tend to be the one who's well, I want to know what I'm doing on certain days.
You just described being a go with the flow type guy, though. How is she? She's more of that than you?
I think
your relationship's a lot for me to handle right now.
I think just specific to this
is the mindset of Californians.
To trips,
we're Midwest.
To trips and traveling, I tend to have somewhat of an itinerary. But I will say this trip we're going on is more informal anyway, because it's kind of more we're seeing family. It's just kind of what we're doing on certain days. But we have a whole plan for the 4th. We have a whole plan for the day before the 4th. We know certain things we're doing. We're not locking things in around everything. We're not planning the entire schedule because it's going to kind of be fluid based on what my family members are doing too.
All right.
It's a more laid-back trip like that.
Yeah, the laid-back trips always worry me, though, because based off my family experiences is we have laid-back trips, and then I go, and from my side of the family, that is, and then we go, and then I'm I'm just sitting around, and I'm well, hold on, we have nothing, we're not doing anything. That's why I love that Elise has entered my life, because she plans things, and she's always all right, we're going to go to this kids museum, and then we're going to do this, and we're going to do that, and we're going to do this, and then it works out perfectly for me, because I like to do things, but I don't like planning things. I will go with it, I will do it. I don't want to be that person that's like, everyone's fun is banking on you.
Yeah, I get that.
Making this thing go.
Like when we went to Montana, we've gone a couple times now.
I'd love to go back.
I'm the person who like plans out like, all right, on this day, here's where we're staying. On this day, we're going to go do this section of Glacier National Park. On this day, we're going to stay in town. We're going to do it. So I tend to plan some of those bigger things.
You got more planning than you're giving off. Then you got to give yourself more credit. You think more ahead than what I think you're giving yourself credit for.
I do think ahead and I plan certain things, but I also am somebody who like in the moment of a certain day, like I'm not thinking about all the tens of thousands of things that I have to do at any given moment. I'm just like, okay, I'm here. I got to do this first. So I'll bring that same mentality tomorrow is my point.
I think you're lying to me. But all right, we'll find out tomorrow. 216-474-0092. Would LeBron going to Golden State tarnish his legacy for you? It's interesting. You know, we had so many people already chime in and so many people comment on this. And by the way, Twitter Reactions brought to you by our friends over there at Chapman Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. And like the growing consensus based off of today does feel like, one, Cavs fans would be big mad if it ends up being Golden State. And two, they really have kind of closed the door. Not completely, but starting to close the door on the idea that he's going to end up being a Cleveland Cavalier.
I think that's probably – it's funny how these things work with LeBron. Like there's always waves to his courting. I think different – dating back to even the decision. It was like there was weeks where it felt like, oh, he's coming back to Cleveland. He had his meeting here, and it was like they rolled out the red carpet for him, and all these other teams were coming to Cleveland for their meetings with him. And then when push came to shove, it was about Pat Riley throwing his rings on the table that convinced him. Like there's always a week where your team feels like they're in the mix. I think that week for Cavs fans was last week where there was all this smoke and the Firestone membership that he got. And I think it was Nick Camino was golfing and LeBron was on the other course on Saturday or something like that. So
listen, I'm not a member of a country club, but I golf. I golf a lot.
For sure.
And so like I understand that that means nothing. These golfers.
This is LeBron. He can golf.
And he's a golfer now.
Right.
The one thing in life I'm better than LeBron at, golf, I'll just say it, his swing is trash. Bronny's got a much better swing than him. Bronny has taken advantage of having the unlimited resources, probably PGA level training, everything that you would need that comes with being as wealthy as they are.
LeBron spent his entire life trying to be good at basketball, and Bronny was like, I can do other things while also being good at basketball.
LeBron looks uncomfortable swinging. Like there's no other way to describe it. From someone that actually likes to golf the way that I do, and I'm not great by any stretch of the measure, but like from someone that actually likes to golf the way that I do, his swing is straight trash. But Bronny's got the swing of someone that would be like, all right, I've spent some time working on this. I'm doing it. But Bron loves it. He's constantly tweeting out about it or Instagramming out about it. Like he is going to all these courses. And what I know, again, not a country club member, no plans in the future of being one, but I know enough of the golf world. These guys stack together country club memberships the way that you stack up Oreos before you get ready to eat them.
It's like a status symbol.
They're all members of like 10 different clubs. So like it makes, of course, for the 3 weeks he goes to Bath every summer, he's going to be a member of Firestone. Like he's going to do that. That makes sense.
I also think it doesn't. I kind of.
It means nothing.
Yeah, I laughed at that one
nothing.
too because it was like, guys, we all know he's retiring pretty soon, right? So like him becoming a Firestone member could just be about, when I retire next summer, I want to be able to go to Firestone and golf whenever I want because I live there. I have a house there.
Well, think about how great it is as a celebrity / athlete. And this is, LeBron's openly spoke about how he can't go to Walmart. Like one of the big grievances he has in life. And I'm like, well, all right, no crocodile tears for you, LeBron. You can't go to Walmart. But it's like he can't go places. But he can golf the world's greatest golf courses. That he can do because there's a protection attached to being a country club member, and there's a protection attached to playing some of these nice courses. And people don't bother you on the golf course. Like if I saw LeBron on the golf course, I'm not running 30 yards over trying to get a selfie. There's decorum attached to this, okay? This is a society that we live in.
You wouldn't purposely hit your ball into the other fairway so that you could hey, LeBron, what's going on?
That's actually a great
Fancy
idea.
meeting you here.
That is a great idea. Knowing my luck, though, I would hit it over towards him. It would shatter his eyeball, and then I'd be the guy responsible for LeBron being blind.
See, my thing is,
and I would have to live with the idea that I just wanted a selfie and to get close to him.
My thing is, I wouldn't have to fake it. Like I wouldn't have to just actually try to hit the ball into the fairway. It would just end up in the other fairway.
That's why you can't play the nice courses.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's why
I would never be a member of Firestone.
We don't let people like you into our societies, okay? That's how that works. They're the people that shank their golf balls.
I will say, though, I'm trying to get back into the golf more often because we just bought my son a putter this weekend.
That's big.
So I'm planning. The next step is like, all right, we're gonna go do mini golf.
We got
we'll
a
do
real
that first.
Earl Woods on our hands over here.
And then the hope is like I get him. I just take him to the course with me, and then I can be like, hey, yeah, use that putter and hit some balls while I also play 9 holes. That's the goal.
You're gonna have an RV to go ahead and have some shacking up, and then he just uses the putting green.
We're not. I wasn't
That's
trying
what
to go.
Earl did.
Wasn't trying to, I know that's what he did. I wasn't trying to go that far.
Earl would put Tiger on the putting green and then go in his RV and just do what he wanted to do and then be like, oh, good work today, Tiger.
I didn't get my son a putter to become a golf prodigy. Granted, that would be nice. I got my son a putter so that I can go golf and bring him with me and keep him entertained by having a putter that he can
kind of like
jump on the green.
That's like the life goal. Yeah, that's why you want to get your kids involved.
You know John Doss. John Doss tells me all the time, and now his kids are a little older than my son, but
Coach Riz, the same thing. His daughter golfs and they go golfing together.
He tells me all the time. He's like, before I go into work on because he works at the evening news, he tells me, I just go golf with my sons all day, every day. I'm like, what? That's your life? You just take your sons and you go golf during the day? That sounds freaking awesome.
It sounds great.
So that's the life that I want.
And that's just good parenting.
Yeah.
Is what I describe that as.
I got
that's
his
good
first
parenting.
putter with that as the plan. So baby steps, but we're going.
The point is that LeBron joining a country club means nothing towards the LeBron as being a Cav race.
No.
And if we've discovered anything over the previous 24 hours across the NBA, the reality is, and how this looks right now, and you bring up a good point. Everyone feels like they have a chance at LeBron at certain parts throughout the summer because this is how LeBron operates. The man cannot stand not being in the news.
Right.
I don't think I've seen an athlete that has done a better job in their existence of constantly making themselves be in the news, be talked about, be discussed in such an extended period the way that he does.
JP, the way when Myles Garrett got traded to LA,
that was 4 days.
He tweeted at him or Instagrammed him about welcome to LA, and everyone was like, well, I guess the Cavs are out if he's going back to the Lakers. It was like we read into everything with this guy.
No, but even think about that. And now Myles obviously made a big whole everything about it, the first go around when he wanted to be traded because he had to make a stink about it. But this most recent time, what happened with Myles Garrett? We got a Monday trade. And then by Thursday, we were already discussing different things. That lasted basically 4 days. We've got more mileage out of LeBron almost becoming a Cav than we did a Myles Garrett trade as far as content is concerned. Because this is what LeBron does. LeBron drags these things out, and he's got such a manipulative way of doing it where then everyone feels like they got a chance. Draymond opting
Except
out.
Memphis. Memphis knows they have no chance.
Yeah, and he's been vocal about that. But everyone that would be in the conversation, including a team like Golden State now, and they get me hook, line, and sinker. What have I spent all day doing? I've been explaining how I think between Anthony Davis, between Steph Curry, between Steve Kerr, between Draymond, he's got people that he likes and people that he wants to play basketball with on that team. That makes way more sense to me than he likes James Harden, they're friends. But outside of that, he doesn't know any of these Cavs players on a personal level that way.
Right.
They don't drink wine. He doesn't drink wine with Jarrett Allen. He doesn't hang out with Evan Mobley. That's not the reality. He wants to, and yet it's sad that his career might end with a buddies trip, but it's kind of been LeBron's theme. He teams up with people he likes. That's how the whole Miami thing started.
Well, and to go back to the overarching question of would it tarnish his legacy if he did this? I don't think he thinks it tarnishes his legacy. I think he's comfortable with where his legacy's at, and I think, by and large, doing this would not change. I don't think in retrospect, in a massive way, how people view LeBron's career. I think Cleveland fans would feel very uncomfortable with it. They wouldn't like it, but I think universally, his legacy is what his legacy is. But maybe the one reason it would tarnish his legacy is that you could definitively point and say, yeah, the last 6 or so years of LeBron's career, he just didn't care about winning a championship. And then every time he had a chance to leave LA to maybe do that, he didn't. And then the last year of his career, when he had a chance to go to a team like the Cavs that are actually in a position to win a championship, he just went and buddied up with his friends, and that's all that was. That's maybe the one way that it would tarnish his legacy, is that people could just look and say, yeah, he didn't really care to actually try to chase down Jordan at the end of his career. He was just comfortable going and playing with his friends. That's it, but I still think that's a stretch in terms of how people are going to view this overall.
In hindsight,
it's going to sell a lot of tickets if they team up, that's for sure. But that's all I think the Warriors care about in that situation. I don't think they're winning a title.
But 20 years from now, it might just be easily explained Wemby had just made the finals, and LeBron knew that this kid was going to go on a stretch of winning NBA championships that he wasn't going to possibly be able to compete with. And so he just went and buddied up the way that LeBron always does. I mean, again, maybe it's just a reach. I don't know, but LeBron has shown you this is what he likes to do. He likes being around people that he spends his actual free time with.
Yeah.
Look at the head coach of the Lakers. Now that whole operation worked. He hired his podcast buddy to be the head coach of an NBA team that had never been the head coach of an NBA team. Like this is how he operates.
I think it's also, I guess for me, like it kind of cheapens a little bit of the second LeBron run because of the fact that you're going to the team that went out of their way to completely go against you and completely ruined 3 of your potential championship runs. I think for me, like, it almost tarnishes that a little bit because you're just saying, like, yeah, you know what? Why not? Who cares? Like, that's water under the bridge.
Yeah, it's that reminder.
Isn't that also LeBron's career?
We care way more about rivalries and that Warriors uniform and hating the Warriors than LeBron does. And I think that's going to speak to a lot of people. And you might get angry. You might you might just get angry at LeBron and say that's a crappy thing. You taught us to hate this team, and now you're wearing their jersey. LeBron doesn't care.
But doesn't that also sum up LeBron's career perfectly? And also, by the way, the culture that he's built in the NBA, where all these guys care about, it's the player empowerment era. It doesn't matter what the jersey is. It's about the money. It's about me being in the situations that I want to be. Like, he is kind of become the ringleader of that era of basketball that we live in, where players just bounce around. There's not really any loyalty. James Harden just talked about this last year, the loyalty thing. He basically said, like, loyalty's overrated. I don't give a rip. I'm going to get paid when I can get paid, and that's all it comes down to for me. That's how players feel. Him doing this, yes, it stings for us because
Which, by the way, we do see more and more in society these days in general, too, not just the NBA.
Right.
In the workforce, how many people have loyalty to a business they go for these days? It's not how people think anymore.
For sure. And that's, I think, the general consensus here is, like, I think this would actually...
I do because I'm a company guy. I'm well-established. But like, most people don't.
But in some ways, like, this kind of is the end of LeBron's career. If this is how it ended, this would kind of sum up what he's always done, which is, the name on the back of the jersey is more important than the name on the front of the jersey.
This almost feels like if Michael Jordan didn't end his career with the Wizards, if he ended it with the Pistons. Like, to me, like, that's just kind of how I view this, where, like, it is, like, the top potential rival that you have, and, like, that big foe that you had, and that's where he goes to.
But I think the difference is Jordan would have never done what LeBron did. Like, what LeBron's done his entire career, Jordan would have never done that.
And I think that hurts his legacy.
Jordan wasn't teaming up with Larry Bird. Jordan wasn't teaming up with Magic Johnson. Jordan wasn't teaming up with, any of these guys. And to your point, like, he wouldn't have he hated the Pistons, and we know Jordan's mentality. It was always like, anything I can use as an edge, I'm going to use. Like, that wouldn't have never even crossed his mind. I think, again, to sum it up, LeBron's legacy, the mark he's left on basketball, is that he's made those things matter less. It's not about rivalries and hating guys and being this ultimate. I mean, he is an ultimate competitor, just in a different way. But it's not about, like, all those things. It's about, hey, where can I go get paid? What's going to be the best story? Where can I sell myself? And if he feels like that's with this Warriors team that he gets to play with his buddies, and that's what he decides to do, I guess.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, let's go to baseball. The question we want to ask you guys is how wide open the AL is. Is that encouraging for Guardians fans? We got a big series coming up. 2 first-place teams, by the way, meeting off at Progressive Field tonight. Is that encouraging for you guys? 216-474-0092. We'll tackle that next right here on Afternoon Drive.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
This 2020 update is brought to you by Brunswick Auto Mart. Save thousands below new car prices on over 350 premium certified and pre-owned vehicles at BrunswickAutomart.com.
celebration without something tasty. Frozen treats are BOGO 25% off. Plus, you save 30% on soda 12-packs when you buy 3. Have fun all weekend long. Shop Target's 4th of July sale. And Saturday, restrictions apply.
On the road this summer? Get the most live sports talk in Ohio on 92.3 The Fan. Or binge our podcast on the Odyssey app.
In case we missed it, coming up in about 15 minutes, I want to talk some Guardians baseball with you here, Spencer. I keep thinking about that interview we had earlier in the show with Peter Apple. Not Peter Strawberry, not Peter Pear. What was your joke on him, Peter? You just named a bunch of fruits is all it was.
It was a classic dad joke.
Yeah, well, you're a dad. It's okay.
You were like, it was. You said, I think during the break, you were like, that was a great interview, and I was like, yeah, way better than Peter Apple, Peter Banana. Like I just started, or no, his name is Peter Apple, but like better than Peter Banana. I just started going through different.
I did like Peter. We've never talked to Peter before. I did like him. He did do that thing in interviews that bothers me a little bit when because you can tell his baseball show has a lot of these players come on, right? And I only know that because he kept telling us. Well, when we had Stephen Kwan on,
he humble bragged about having Jeff Passan on.
Oh no, and he was like he mentioned Stephen Kwan, and then he talked about how basically like he always roots for Stephen, and part of that was because he was on the show. And then he mentioned, I think was it Slade Ciccone as well, and he's like, Slade always comes on the show, and I like, and I was like, all right, I see what you're doing. It's not bad. Hey, Slade only goes on Baskin and Phelps, so we don't get him on Afternoon Drive, so I don't know, maybe there's a humble brag that exists there, but
trying to rival Ross Tucker.
Yeah, Ross does a lot of that. Yeah. And maybe it's just good branding. Maybe I'm missing something there. Maybe it's just really good branding.
Always a good plug.
Yeah, anytime. About that time Spencer Fano came on Afternoon Drive, we just got to keep talking about it. Just keep bringing it up over and over and over again. This is the part where I tell you all about how Todd Monken came on our show, but he didn't do that. He went on the morning show, so I can't tell you that.
Hey, just wait till training camp.
Or the recent Andrew Berry interview.
You'll get your chance.
Yes, we will. We always this show always talks to the coach at training camp. That is the one thing this Afternoon Drive has historically done. We've always been able to do like the one head coach interview we get during training camp always goes to Afternoon Drive. I hope that maintains. All right, 216-474-0092. It better. I mean, it's like a tradition.
You going to talk to him about horse racing too?
Jim Nantz has the Masters being a tradition unlike any other. Afternoon Drive interviewing the head coach of the football team is a tradition unlike any other. And if we talk horse racing, then you know what? Maybe we talk a little horse racing. I'd enjoy that very much. He's a degenerate.
Or do you have to find another Todd Monken interest to talk about to continue your rivalry with the morning show?
Okay, good question. So oddly enough, I feel like Monken. How do I put this? So Nick with Stefanski bonded over, was it Pearl Jam?
Yeah.
Was it the band that they both like? Now, Stefanski and I've interviewed him a couple times at training camp as part of this thing right here, right? And one time I was actually filling in for Nick. And anyway, so we bonded over a couple different things, but things like I like, right? But Nick was trying to find the thing that he liked and that would bond with Stefanski, which makes a bunch of sense, right? I don't know a thing about Pearl Jam. It's not my jam. There we go, dad joke. All right, but anyway, with Monken, I got horse racing like it's obvious. Like no one would question anything about that. Like it's like that's horse racing at many points in my life. It's not my thing in general. To be like horse racing is, but like out of everyone at the station, I have done more in the horse racing world and gambled more on horse racing and have spent more days at the horse track than anybody by a lot. Like high school me. Just take age 15. I did more at the horse racing than most people will ever do in their life, okay? So, there's an easy bonding point that exists there. I don't know what Nick and Todd Monken would bond over. I think he thinks there's a lot of things. Matt, can you think of anything that they'd bond over? I actually think in a weird twist of fate, as much of a football guy that Todd Monken is, I think Todd Monken might have more things to bond over with me than Nick would.
I would agree with you on that, honestly. Like, just surface level, like, not really, like, at least from what we've gathered from Todd Monken at this point, he does feel like he has a lot more that you guys would be able to riff between than Nick would.
I mean, yeah. Nick's a big foodie, and Todd Monken in that his initial. Remember, he was doing that video interview thing in the car after he got hired, and he was like driving to the facility, and somebody asked him like, "Yeah, when you were here last time, like, what was your favorite restaurant?" And he was like, "Oh no, I just ate at the facility." Like
he didn't even go anywhere.
They can't bond over food.
That's right. He didn't even go anywhere.
Does Todd Monken even eat food? Like, does he eat?
Most people have a natural like. Oh,
he's too busy talking football, watching football, practicing football. He doesn't have time to eat. Sorry, Nick.
That's the coach right there.
No,
Yeah.
no burger bet for Nick with Todd
There's not
Monken.
going to be Pearl Jam to Bondover. I'm sorry. It's not going to happen. All right, 216-474-0092. Okay, so we had Peter Apple on. And a couple of things that he said, his belief in Stephen Kwan was fascinating to me. I'm so ready to be done with Stephen Kwan, but like it is a hard push and pull. I understand what he does defensively in left field; that has to matter. But the idea that he can't hit at all it's just weighing on me at this point. I'm just kind of over it.
I'm glad you asked, Peter, about Stephen Kwan, because that was like the last question I kind of had on my sheet here. I don't know how to explain it. Like it's kind of been going on for since I would say partway through last season, that he just kind of hasn't done the same things that he used to. He can still draw walks, but he's just not. He's swinging at stuff he didn't swing at. My only explanation, JP, or my only guess, and I think actually when Earl and I had Todd Derry on, Matt Derry's obviously brother, and they hosted the podcast together a couple weeks ago, Todd's sort of idea, and I thought this was a good one, was that he thought a couple years ago, and when he hit all those homers, that he almost fell in love with hitting homers, and it just became this like, well, now I'm just going to sort of press, and I'm just going to try to hit for power. And that's just not his game.
It is kind of a fun thing.
Yeah, like that's not his game. Like that never was his game. When he came up, it was all, everyone raved about how disciplined he was at the plate, I like what Peter said about how he does the little things, like he does like the nitty-gritty things, and that's supposed to be guard's ball, right? When you're at the plate and you can draw walks and you're not swinging at things.
But in order to steal a base, in order to have that advantage, you have to get on base.
Right, and that's the problem. He's not getting on base.
There's a hang up here. And Peter kept talking about how some of the advanced analytics really like him. Sorry, Peter, I like you. I think you're just speaking out of your what there, though. Because that's not what I see at all. In fact, I see
He's been bad.
The second lowest contact rate in all of baseball, the second lowest swing speed in all of baseball. There's so many things that don't lead to you thinking this is just going to turn around. Now, I had a better, I don't know, let's say 7 games or so. He's looked better in the last 7 games. That's why they bumped him up to the 1 spot in yesterday's final game against the Mariners. I think that was kind of all right, we see what you've been doing lately.
Yeah, let's give it a shot.
Let's see if this gets going a little bit. But I just feel like we're barking up the wrong tree here. I don't think they're going to bench him. I really don't. I don't think we're going to get to a spot where they do. But I don't know that I can watch this. If they're trying to really be competitive down the stretch, how many months can you take Stephen Kwan just not being good at baseball?
Yeah, I think in baseball's like this. I think a lot of times you just kind of have to keep the person out there and let them fight through it. I think in baseball, it's a game of ebbs and flows. It's a game of ups and downs. It's why these guys are struggling to hit for 300 at times. Like it's just more often than not, you're going to be out. But for Kwan, it was more consistent. Like we got so used to seeing him do all those things and get on base and be a successful player or an impactful player. It's kind of mind-boggling that it's eluded him of the last couple of years, like the last year or so. But yeah, I don't know, man. You feel bad for him because he's obviously cost himself a ton of money. You also have to wonder, did the Guardians miss their window to actually move Stephen Kwan?
That's gone. That's not even wondering. That's gone.
Yeah.
That ship's long sailed. I couldn't get a bag of baseballs for Stephen Kwan right now.
Because that's the thing. You were hoping if he snapped out of it, this would maybe be the year to move him at the deadline.
Well, that's why we talked about moving him last year at the deadline. There was some urgency attached to it. Now, nobody could have predicted that he would have this type of fall off. That's insane.
Yeah.
You can't.
And admittedly, I was
that.
somebody who was pay him. Keep him around. He's been sort of a cornerstone on this team with Jose Ramirez. It seems like he wants to be here.
Camp.
I thought they should have paid him before.
I didn't know that.
Not at that moment, but I was always in the camp of they should pay him once his time comes up. But I figured they wouldn't because it's the Guardians. And now the thing that the Guardians are so good at, which is moving on from these guys when their value's the highest and getting the best possible return, like you alluded to, has probably gone out the window.
Yeah, it's just interesting. It's a setup that I find a little fascinating, and just one of these things where I'm watching these Guardians games. And it's not that I'm sitting there being oh, he's robbing at bats from player X, Y, or Z. If I felt that, then it'd be a lot different of a conversation. If I was legitimately I think he's taking at bats from and then insert the player, it'd be much different. The Guardians have had so many injuries, though, that it's not set up that way, where right now you feel like he's robbing from someone. But with DeLauder back in this lineup now, there's a lot of things you can do with a DH spot if it's not being used on DeLauder. And I understand that they want DeLauder DHing right now because of the injury, and they're going to keep that going for a little bit. But when he gets healthy enough to get back out in the outfield, you're going to have an interesting little setup here. If in right field is Watson, if Ingles in left field, and then you're trying to figure out what exactly happens in center field there. It'll be interesting to see how they navigate through this and what they do and don't do. once we start getting J-Ram back, for instance, you don't have to keep a guy like Stephen Kwan playing every day. You don't have to.
Yeah, you don't. But I also just wonder if they will prioritize him because they want to see him snap out of it.
They're going to ride it out.
Yeah.
I would be shocked if they actually do bench him. I'm just telling you where I'm at with it. I'm kind of done with it. I'm over. I'm over watching Stephen Kwan play baseball at this point. And it sucks because it's so rare to have somebody. Stephen Kwan's got to be what? He's got to be 28 years old, I think, somewhere around there. It's so weird. Right. To be entering your what should be your baseball prime. 27 is your baseball prime. To be entering and just slightly past and like in that little window of what your baseball prime is, where players usually have the best years of their career, and to watch him just struggle the way that he is and not being able to put it together, it's like it's weird. It's just there's no other way to describe it.
Well, the other part of to your point, the other part of this could be like we know the Guardians need an outfield bat is kind of and I think Peter even said that like that's the thing they should be prioritizing. If you add another outfield bat into the mix, that only makes it harder to find where Stephen Kwan is going to be valuable or be used if he's struggling. So
but this is where I think that
it's all very interesting. All these things are going to converge at the deadline for sure.
Well, and this is where I think they probably just stay pat and don't even do anything is because they're going to look at it of like, well, all right, let's see.
Stephen Kwan's hitting better.
Let's see what we can do
the last
here.
2 weeks.
Yeah, because they do this all the time. They always do this mental gymnastics where they convince themselves that the hole is then filled and it's going to be fine when in reality it just isn't. And then they're like, oh, we'll address it in the offseason. And then they don't address it in the offseason and we're yelling about the same things year in, year out. In case we missed
Another
it next.
one-year deal for Austin Hedges.
Right here on The Fan.
Starts, so taking the over 5.5 K prop is a look. Plus, Kyle Schwarber, who homered twice in Ashcraft's last.
Dell.com/deals.
If you can't listen to us live, we've got you covered. You can hear the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, Baskin and Phelps, an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin as a podcast. Full hours, full shows. Find it all on the Odyssey app, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Did you miss a moment in our show? Use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration.
Final segment of the show. Jake Volnick coming up in about 20 minutes or so. It is Jonathan Peter and Spencer German with you guys, and now it's time for In Case We Missed It.
All right, this was the clip that was going viral throughout the day, JP. Emmanuel Acho, if anybody still cares what he has to say, was on, I believe this is his own show, The Speakeasy, and had this to say about Caitlin Clark's relationship with the WNBA.
The W at this junction in time would be better without Caitlin Clark because she is a bigger distraction than she is an additive. Caitlin Clark has gotten the WNBA over the necessary threshold they needed. But now that the eyes are there, we don't necessarily need her anymore. Caitlin did what only Caitlin could do, and we don't necessarily need her to do anymore. Thank you, Caitlin. We can take it from here.
Imagine saying Steph Curry is no longer needed in the in the NBA because he got you to a point where now everyone's watching the NBA.
Yeah, it
just seems silly.
It's a really dumb take. That's all he throws out there, though. I just think he likes to be. It's not even contrarian. This is just what can I say to make the most people angry as I possibly can. Is all this is. I don't know any other way to describe it. And also, have they really gotten him to a point? You know this about me. Maybe you don't know this about me.
I know you don't like the WNBA much.
I just don't watch it. It's not that I don't. I mean, it's not my type of sport. It's just not. It's not for me, right? A lot of people dove into the WNBA venture. That's great. I enjoy as many things as you like. Enjoy it the same way I like watching PGA golf. Okay, like just keep it to yourself, though. I don't need to talk about it in sports radio. You can have a passion for it. I don't need it here. We have the three things we talk about, which is baseball, professional baseball, professional basketball, and then the NFL. And you can throw maybe college football in there if you want as well. We can kind of mix that in, but like we're good. We're good for right now. All that said, I don't want to say this to be like demeaning to the WNBA because I don't care if they have success or don't have success. I truthfully don't care. It doesn't seem like they're doing great right now, though.
No. Well, here's the thing.
It doesn't seem like they're in this great handoff position where everything is awesome and everything going swimmingly. I feel like nobody talks about it anymore.
I feel like what he said is ignorant to like what the ratings tell you, which is that any game that Caitlin Clark is involved in is sold out at the arena. And the ratings are just always higher. Like I don't even watch.
They're double than whatever it is for. Is it AJ Wilson, the one who's won?
AJ Wilson,
who's won 2 MVPs or whatever it is, and also wins titles.
I don't even watch the WNBA all that regularly. My wife likes Caitlin Clark, so she watches those games, and I'll have it on sometimes in the background with her, and like I'll sort of pay attention to it.
All right, if you like it. I mean, it's good for you if you like
it. But I'm saying like I don't watch it religiously. But everything I ever see is, hey, the ratings on the games that Caitlin Clark are involved in are exponentially higher than the ratings of any other game. The arenas are sold out across the country when she's involved. Like, yeah, it's great that she's now gotten eyes on it, but like, does he really think that it's in a place where like if she just left and vanished that everyone would be like, oh yeah, we'll just keep watching the Fever, we'll just keep watching these teams? Like, there's no chance that's true.
Last year when she was injured, nobody talked about it, and this year I feel like nobody talks about it. Maybe I live in my own bubbles. I'm not sure. And Mac, you're a big WNBA guy.
Yeah.
I don't ever hear you bring it up, but maybe it's just because I'm not interested. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I know you're not interested. Like, there are people that I would talk about it with. Like, I know there's, another great rookie in Olivia Miles is here with the Lynx in Minnesota.
I stopped caring. You don't have to give me.
No, I know, but I'm saying that there's other players that are keeping people interested and everything like that. To, what you guys have said, where there's people that are getting you interested. We never said this about Magic Johnson, being a controversial figure in the 80s of, maybe he just shouldn't play basketball anymore. Like, you had your impact. You go ahead and you move on. Like, no, you never did this with Michael Jordan. You never did this with other players when the league needed those other stars. Like, it never had that in other leagues and other distinctions. So
also,
I think it's stupid.
Also, yeah, maybe he thinks that she can just disappear and the WNBA would be okay. But does it hurt to have her still here, like, and helping the ratings? Like, doesn't that just better for the league in general? Like,
it's obviously better if she's around. She's got such a unique draw that she's one of one. That's the reality of it. It's a unique draw. It's one of one. The WNBA doesn't work without her in it in any sort of way. That's not the groundbreaking stuff. What I find interesting though is I feel like I mentioned 2 years ago she got injured. And then, or last summer, she got injured. And I felt like 2 years ago, everyone talked about the WNBA, or at least tried to give it space and tried to talk about it. Last year, you couldn't because of the injury. This year, I think what oddly enough is happening is in the space outside of the NBA and outside of like whatever is taking over in the NFL for any given stretch or whatever, that little bit that's occupied for like summer sports talk radio, at least from a national perspective, is being occupied by the World Cup.
Yeah,
and so I feel like the World Cup is taking that, and so now we'll have 2 summers where the WNBA is just not getting the attention that it did a couple summers ago, and I don't know what's going to happen with that. I don't know. And Mac,
Cleveland's getting the team, so that's what's going to happen.
You'd be good to know on this. Like if you did a power ranking of like legitimate skill, where is Caitlin Clark in the WNBA?
I mean, I think that Caitlin has her place up near the top, but I also think too that there are a lot of really good top-end players in W.
I get there's a lot, and I'm not trying to do it one way or another. Just tell me your WNBA opinion. Where is she? Is she the 10th best player in the sport?
She's in the top 10 for sure. I think that you can make the argument that she can climb higher, but also I think that
she's broken a bunch of records. I know already.
Yeah,
sure.
Absolutely.
I think she has more. Doesn't she have more triple doubles than?
I mean, is she one day
tied for like the most triple doubles?
Is she like Wemby was, where like Wemby, after year 2, you're like we know he's great, but he's not there yet. But he's going to be the best player on planet Earth one day without question. And now, obviously, he's encroaching on that and getting closer. Is that her, or is she always going to be like 7 to 10?
I think that she'll be anywhere from top 5 to top 10. But I also think that every single year now we're getting those top end players that are coming in to make that argument.
That is going to turn her off in a way, or turn people off of her, because she's getting Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes treatment while not being Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes. And like at some point that will turn people off. People will get frustrated by that because you're coming for the spectacle, but she's not actually the spectacle. You know, like she's not delivering at that, oh my gosh, I've never seen this before level that she's supposed to be. And so like I think part of that will ultimately dampen, and maybe it's part of what has already dampened the Caitlin Clark experience for a lot of people. She's supposed to be Michael Jordan and LeBron James, and she's not. And so it almost feels like if Shedeur Sanders, for instance, had been the 9th best quarterback in the NFL last year, and Shedeur comes with such a big following.
I think she's more so supposed to be Steph Curry.
Widely the greatest as far as the eyeballs.
Yeah, I think more so it's people think she's going to be Steph Curry, like the Steph Curry of the WNBA.
Because the style of play.
Yeah, right. Because like saying she's LeBron is different because like LeBron was such a freak. But yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. Also, side note, why does Emmanuel Acho always talk to us like we're like peons and he's just like talking down to us? Like I never understood that. Why is that his delivery style?
I just think that might be his bombastic delivery is all that is. I feel like he's got a lot of the what is the national
like
the national speak on that.
He sounds like me talking to my son, like trying to explain things to him that are just like way over his head as a 4-year-old. Like he talks to us like he has to teach us every little thing that he's saying. Like it just drives me insane.
Did your kid do what my kid is currently doing, which is they ask why for every follow-up?
Oh, he was doing that this morning. Yeah, he was
everything's
like, why?
Everything's
why?
a why.
I was like, I'm done with this conversation. I just started ignoring him.
No. I read somewhere that you have to see the conversation, treat him like the kid's an adult, and answer as honestly as you can, but keep that convo going. Basically, like do it as honestly as you can. But I
guess I'm doing that one wrong. So I just started ignoring him.
I'm trying to do it, but we'll take it to like 5 extremes, and I'll be like, I don't have any more answers. Like I don't. I'm sorry. I'm really trying to give you the best answer. I'm out of answers. I don't have any more.
Everything always
you can only say why so many times.
Everything always just leads back to like, well, because God wanted it that way, and then it's just like, where do you go from there? If they're like, well, why did God want it that way?
My kid's Jewish. I can't even use that. I don't even have that in my arsenal. It's a good out, though. It's a good out. All right. This Bobby Marks was on Sirius XM NBA Radio, and he had mentioned what he's hearing about Jaylen Brown. Here we go.
There's mixed feelings about him when you talk to teams. The analytics of Jaylen Brown is not good. I'm more of an eye test guy. There are some people out there that look at that a little bit more deeper than what the eye test says. I had one, not an executive, but an analytics guy saying, well, yeah, we view him as like the seventh best player on a team. I was like, holy crap.
Oh my God.
I get it. There's a role for analytics and stuff, but it's a little bit of a stretch there.
I just want to know what analytics he was looking that these teams are apparently looking at, and what he didn't give any examples. Did they not give him any examples when they talked about this of what analytics say he's the seventh best player on our team? What team is that? The Team USA from a couple years ago?
Well, that's what Jaylen Brown said. What team is that? I want to know.
The Kings.
Name your sources. Who's saying this? It felt like a hit and run by Bobby.
Yeah.
If you say that, you got to give us more than just that.
Also, has anybody had a worse year than the analytics people?
Yeah, it's been tough.
PFF, all the firings that went on there.
Atkinson's comments.
You had Atkinson's comments. You had Josh Hart saying what he said and bashing, calling these guys nerds all the time, and now Jaylen Brown.
DePodesta leaving for the Rockies.
Yeah, just a bad year for analytics people.
It's been tough. All right, good job by Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Thank you to Jake Murrin producing today's show. Thank you to Matt Corrali doing the updates as well. Odyssey Rewind, check it out. We had Joe DeLeon at 3:20. We had Peter Apple at 4:20. A lot of good stuff there. Spencer, appreciate you hanging out, and I'll talk to you tomorrow.
I will see you tomorrow, JP.
All right, we'll do it then. We start at 2 o'clock tomorrow right here on The Fan, as always. Jake Volnick, Overtime with Jake Volnick comes your way next right here on The Fan.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.